We cannot be seen as supporting one side or the other of French internecine squabbling. There's that big word again.
Jeremy bobbed his head and chuckled. I understand it this time. Fourcade sat quietly a moment.
I may be jousting at windmills, but given where the question came from and the stature of Giraud, I suspect that the British might be contemplating a shift of their support from de Gaulle to Giraud. From my point of view, there can be only one reason why they do that.
When she did not immediately continue, Jeremy prodded, Are you going to tell me what that is?
Sorry, I'm still trying to put things together in my head. Look, I've met de Gaulle several times at cocktail parties in Paris before the war. He's an arrogant know-it-all who thinks his way is always right. But he was the only French officer to escape to Great Britain and mount the cause of retaking France. And since those dark days of mid-1940, he's recruited an army of hundreds of thousands. He has ships and planes and pilots. Hundreds of our volunteers came to the cause right here in France because they heard his call.
Fourcade paused in thought and then continued.
But now we must think about how to win this war.
She sighed.
What do you suppose would happen to this organization and to the one de Gaulle built if we suddenly tried to impose on our fighters and operators a new leader selected by the Brits? And I have to ask myself, why would that happen? Why would your people in British intelligence suddenly want to replace him?
She posed the question rhetorically.
They've never shown displeasure with him.
Jeremy pursed his lips. I can't think of a reason, but then your view of things is at a higher level than mine. Have you come to any conclusions?
Fourcade nodded.
I think it's the Americans. At this point, that's just a hunch. But I've tried to think through all the possibilities, and that's the only one that makes sense. Word is leaking out that the Americans don't want anything to do with the Free French.
And I think their opposition stems from their perceptions of de Gaulle. Besides which, the U.S. recognized Pétain and his Vichy regime as the legitimate government of France. I think they're worried that the resentment is too great against the British because they destroyed our fleet in Algeria and killed 1,300 of our men in the process. That's who de Gaulle aligned with, and he went to London to do it. I expect that the Americans think the Vichy French troops in North Africa can never be brought around to support him. The Americans will have to fight in North Africa. I don't see any way around that. Either that, or they'll expose their flanks to an armed and capable enemy when they invade France. But if the U.S. does invade there, I'm sure they don't want to fight the Vichy troops. So they estimate that if they can bring in an anti-Gaullist general untainted by having surrendered to Germany, the Vichy troops might be convinced to support the Allies rather than fight them.
That's a little above my head, Jeremy said, but nodded in agreement. What do you want me to do?
Leon is still my chief of staff. I've agreed with him to send Duke McMahon to speak with Giraud and find out what the general's thinking about his future and that of France.
She chuckled.
The Duke is more than a fancy name and title. He's an accomplished fighter pilot from a long line of aristocrats both here and in Ireland. His grandfather was head of the French government under Napoleon III. His background and influence can be useful.
She paused again, distraught.
I want you to go along. You'll be introduced as an aide, and it's understood that you'll attend their meetings. But—
She took a deep breath.
I need to know the nuances that pass between Giraud and the Duke, and I'm not sure I can get them if Leon is in the mix. His bias will come through. I've told him that, and that I want you to accompany the Duke and report back your observations. Leon is angry with me over the issue, but the stakes are too high. Personal considerations cannot interfere.
Jeremy stared. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking, he stuttered.
It's not as complicated as it sounds. Leon is pro-Giraud and anti-Pétain. Giraud is sworn to Pétain.
Explain something to me, Jeremy interrupted. I'm not understanding all these French senior officers' devotion to Pétain. He capitulated to the Germans almost immediately.
Yes, but the armistice he negotiated with the Germans kept them from taking the rest of France and our colonial holdings in Africa. Part of the agreement was that the senior officers would swear an oath of allegiance to Pétain. In that way, the Germans didn't have to worry about the French army participating in resistance against them. French army officers take their oaths very seriously, but as you know, many of them refuse the oath and work with us. Giraud took an oath of loyalty to Pétain. If he were to now renounce it, declare his opposition to Pétain, and support a plan to displace de Gaulle, he would profoundly influence the loyalties of French officers. If these things are going to happen, I need to know sooner rather than later. I'd also like to know if Giraud would be acting of his own accord or taking the Duke's lead. We can't have Giraud acting under perceived pressure from alliance, communicated by Leon through the Duke, to disrupt de Gaulle's efforts. Whichever way it goes, we need to prepare our people and hope the tensions don't tear alliance apart. If alliance is disrupted or destroyed, the ripple effect on Britain's intelligence apparatus in France will go far and wide. Do you understand?
Jeremy nodded, and the two sat in silence for a few minutes. He broke it. You said the mission could be dangerous, but I'll just be attending some conversations. It doesn't sound dangerous.
It shouldn't be,
Fourcade agreed.
But the Germans are looking for Giraud, and Pétain has allowed the Gestapo to operate with almost a free hand in the unoccupied zone. Giraud will have his own protection around, too. Obviously, we have the means to reach him, but you could find yourself exposed and even captured by the Germans. You most certainly would be interrogated, probably tortured, and you could be executed.
Jeremy chuckled. I'll try not to let any of that happen. Fourcade winced.
Amélie would never forgive me.
Chapter 34. April 29th, 1942. Marseille, France.
It's good to see you safely back,
Fourcade greeted Jeremy.
I've read Duke Maurice's report. I'm anxious to hear your observations.
Jeremy returned the greeting and cast an uneasy look toward Leon. Don't worry about me, Leon said, stepping forward and grasping Jeremy's hand. We have no secrets here. I spoke with the Duke. The meeting with General Giraud sounds like it was a bust. He's letting visions of grandeur get in the way of his patriotic duty. That's the way I see it, Jeremy agreed as the three sat down at the table on the veranda. He essentially wants the central position of authority over all French military actions and the resistance movements across all of Europe. Leon harumphed, and Fourcade scoffed.
Walk us through the particulars. What is he asking for?
Jeremy let out a small laugh. For starters, he would condescend, my word, to lead the French forces in North Africa once the invasion starts, on the condition that the Allies also execute a simultaneous invasion of France. So he wants to dictate military strategy to the Allies, who actually have armies and tanks and bullets. Leon interjected skeptically. Amazing. I thought better of him. Go on. He demands that the Free French be excluded from any military operations. Leon arched his eyebrows. He's delusional. The Free French are good people who want and will fight for exactly what their name implies, a free France. Alienate them, and you alienate much of France.
Anything else?
Fourcade asked. Jeremy nodded. As mentioned in the report, he wants control of all resistance organizations across Europe. He's very pro-American, but anti-British. So while he's willing to accept British aid, he is not willing to go to London. He said that if the U.S. and the British supply him with sufficient arms and equipment, he could lead armies to victory all over Europe. Fourcade scoffed again.
I'm astounded at the arrogance. Resistance organizations would have nothing to do with him. Why would they? He's shown no interest in helping them. And now he wants to lead them? He has no clue about how difficult it is to recruit volunteers, organize them, maintain security, plan missions, ferret out infiltrators, and recover from their actions. He's accustomed to leading with the clout of the government to back up his orders. Our authority comes from our right and determination to be free, and we fight in shadows under threat from tyrants who will shoot us on the spot."
She tossed her head and took a breath.
"Tell me, Jeremy, what was his demeanor? How did he look and sound?"
"He carries himself well, dignified. He wore his full uniform, and he's mentally sharp. I kept my thoughts to myself, but I sensed he was a bit over the top in his expectations. He had newspaper clippings lying on a table. They came from around the world with headlines about his escape. They might have gone to his head." "Sounds like it," Leon remarked. "He's not our man." He glanced at Fourcade. "You were right to doubt him." She dismissed the comment.
"It wasn't him so much as all the infighting he could cause, but now he is the issue. We're in a ticklish situation, though. The Brits want him, and my guess still holds that they're reacting to American pressure."
"So what do we do?" Leon said. Fourcade's smile expressed a shade of cunning.
"I'm going to send off a very short message to Major Kaiser at MI6. All it will say is that the general prefers to stay in France for the time being to work with the French resistance."
"I'll make a prediction," Leon said with a sigh. "This won't be the last we'll see of General Giraud." "I suppose you still won't tell me where Amelie is or what she's doing?" Jeremy asked later, after Leon had left. Fourcade shook her head as she regarded him with compassion.
"You know I can't. We've had to modify the way we operate to maintain security. Last year we had a scare during the Blitz over Britain. We were infiltrated and nearly destroyed."
"I remember," Jeremy said. "I worry about Amelie. Chantal, too."
"And they worry about you. I'm not sure you're aware, but we even had to shut down operations here and leave Marseille. Maurice got word to us shortly before the Gestapo arrived. We fled to Pau and stayed there for a while until it was safe to come back. Fortunately, we have some gendarme friends who watch out for us."
Surprised, Jeremy drew himself up in consternation. "I didn't know. I'm sorry."
"Seriously? You were flying night fighters then, during the Blitz. How could you have known, and what could you have done? You were already risking your life. Apology not accepted. None is owed."
Jeremy shrugged. "What about Chantal?"
"She's out at Maurice's farm. He still does his vegetable runs, and she still helps him, and they're both as heavily involved with the resistance as ever. He's done a magnificent job of running security around the villa and operating the local arm of Alliance. But he and Chantal come here less frequently. We've decentralized so that if we're infiltrated again, the whole organization doesn't collapse."
"And Horton's done a good job up in Loire?"
"He has. They like him, but his official job is still to be my liaison with London. We can bring him back here so you can take over back there again."
She chuckled.
"Chantal would like that."
Jeremy laughed slightly and then shook his head. "If he's being effective and he likes what he's doing, I see no reason to change. Is he really needed here as liaison?"
"Not so much anymore. With the Lysander flights, our ground crews well trained, and our radios and operators in place, communications with London are frequent. They've finally understood that our operators cannot stay on the air a long time, either broadcasting or receiving long messages. The Germans were tracing our radio signals, and our operators were getting killed that way. Their life expectancy for a while, once they got into position, was about 2 weeks. So now the communications mandate is be punctual, reduce messages to bare essentials, and send the longer ones by Lysander, or submarine if the occasion arises."
"Progress," Jeremy muttered absently. "Always good to see progress." Fourcade detected a stressed note in his tone.
"What's on your mind, Jeremy?"
"Well, I seem to be out of a job at the moment. I've left the commandos."
"That was quite spectacular what your group pulled off in Saint-Nazaire. I'm sure you don't know that Chantal and Horton did the surveillance at Bruneval."
Jeremy stared at her in astonishment. Then, reflecting on what Corin had observed about horsemen and messages in battle, he breathed, "They were the nail." He related what Corin had said. Fourcade nodded.
Yes, they put themselves at great risk.
Then she laughed.
The tension between those two is amusing. She thinks she's in love with him. He knows it, and I think he likes her too, but he still sees her as a little girl and fights it.
Jeremy chuckled. I hope they get a chance to get all that sorted out one day. Then he sighed and added seriously, You know I stayed here without orders.
I've taken care of that with Crockett. He knows of your assignment with Giraud.
That's good. Jeremy sat picking at his fingers and then looked up. You said you helped General Giraud escape from the Königstein fortress. How did you do that? Fourcade gazed at Jeremy fondly.
You're thinking of your brother Lance in Colditz, aren't you?
When Jeremy nodded, she continued,
The general's plan took 2 years. He learned German while in there, and we smuggled in bits and pieces of material he needed over a long time. He had established a simple code with his family and forwarded instructions through them. Then, when he was ready, we stationed men to guide him out of Germany through Switzerland and then into Vichy.
My brother's already been a POW for nearly 2 years. I must try to help him. He dropped his arms on the table and faced Fourcade. He's worked out some kind of code with military intelligence. I know because he sends letters that are meaningless. I turn them over to MI.
What did you have in mind?
Fourcade asked softly. I should go there. I speak German and French. I could cut through Switzerland. That would shorten the distance and exposure to being discovered. Giraud did it, and he was high profile. I could come out the other side disguised as Swiss, visiting relatives or something.
Or something.
Fourcade eyed him skeptically.
Don't invite capture.
I wouldn't. But right now I have no mission, and when I first came back to France after Dunkirk, one of the reasons was to find a way to help Lance. Fourcade smiled teasingly.
You mean besides coming back to see Amelie?
Jeremy grinned back. Yes, guilty. Then he asked somberly, Will you help me? Fourcade heaved a sigh.
That's asking a lot, Jeremy. I can't risk irritating Crockett or my real masters at MI6. We need their support.
And they need your organization. If France is lost, Britain is lost. It's that simple. Fourcade raised a hand in protest.
It's still a great risk.
Jeremy persisted. Look, we'll call it a reconnaissance mission. I'll need some forged documents, some train tickets, and some guides along the way. You've already operated inside Germany, so you can arrange that. That's all I'm asking. Fourcade laughed.
That's all, huh?
Nonplussed, Jeremy added, Well, I'd need a little money for food and a place to stay. I'd pay for the trip myself if I had access to my funds. In France, I don't, but I'll repay it when I get back to England. He beseeched her with pleading eyes. Please.
You look pathetic,
Fourcade jibed, but then added seriously,
Your country owes you a lot, Jeremy, and so does mine. But we can't throw caution to the wind out of gratitude, not to mention risking your life and those of others who would help you.
Jeremy gazed back at Fourcade without speaking. Finally she said,
I want to see a good, solid plan.
Chapter 35 May 2nd, 1942 Manhattan, New York, USA. Stevenson stood and greeted Paul warmly. You're back. I take it things went well. What's it been, 3 months since you left? Yes, sir, that's about right. It was quite educational. Camp X gives a very different perspective on many things. Welcome to the world of pragmatic freedom lovers, Stevenson said jovially while gesturing toward a seating area in front of his desk. Let's catch up. He regarded Paul with a rueful smile. "You're alive, so that's evidence enough that you made it through Bill Fairbairn's close combat course." "You mean Dangerous Dan's tactics," Paul said, taking his seat. "I wake up at night with his voice in my head yelling, 'Get down in the gutter and win at all costs. No more playing fair, to kill or be killed.'" He sighed. "For good or bad, I shed a lot of naivete at Camp X." "Well, that'll keep you alive, and that's a good thing, because you'll keep others alive. Innocents, still trapped to their own naivetes." He peered at Paul. "You look even more rugged. Not that you didn't before, what with growing up climbing the cliffs of Sark and all. But that Camp X course is close to what the commandos go through, with specialties thrown in for the clandestine work our graduates do. Now you look like you really could take a man's throat out with your bare hands." "And the frightful truth is that I can. I'd better stymie the look, though. I don't want to be terrifying people around me all my life." "That journalist you mentioned the last time you were here. Ian Fleming. He's here now and has a mission you could help with. I'll let him fill you in." Paul shrugged. "I'll help if I can. He was a bit of a strange duck, kept to himself a lot. I gather he came from a family that sent him to boarding school far away because he was unmanageable." "I recruited him myself. He'll make significant contributions to our intelligence effort along the way." Paul glanced around the office. "What's been happening here? Keeping up with the news was not easy." "There have been some changes," Stevenson replied, appearing less than pleased. "The Americans have moved in with us. Our good friend, Wild Bill Donovan, recruited Alan Dulles for that billet, and I suppose that's a good thing, although I don't yet see how we benefit. Wild Bill is busy setting up his Office of Strategic Services in D.C., patterned after what we do here, and I'm afraid it'll move us into the sphere of politics. I'm also hearing that U.S. academics are snooping about the country lanes around Bletchley Park." He shook his head. "Things are going to get complicated. They were much easier when it was just Churchill, Roosevelt, Wild Bill, and me." He bestowed one of his hints of a smile on Paul. "And, of course, you." Paul accepted the approbation with a steady gaze, but no comment. Stevenson contemplated. "You went up to Camp X right after New Year's. Our General Auchinleck was winning in North Africa at the time, but he's since been outfoxed by the Desert Fox, Rommel, that is, and he's lost the ground he gained. I think his days in command might be numbered. One bright spot in that regard is that a few weeks ago the Roosevelt administration approved full production of the M4 Sherman tank. It's being shipped out to U.S. divisions now, and I expect that when they've reached their fill, more will be sent to British troops in Africa. At this point, the Germans have nothing to match it. When those troops get them, that should offset things in our favor." "That's good," Paul broke in. "I remember Wild Bill mentioning that when we visited the production plant last December." Stevenson nodded. "The Germans started their spring offensive. It's not going to work. Everyone knows that but Hitler. The Soviets are dug in, and they've had nearly a year of supply and equipment from America. Meanwhile, Adolf is draining his industrial capacity. I'm sure somewhere deep inside his torso he knows his only hope is that Japan will somehow throw things back in his favor." His face brightened. "You must know the spectacular raids the Allies just pulled off, one by the Brits at Saint-Nazaire and one by the U.S. over Tokyo." "We heard about them both. Quite remarkable. And Admiral Halsey's been giving it to the Japanese in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands, too. I see in the streets how all of this has raised morale, at least in the U.S. I imagine the same to be true in Britain." "Spirits are lifted, but I think the sense there now is one of relief for not being bombed nightly and having more food in the shops and on the dinner tables. That comes from turning the tide in the Atlantic. With the Tirpitz no longer a threat, at least for the time being, and with better anti-submarine technology and equipment, courtesy of the U.S., our convoys are getting through." "Things are still bad in the Far East, though." "They're still bad all over. Most of the fighting is ahead of us, but at least we're having more say about the makeup of the battlefield. The Allies have not yet settled over whether to go straight into Europe or to defeat the German forces in North Africa first. The Americans are quite keen on invading France as soon as possible, but Churchill thinks we're not ready yet, and I agree with him. I imagine another summit will have to take place between him and Roosevelt to iron that out. A pause settled over the two of them. What about you, Paul? What do you want to do now? Sir? I thought it was understood that I'd come back to work with you. Am I being given a choice? Stevenson laughed spontaneously and heartily, an event that Paul had not witnessed before. You make that prospect sound like a fate worse than death. I certainly didn't mean it that way. It's all right, Paul. You've earned your stripes. Welcome to the club. You've made yourself into a valuable asset, one that's probably wasted in just being my constant companion. Your intelligence, discipline, and now your increased capabilities learned at Camp X all say that you can make greater contributions, and those opportunities should be made available to you. So, tell me what you'd like to do. Dumbfounded, Paul at first could only stare. Then he chuckled. Am I still confined to quarters, so to speak? Or can I travel the world like a grown man? You know the constraint. Paul tapped his shirt pocket. I keep my suicide pills close at all times. Stevenson inhaled deeply and let his breath out slowly. Let's talk about that. The last time we did, you took your time telling me whether or not— I no longer have such reluctance, sir. If I'm about to be captured, I'll pop 'em into my mouth and bite down faster than an assailant can whop me over the head. Stevenson remained serious. It's important that you mean that. With what you know about Bletchley, Camp X, Hydra, and some of the operations we've been involved in, you could be a treasure trove of intelligence to the enemy. I understand that, sir. Paul gathered his thoughts quickly. Stevenson wrinkled his brow and took a moment before speaking again. There's a project I need you to be part of as my eyes and ears. It's one you know about, and I can identify it in one word. Czechoslovakia. Paul's breath caught, and he felt the hair on the back of his neck rising as heat inflamed his face. I recall the project, he said, the one I was not supposed to know about. I had mentioned some students in Camp X who were involved in it on my visit there before I went there for training. Yes, that's the one, and it's about to execute. Stevenson took a breath. I need a trusted agent on the ground to see what goes on, but I must tell you that we expect no survivors. Paul swallowed hard. I'll go where I'm needed. Do you think I'm ready? Stevenson scoffed. As ready as anyone will ever be. Aside from the few military regulars, this whole war and our covert activity has been conducted by amateurs learning as they go, and they've done a jolly good job. The men who will carry it out will be on their own first outing, too. We need to know from you firsthand what goes right and what goes wrong. This is a mission that finally confronts the face of evil directly. Other operatives will be there to record what takes place and capture the event on film, but you must understand that you'll be there to watch and get out. If things go wrong, you are not to step in to help. Do you understand? Stevenson's eyes narrowed and he leaned forward. I want to be sure your head's in the right place before you go. Make sure you're mentally steeled to it. Let's do this. Fleming's mission is local and messy. The preliminary work is done. If, after it's done, you performed your part competently, you'll be on your way. Paul stopped pacing and faced him. What do you want me to do? I'll call Fleming in. He'll fill you in. Chapter 36. May 27th, 1942. Prague, Czechoslovakia. Paul ambled along a cobblestone street in Liban, a picturesque district in Prague, a block from where the main thoroughfare of Krčmajerova Třída made a tight turn to his left at the bottom of a long hill, crossing in front of him into Vaholishevishkash. From this vantage, he had a clear view of the intersection and a tram stop on the opposite side. 2 men waited there, one with an overcoat hung over his arm, the other carrying a briefcase. Although Paul had never met either man, he knew of them and revered their courage. Both had been hand-picked for the assassination they were about to carry out, their mission having been approved by the Czech government in exile in London. Unlike the other countries that had fallen under Nazi rule, the occupation of Czechoslovakia had been peaceful, the German army having moved in without objection by Western powers. The Reichsprotektor, a German official who ruled this far western region known as the Sudetenland and containing Bohemia and Moravia, had raised the wages of factory and farm workers such that little resistance to Nazi rule was encountered. As a result, the area produced much in the way of supplies and equipment needed by the voracious Wehrmacht. In London, the government and exile's president, Edvard Beneš, was pressed by the British government as well as those banished governments of other German-occupied countries, Free France, Poland, Belgium, Greece, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, Yugoslavia, and Norway, to develop a resistance movement within his country. Beneš's intelligence officer, František Moravec, had sought a mission that would express to their allies that Czechoslovakia was in the war with them to win. The man with the raincoat whom Paul now watched was Josef Gabčík, and the other was Jan Kubiš. They were there to carry out Moravec's mission. Josef was light-skinned, an ordinary-looking man whose deadly serious eyes, even at this distance, belied the warm-hearted craftsman and farrier that he had been. That was before the British and French had agreed to allow Hitler to occupy this area as part of the Munich Agreement in an ill-fated effort to stave off a war. It was where Josef had been born and raised and learned to love life until the Nazis had arrived and turned it into a dark night. Now he wore a business suit, and his light brown hair was combed back closely to his scalp. Under his overcoat, Josef carried a Sten Mark II British 9mm submachine gun, a weapon inexpensive to produce, making them readily available to resistance and insurgency groups. A notable weakness was that they often jammed. Despite the danger of the mission, Josef's companion, Jan, bore an expression of hope and humor as he greeted passers-by in a friendly manner. He was dark-skinned, with big eyes and thick dark hair, close cropped on the sides and brushed back on top. Inside Jan's briefcase, he carried a specially designed grenade, one that was light but with enough explosive power to penetrate an armored Mercedes limousine. Both men had been part of a group of 20 Czechoslovakians to attend the commando school in Scotland, and they had emerged as the best operatives to carry out this mission. They were supported by 7 other Czech commandos who had parachuted into the country with them 3 days before New Year's Eve. They were led by Jiří Potocek, who was responsible for setting up the support group and observation posts around the target and establishing radio communications with SOE in London. He had set up his headquarters in a rented house in the area, and it was to him that Paul had been directed upon arriving via parachute inside Czechoslovakia.
"This is an in-and-out mission for you," Stevenson had told Paul. "You are to observe only, and not attempt to speak to either Josef or Jan, or any of the other commandos besides Potocek. Given the probable repercussions, the Czechs are likely to be cold to your presence. Only under extreme conditions should you become involved. When it's over, get out of the area fast. Your cover and documents show you to be a mid-level German bureaucrat doing inspections in the arms factories on orders from Berlin. That should give you enough clout to make demands and get you across the country by train, but you can't linger anywhere long enough to be checked out. You can use the same ruse at the French border, and once inside France, we'll have resistance members to guide you south to Vichy for a Lysander flight to Britain."
Stevenson had paused in deep thought, and when he spoke again, his voice carried an element of reluctance.
"A man traveling alone draws more attention. If one of the commandos manages to escape after the attack, you might think of traveling with him. The Czech commandos have their own cover stories and forged papers."
He paused again and sighed.
"However, in all likelihood, None will survive to travel with you.
On parachuting onto a moonlit field outside of Prague and making contact, Potocek had tersely reinforced the notion that Paul was to have no contact with the other members of the commando team. "What do your bosses think?" he said in good but thickly accented English. "That we can't handle this without a babysitter?"
"No," Paul had replied evenly. "We've seen the Reich Protector's plans. He must be stopped, his ideas exposed, and I'm to make an eyewitness account. I'll stay out of your way. Just put me where I have the best vantage."
Potocek had acquiesced, and within a day he had warmed up to Paul. He revealed that his group had already abandoned two concepts for engaging the target. The first was to attack the Reichsprotector on his train, but that proved impractical because of the heavy security surrounding it. The commandos would be executing a suicide mission with a low probability of success. They tried the second idea, which was to ambush the target on a forest road he was known to frequent. However, when hours passed and he did not show up, they abandoned the plan and went to the third option. Potocek explained it. Each time he said the Reich Protector's name, his lips curled with visceral hatred. "This Reinhard Heydrich," he snarled. "This protégé of the devil Hitler. He is the worst of the two. The people here have names for him. The Butcher of Prague, the Blonde Beast, and the Hangman. Take your pick, they all apply." Paul had studied Reichsprotector Heydrich. The man had taken over in an acting capacity when he and the Führer agreed that his predecessor, Konstantin von Neurath, was not aggressive enough in pushing the populace to meet Nazi production quotas, and that was harming the war effort. Furthermore, when Germany had invaded the Soviet Union a year ago, local communists had begun a campaign of sabotage, which had spurred Hitler to make the change. Heydrich's steel-fisted rule had quickly corrected the issues, his actions earning his monikers as he terrorized the local population with threats, tortures, hangings, and firing squads, and no one doubted that he would stay in position as long as he liked. Ensconced in an opulent villa in Panensky Brezhany, his daily drive to his office at the magnificent Prague castle was only 9 miles through scenic forests and countryside. So confident was he of his hold over the people that he rode in the back of his armored Mercedes convertible and read documents while his chauffeur drove him with the car's top down. As the hours advanced into the evening of Paul's second day in country, he sat with Potocek on a forest bench, far from the listening ears of others. Potocek had brought along a bottle of Slivovice, a version of local moonshine. He took a swig and handed it to Paul, who downed an equal amount and held back a cough as the liquid burned down his throat. Potocek noticed and smiled. "Don't drink too much. It's strong stuff." Nevertheless, he took multiple deep swigs, and when his eyes had begun to swim, he turned to Paul, hung his arm around his neck, and leaned toward him. He held up a finger to hold Paul's attention. "Listen to me, my friend," he said. "The Czech resistance does not want this operation. They begged our president in London, Edward Beneš, not to do it. They told him that retribution would be a bloodbath, that hundreds of people would be slaughtered." Potocek's head swayed and his speech slurred. "They are correct. The Germans will kill anyone who crosses their path. The families, too, women, children, old people, and they will laugh." His chest heaved with a deep breath as he took another swig. "But Beneš got on the radio to resistance fighters personally and ordered the mission to go forward." He grunted. "Politics and politicians, they muck up everything. Beneš was concerned that his government in exile had not been recognized by the British, and so we must make a grand gesture to show our commitment to winning the war, to be sure that Czechoslovakia can be reformed as a country after the war." He leaned his head back, dropped his arm from Paul's shoulder, and sighed. "But as Machiavellian as his thinking was, he made the right decision, because if we do not do this thing, many more thousands of people will die." He laughed, a pitiable, disconsolate guffaw. "You know we called this mission Operation Anthropoid.
Do you know what anthropoid means? I'm afraid I don't. Podacek chuckled. It's Greek for having the form of a human. This man is not human. He only looks like one with his tall frame, blond hair, narrow face, and the eyes of a serpent. He stood suddenly and whirled to face Paul. He had 33,000 people shot and killed in just 2 days. Podacek's face contorted with rage. But when we do this mission, Hitler and all his generals will know they are vulnerable to the wrath and might of the people. We can and will strike them down and take our country back. He spat and then handed the bottle to Paul once more. Have another swallow, friend. It'll help you sleep. You'll need it. Heydrich is reported to be leaving for Berlin, and we want to hit him before he departs. So tomorrow we strike.
Paul sat in the dark, staring out a bedroom window in Podacek's rented house. In the silence, he recalled his last hours in New York before leaving for Czechoslovakia, his conversation with Stevenson about the operation, as well as his initiation into the gruesome art of assassination.
It's interesting that you should mention the Czech operation,
Stevenson had said as he stood and rounded his desk. He pulled a key from his pocket and opened a desk safe.
I obtained this document back in February while you were in training. It's the secret minutes to a conference that Reinhard Heydrich chaired at a villa in Wannsee, Berlin. 30 copies were made. They were to have been burned. I got one. Pay attention to the parts I underlined.
He handed it to Paul. It was stamped top secret and titled Wannsee Protocol. Paul read the first line and froze, reading over and over a portion of the sentence that Stevenson had emphasized. The following persons took part in the discussion about the final solution of the Jewish question, which took place in Berlin am Großen Wannsee, number 56/58, on 20 January 1942. Below the sentence were listed the attendees. Aside from Heydrich's, Paul did not recognize the names, but their titles indicated the high-level importance of the conference. Reich Minister for the Occupied Eastern Territories, Secretary of State, Reich Ministry for the Interior, Secretary of State, Plenipotentiary for the 4-year Plan, Secretary of State, Reich Ministry of Justice, Secretary of State, Office of the Government General, Under Secretary of State, Foreign Office, Party Chancellery, Ministerialdirektor, Reich Chancellery, Race and Settlement Main Office, Reich Main Security Office, SD Commander of the Security Police. Paul looked up at Stevenson in disbelief. Are they serious?
Stevenson nodded. Given who chaired the conference and who attended, I'd say they're very serious. That is their plan for ridding any territory they occupy of Jews, and we've had multiple reports of mass executions. And, of course, their aim is world domination.
I'm looking at this one sentence in particular, Paul said, pointing to the passage and quoting, "The Reichsführer SS and the chief of the German police were entrusted with the official central handling of the final solution of the Jewish question without regard to geographic borders." He looked up again. That's Heydrich.
Correct. He chaired the conference, he developed the plan, and he is in charge of carrying it out.
Look at the list of countries and the numbers, Paul exclaimed, his astonishment unabated. He's identified the size of the Jewish population in well over 30 countries, and he states clearly that he intends to evacuate them at their own expense. That's 11 million people.
Exactly. He needs to go.
A soft knock on the door had preceded Stevenson's secretary, announcing the arrival of Ian Fleming, wearing a British Navy uniform that fit him well. Roughly 6 feet tall, with a high forehead, wavy hair, and penetrating eyes, he had a narrow face that bore little expression. "Good to see you again, Littlefield," he said to Paul, extending his hand in a manner slightly beyond perfunctory warmth. "Glad you made it through at Camp X. Congratulations. He turned to Stevenson. You sent for me?
Stevenson nodded. I want Paul to go with you on your mission tomorrow. You told me that the other operator took ill. You've just enough time to get on a range, zero his weapon, and work out your details.
Fleming regarded Paul with a deadpan face.
Does he know the objectives?
You can tell him.
We're going to kill a man.
Paul regarded Fleming somberly and then shifted his eyes to look at Stevenson.
May I ask why? Does it matter? Fleming has his orders. He's prepared to carry him out.
Does he know why?
Stevenson nodded. Then I think I should be afforded the same courtesy. Do you recall that shortly after you came here last year, the FBI picked us up and took us to an apartment belonging to a British merchant marine sailor who was selling convoy schedules to the Germans? Those convoys carried weapons for our military and food for our people, and the Germans were sinking our ships.
I recall.
Well, this is a similar situation. This time we've located a Japanese agent in this very building. He's cracked our codes, and he's preparing to deliver them and messages he's already deciphered. Do I need to explain the implications?
Paul shook his head. I get the picture. What is my role? Fleming broke in.
We've rented a room on the 40th floor in the RCA building across the street. It has a direct view into his room. The windows on the skyscrapers are thick and designed to withstand high winds and block noise. A shot fired through them will deflect. You'll shoot out the window glass. I'll take the kill shot.
The mission had gone as planned. Paul and Fleming had both changed into civilian clothes and entered the rented room with a pair of Remington 30-30 rifles equipped with scopes and silencers. Within minutes they had set up. Paul had quelled nervousness on the way up, and as he sighted the scope, he wondered whether he could help deliberately snuff out the life of a stranger whom he had never met and would barely be able to see. Then, as he looped the tip of his index finger over the trigger and adjusted his sight, he recalled the horrors he had witnessed during the Battle of Britain, with people he knew shot out of the sky and his own brother's life endangered. The burned-out hulks and numerous funerals during the Blitz in London. The destruction he had seen in the Baltics from the Italian invasion, and images of Pearl Harbor captured in photographs. They did not have to wait long. Fleming knew the target schedule. Across the expanse of empty air many stories up in the building, Paul saw the man enter his room. Paul's task was easy. Aim at the window and fire on order. A light flipped on inside the target room. A blurred figure appeared behind the thick glass. Fleming signaled to Paul and peered through his scope. Paul did likewise, controlling his breathing and putting light pressure on the trigger. "Now," Fleming called. Paul squeezed off a round, feeling the rifle recoil against his shoulder. Instantly the glass across the way shattered, and then he heard Fleming's shot. "I caught him in the mouth when he turned," Fleming said. Paul had fought down nausea that lingered as the two of them made their steady way out of the building. Noticing his slight green coloration, Fleming asked, "Are you all right?" Paul nodded.
I don't know if I could ever get used to that.
You won't, unless you're no longer human.
Memories of that night intruded as Potocek stationed Paul where he could be unobtrusive but with a full view of the target area. At odd moments, he wondered about Fleming's last comment about no longer being human. Has that already happened to me? I volunteered for this. I wanted to see it. Potocek broke into his thoughts.
We observed Heydrich's pattern for going to work for several days, he said. His car will drive down the broad street on that hill. He pointed it out. We have a man stationed across the intersection with clear sight both up the hill and in the direction of the road after it curves away from him at the bottom. Heydrich is so arrogant he'll ride around without a security escort. When our man sees his car, he'll flash a signal to Josef and Jan at the tram stop to prepare them. You'll be able to see the entire operation.
He grinned morosely and shook Paul's hand. "Good luck getting home, my friend. Look for me when you get to paradise." The time that the car was expected came and went. Paul calmed himself so as not to appear anxious or reckless. He was also mindful of remaining in place too long, but he saw no cafes where he could linger without drawing attention or raising suspicion. Finding a park bench along the street, he took a seat, opened a local newspaper he had acquired along the way, and feigned perusing it while occasionally checking his watch as if waiting for someone. Passing pedestrians paid him little mind. At the tram stop, which was nothing more than a designated place for picking up fares, with neither shelter nor seating, Yosef and Jan waited, appearing as commuters not acquainted with each other. They stood casually looking in various directions, as waiting passengers would. Paul kept an eye on the street coming almost straight in his direction from the top of the hill. Then he saw the unmistakable vehicle, a large, aqua-colored 1938 Mercedes-Benz 320 Cabriolet B with the top down, its two prominent chrome headlamps gleaming in the sunlight on either side of its rectangular grille, the Mercedes emblem affixed to the front edge. Paul could not see who was inside because the windshield blocked his view and reflected the sun from his angle. But despite no other security being around the sedan, he knew it was the target vehicle from the small, triangular red flag with a black swastika flying over the left fender. He glanced at Yosef and Jan. They must have received their signal. Both stepped to the curb, no longer pretending to be waiting passengers. Yosef dropped his jacket, exposing his Sten gun. The driver slowed the Mercedes to take the curve to his right. Yosef stepped into the street and aimed his weapon as the sedan rolled into view. Nothing happened. Yosef jerked his weapon. It must have jammed. The car screeched to a halt. Heydrich, easily recognizable now, stood, drew a pistol, and fired. He missed. Yosef dropped the Sten and ran to his bicycle. Meanwhile, Jan threw his explosive briefcase, intending it to land in the back seat. It flew through the air, bounced off the right rear door, and fell against the tire immediately below where Heydrich stood. A massive explosion erupted with billowing smoke and an enormous roar. Heydrich slumped to the floor. Unbelievably, he stood back up, holding his side with one hand and his pistol with the other, and staggered from the car, shooting at Yosef, who stood paralyzed momentarily before trying to reach his bicycle. Heydrich's continued shooting forced Yosef to abandon the bike and seek cover behind a tree, from which he returned fire with a pistol. A tram stalled in the roadway. Heydrich sought cover behind it. Meanwhile, the driver leaped from the car and started to pursue Jan, who fled headlong on his bicycle down the street toward Paul, firing a Colt M1903 pistol in the air to scatter the crowd. Vehicular traffic pulled to either side of the street and halted. Pedestrians, at first frozen in place, rushed in all directions, seeking shelter. The driver, still dazed from the explosion, took aim at Jan, but when he tried to pull the trigger, he mashed the magazine release, jamming his weapon and allowing Jan to escape. Turning, the driver saw Yosef still taking cover behind the tree. Seized with pain, Heydrich emerged from behind the tram and staggered to a rail at the side of the road. He croaked to the driver, "Get that bastard!" and then collapsed against the rail. A woman rushed to Heydrich and put pressure against his massive abdominal wound to stop the bleeding. A delivery vehicle stopped in the street, and a man, with a woman's help, supported the Nazi officer into it, and it roared off to a nearby hospital. The driver ran at Yosef, who shot at him, and then sprinted down the street toward Paul, who had remained on the park bench. As Yosef and the driver exchanged shots in a running gun battle, Paul took cover behind a tree. The pursuit moved to the other side of the street, where Yosef darted into a butcher's shop, seeking shelter. Moments later, the butcher ran shouting into the street with a terrified face and dirty apron, pointing wildly into his shop. The driver closed the distance, but Yosef emerged, seeking escape, and the two collided in the door. Yosef pushed off the driver, who fell but immediately struggled to his feet. Yosef shot at the driver again, wounding the man's leg. He then disappeared down the street and around a corner. Police sirens blared, German troop trucks roared, and at the intersection, barricades were already being erected. Paul moved with the crowd of confused pedestrians, putting distance between themselves and the site of the attempted assassination. Chapter 37. June 2nd, 1942. USS Enterprise, Pacific Ocean, north of Midway Atoll. Josh hurried from the operations room to the upper reaches of the carrier's island. Going straight to the adjoining observation deck and finding it empty, he called across the bridge, "Anyone know where to find Admiral Spruance?" Admiral Halsey had been hospitalized with a rare form of psoriasis and to recover from extreme fatigue on return of his task force to Pearl Harbor, following his attacks on Japanese positions in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands and the raid on Tokyo. Meanwhile, in the Coral Sea, Admiral Frank Fletcher, leading a 2-carrier task force, had also engaged the Japanese in the Coral Sea. The battle had been a tactical defeat, but a strategic victory, in that Fletcher had scuttled Japanese plans to attack and occupy and expand its presence from Port Moresby, the capital of Papua New Guinea. If the Japanese had succeeded, they would have cut Allied supply lines and threatened the northeastern coast of Australia from only 200 miles away. But the cost of success had been steep. During the battle, the carrier Lexington took a pounding and was later scuttled. Combat had raged for 4 days and had been the first engagement between capital ships at sea during which they never came in sight of one another. Throughout the battle, American F-4F Wildcats and Japanese Zeros buzzed around their respective carriers protectively, engaged in dogfights, and provided escort for the torpedo planes and dive bombers that attacked relentlessly. Concussive waves rolled over the ocean. Dark clouds spewed into the sky among black anti-aircraft puffs. Giant columns of water erupted into the air from the force of high-explosive main gun rounds firing into the ocean to down low-flying fighters. As damaged aircraft spiraled out of control, the fading whine of their engines signaled their doom against the turbulent ocean surface. And then came the deep, throaty booms as torpedoes or dive bombs hit their targets on carriers and destroyers, detonating ammunition magazines and spreading giant fires. The battle had been costly for both combatants. On the U.S. side, in addition to the loss of the Lexington, the carrier Yorktown incurred severe damage and limped back to Pearl Harbor for repair. A destroyer and an oiler were sunk, 69 aircraft were destroyed, and worst of all, 656 pilots and crewmen were killed. Admiral Chester Nimitz commanded the Pacific Fleet and all Allied forces in the Pacific Ocean areas, which included most of the Pacific, except the waters around the islands in the southwest of the ocean. It was he who had ordered Halsey to see a medical doctor, who, in turn, ordered Halsey hospitalized. Nimitz then appointed Admiral Raymond Spruance, Halsey's trusted subordinate, to take command of the task force during the ailing admiral's absence. Admiral Spruance took Captain Browning for a walk, a crewman on the bridge told Josh. "Can you page him to let us know where he is? I've got a priority signal from Admiral Nimitz." Slender, with dark hair, average height, and no-nonsense eyes, Spruance was known to always be on his feet, often roaming whatever ship he was on and engaging with the men under his command. He regularly conducted business with senior subordinates while on these walks. Moments later, a deep-throated voice announced over the PA system throughout the ship, "Bridge to Admiral." Within seconds, a phone on the control panel lit up, and a crewman answered it. He listened a moment, hung up, and turned to Josh. "He's down below, inspecting aircraft." Josh found the Admiral in the cavernous hangar in deep conversation with Captain Browning. They were surrounded by Douglas Dauntless dive bombers, Grumman F-4F Wildcat fighters, and Vindicator torpedo planes, their wings folded over their canopies. The bindings that held them in place groaned with the rhythmic rise and fall of the ship amid the waves. The two men looked up as Josh approached. "What is it?" Browning inquired. Josh grinned. "We got him, sir." He handed over the message. Browning scanned it rapidly and then handed it to the Admiral. "Midway it is," he said. Spruance read the message. It stated simply, "AF is Midway." "The Japanese took Nimitz's bait and confirmed his suspicions," he murmured. "They thought they'd flank us. Two can play at cat and mouse." He smiled slightly. "It's easier when we have their code book." He turned to Browning. "Nimitz guessed right. We won't be going any farther north today." He took a deep breath and pushed it out. "We've got our work cut out. Our orders are to engage the Japs by attrition and not to unduly risk our carriers and cruisers." He chuckled. "As if we'd unduly risk anything. Do this," he told Browning. "When we get back upstairs, prepare a directive for my signature telling our ship's captains to apply a principle of calculated risk. That means they should not expose themselves to a superior force without a strong probability of inflicting severe damage on the enemy. That goes for any landing force and our air forces, too. Let me see the message before it goes out. Meanwhile, let's continue our rounds." "Aye, aye, sir." Making his way back to the operations room, and despite the enormous implications of the message he had just delivered, Josh could not help being amused at the chain of events leading to them. Some months ago, a brilliant cryptologist, Lieutenant Commander Joe Rochefort, with his team in a top-secret set of rooms known as Station Hypo, below the 11th Naval District headquarters on Oahu, had broken the Japanese code by long hours of tedious work, piecing together bits of information that finally made the encryptions plain. In recent weeks, the Japanese had changed their code, but not the settings. U.S. cryptologists were therefore able to update their Japanese codebooks by watching for clues coming across in the new code and matching them against Japanese actions. Enemy radio traffic from the Battle of the Coral Sea had been so voluminous that within days, U.S. cryptologists had reconstructed almost the entire new Japanese codebook. The cryptologists' success led Nimitz's staff to conclude that Japan's next move would be on the Aleutian Islands. Japanese naval doctrine had been built around the primacy of battleships and its main guns, similar to the doctrine of most other world powers. Japan's senior admirals had war-gamed the United States as their chief foe and planned to lure the U.S. Pacific Fleet into sea battles in the Western Pacific, close to Japan. There, they envisioned, Japanese battleships would outflank and destroy their American counterparts. The U.S., on the other hand, had built a navy balanced between battleships and aircraft carriers. Given the destruction inflicted on Pearl Harbor, its current strategy was simple. By agreement with Winston Churchill, as of March 17th, the U.S. took responsibility for the war in the East. In particular, it would engage Japanese forces in the Western Pacific, deny their ability to advance east, and prevent them from invading the U.S. mainland. The strategy derived from studying recent history. U.S. naval theoreticians were impressed by the near destruction of the Italian fleet by obsolete biplanes launched from an aircraft carrier at Taranto. Similarly, they appreciated the role of those same biplanes in hastening the destruction of the Bismarck. Those events, along with war games at the Naval War College, pointed to the growing obsolescence of battleships as the primary naval weapon. The carriers could deliver destruction far deeper into enemy territory with greater precision than the main guns of battleships. That notion had been driven home with the attack on Pearl Harbor by aircraft launched from carriers many miles away in almost the same way that Britain had attacked Taranto. The saving grace for the U.S. had been that her carriers had been out to sea and had avoided the Japanese onslaught. Thus, although Japan enjoyed overall naval superiority in the Pacific, its battleships, sliding into obsolescence, were a large measure of that strength. "And they forgot to keep up with communication security," Josh muttered with a slight thrill, thinking through the situation as he continued towards the operations room. In after-action analysis, The group in which he worked had estimated that Japan's intent in the Coral Sea had been to extend its defensive positions along a 2,800-mile southeastward line extending to Samoa that incorporated the Solomons, New Caledonia, and Fiji. Admiral Fletcher had disrupted those plans in the Coral Sea, denying the Japanese use of those islands and Port Moresby, and costing them heavily. Intelligence on the extent of damage inflicted still filtered in, but what was certain was that Fletcher's forces had destroyed 2 enemy fleet carriers, a light carrier, 9 cruisers, 15 destroyers, a number of lighter vessels, and well over 100 aircraft. Nevertheless, with the loss of the Lexington and supporting ships and the damage to the Yorktown, the engagement had been considered a tactical defeat, but with a strategic victory. No longer could the Japanese hope to expand their reach farther west and south. "And they don't know that we know their plans and positions," Josh breathed. In May, the Hypo team had informed Nimitz that the Imperial Japanese Navy, the IJN, had divided into 5 task forces with plans to expand their defensive perimeter to the north, south, and east. The main force would be composed of a 4-aircraft carrier group, but its target was not identified. Nimitz's staff had reached the conclusion that Japan would attack in the Aleutians because, prior to the battle in the Coral Sea, Japan had intended to take those northern islands arcing southwest from Alaska, as well as Midway Island in the center of the Pacific, and nearly 3,000 miles due north of Samoa. Despite that the results of the Coral Sea battle had been disappointing to Japan, it had not been a complete failure in that the IJN had succeeded in securing Japanese oil supply lines from the East Indies, a major objective. And they still had New Guinea and the Solomon Islands to protect the southern flank. The rest of the plan remained to be executed. The Hypo team intercepted and deciphered the IJN order to proceed east, but U.S. analysts could not determine for certain whether the main objective was Midway or the Aleutians. One of those locations would meet the full force of the Japanese full-carrier group. Therein lay the question: which direction to send Spruance's fleet? A Japanese victory in Midway would deny the U.S. Navy the Pacific west of the island and cut its communications lines to Australia. Japan would then be in position to attack the U.S. directly once again at Pearl Harbor. The Aleutians, on the other hand, were an easier target, which, once seized, would have a similar effect farther north. Further, it placed Japanese soldiers on U.S. territory, positioning them to attack farther into the United States. Beyond those advantages and the psychological blow on the U.S. similar to that of the Doolittle raid on Japanese citizens, taking the Aleutians would also force U.S. approaches to the Japanese homeland to sail farther south, straight across the full 7,000-mile breadth of the Pacific. Regardless, one element of the Japanese plan became clear. Attacks on the Aleutians or Midway were bait to draw out the U.S. fleet. The real objective was the carriers themselves. A month before the IJN set sail, Hypo intercepts revealed Japanese intent to mount another attack to the east, without further specifics. They further revealed that Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the Japanese commander-in-chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy's combined fleet, who had formulated and commanded the attack on Pearl Harbor, feared that the damage done to the U.S. Pacific Fleet was only temporary, and that U.S. industrial might would replenish and expand its naval forces in the Pacific in short order. Once Japan's capital ships had been destroyed, they could not be replaced quickly. Without natural resources, Japan had built its fleet with scrap metal from other nations. As a remedy, Yamamoto intended to destroy all American Pacific Fleet carriers at one time. The rest of the U.S. fleet would be ineffective against Japan, thus perhaps drawing the U.S. to the negotiating table. Further Hypo messages revealed the Japanese admiral's belief that the U.S. had kept its fleet at Pearl Harbor in a defensive posture, and thus would not expect or detect his fleet's approach east. After attacking either the Aleutians or Midway, he could lie in wait for U.S. carriers to rush to defend U.S. territory. Yamamoto can then attack from the flank with 4 carriers and all his aircraft, and pick off the rest of the U.S. fleet at his leisure anywhere in the Pacific. U.S. naval analysts in Washington argued to Nimitz that, given America's losses in the Coral Sea, the IJN would opt for the easier target in the Aleutians. The still formidable IJN presence in New Guinea and the Solomons, they argued, would be enough to inhibit U.S. supply lines in the south. For that reason, Yamamoto was likely to move against targets in the North Pacific, specifically in the Aleutians. Nimitz disagreed. Relying on intelligence from Rochefort and Station Hypo, he believed the main attack would target Midway in the early days of June. Still, he acknowledged the possibility of an attack against the Aleutians, so he deployed Spruance's Task Force 16 to a position 350 miles northeast of Midway and 2,200 miles south of the Aleutians to lie in wait. Task Force 17, under Admiral Fletcher, was also designated for the anticipated battle, but Yorktown needed extensive repairs from its mauling in the Battle of the Coral Sea. Amazingly, the repair crews, working around the clock and against all odds, had put her in seaworthy shape within 72 hours. Yorktown set sail with her carrier group to catch up with Task Force 16, bringing the composition of the two task forces under the overall command of Admiral Fletcher to 3 carriers with 8 cruisers, 15 destroyers, 16 submarines, and 333 aircraft. Furthermore, 150 land-based heavy bombers were stationed on Midway. Rochefort's team at Hypo estimated that the main Japanese force, commanded by Vice Admiral Nagumo, consisted of 4 aircraft carriers, 2 battleships, 7 cruisers, 14 destroyers, and 276 aircraft. An IJN amphibious transport group carrying assault troops also sailed farther south. The Japanese had coded their main target with the encrypted letters AF. Although Rochefort's team readily decrypted the letters, they had found nothing that identified which target, Midway or the Aleutians, they represented. 2,600 miles of ocean spanned between them. The decision of where Nimitz should send his 3-carrier group rode on determining precisely which objective those 2 letters, AF, referred to. Josh shook his head at the thought of what would happen if Nimitz guessed wrong. Disaster. He grinned at the simple ruse that Nimitz had run to resolve the issue. Several days earlier, Rochefort instructed the signal intelligence operators on Midway Island to send out a distress message in the clear, stating that their desalinization plant had malfunctioned and the troops were without water. Shortly, the cryptologists at Pearl Harbor intercepted a message from the Japanese to their higher headquarters relaying the news of a water shortage on AF. It's Midway. Josh entered the operations room, stopped for a cup of coffee, and took it to his desk where he sat down, stretched back in his chair, and breathed a contented sigh. "You look happy, sir." Josh smirked and shook his head. "Who could be happy in this war? We got our shorts handed to us at Pearl Harbor, but then we stung the Japs with our raids in Gilbert and the Marshalls, surprised them in Tokyo, knocked them on their heels in the Coral Sea, and they won't be ready for what we're bringing at Midway." Just then the door swung open, and Captain Browning held it for Admiral Spruance. Everyone in the room popped to attention. "As you were," the Admiral said with a subdued smile. "I came to review plans and made sure we're ready. We'll make enemy contact tomorrow." At first, no one moved or spoke, but as duties required actions, crew members returned to what they'd been doing, albeit in a more somber atmosphere. The Admiral moved about the room with Browning as the two studied maps, reviewed documents, and asked questions. Several minutes later, they headed for the door. On impulse, Josh lunged to his feet. "Admiral, if I may?" Spruance and Browning stopped and turned, regarding him questioningly. "Yes, Commander," the Admiral said. Josh took a deep breath while looking back and forth between them. "Sir, I should be flying." Browning regarded him with reproachful amusement. "Commander, we need you here." "Sir, you need pilots. That's what I am. Operations is a sideline I didn't ask for. When the first plane launches, all plans go out the window." He gestured around the room at the other men. "This is a competent team. They don't need me." Spruance regarded Josh with an expression. "You heard the chief." He turned to leave. Captain Browning, please," Josh persisted, addressing the Chief of Staff. "I'm a pilot. I did what you asked. I went with the Doolittle Flyers, liaised, and trained with them, watched them fly off the Hornet bound for Tokyo, but I couldn't go with them. We still don't know the status of some of them, including Captain Ted Lawson, who became a close friend. The team here did fine without me during the Gilbert and Marshall raids, and I manned this office during the Coral Sea action, where I lost more friends. Please, don't leave me in a position to lose even more while I sit in a chair." Spruance regarded him sternly. "You know this ship is a prime target. None of us sitting in chairs during the battle will think of ourselves as being in a safe place." Josh's face turned scarlet. "Yes, sir. No, sir." He became slightly flustered. "What I mean, sir, is that my place is defending your ship, from up there." He jabbed a finger in the air. Spruance peered at him a moment longer and then turned to Browning. "What's he talking about with the Doolittle Raiders?" "We sent him to watch the B-25 trials in Norfolk off the Hornet, and then we had him stay with the pilots while we trained. He volunteered to replace any crew member on the raid if needed, but the occasion didn't arise." "I see." He looked back at Josh again, studying him. "I'll talk to your boss. No promises." Chapter 38. June 4th, 1942. Horrified, Josh stared at the map in the operations room. Behind him, a radio streamed disturbing commo from pilots engaged in battle. Early that morning, the Enterprise had received frantic reports that Dutch Harbor, on the island of Unalaska, was under attack, as were Attu and Kiska, 2 islands 400 miles farther west along the Aleutian chain. The attacking force consisted of 2 small carriers with fewer than 100 planes. Intelligence analysts pored over communications to learn if the contact was a feint, an operation independent of that taking place west of Midway, or the front end of the main attack. Nimitz still believed that the Japanese main force was aimed at Midway, and therefore had chosen not to commit heavy forces to the Aleutians. Regardless, he was unwilling to relinquish a single American island to the Japanese. In response to enemy actions there, he ordered Task Force 8, commanded by Spruance's Annapolis classmate, Rear Admiral Fuzzy Theobald, to, quote, inflict maximum attrition on the enemy, unquote. Task Force 8 was equipped with 2 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 4 destroyers. At 0900 hours yesterday, a PBY Catalina scout plane spotted the Japanese transport fleet mentioned in Hypo's intelligence reports. It was headed toward Midway. The scout shadowed the ships until a second one joined to confirm and take a closer look. Then a flight of B-17 Flying Fortresses flew over and dropped bombs, sinking an oiler, but otherwise doing no damage. At 0300 hours today, Josh received word that more Catalinas had taken to the skies from Midway in a wide fan to the west to search for the IJN's 4-carrier group. Then, at 0545 hours, one of the scouts reported sighting a carrier. 7 minutes later, 2 more Catalinas separately reported seeing 2 more carriers. Within minutes, an urgent message from Midway's radar station reported a large formation of inbound aircraft 93 miles to the northeast at an altitude of 11,000 feet. Crewmen in the Enterprise's operations room moved markers on a wall map to represent the estimated 100-plus enemy aircraft, and then different symbols for the Marine Buffalo and Wildcat fighters launched from the island to meet them. 16 Dauntless and 11 Vindicator dive bombers followed, and then 6 Avenger torpedo bombers and 4 B-26 Marauders, all headed to intercept the Japanese fleet. Realizing the scale of what was about to happen, Josh shook his head. Most of the American aircraft were considered no match for the Japanese Zeros sent up to protect their carriers. He was further dismayed when, shortly afterward, 37 Flying Fortresses flew to encounter the carriers without fighter escort. The Marines burst into the sky, and by the time aerial combat started at 0616 hours, they had gained height advantage. Escorted by fighters, the torpedo planes and dive bombers dove on the formation of Japanese bombers, but the Zeros quickly demolished their numbers, spinning around them, outmaneuvering them, and knocking 13 Buffaloes and 2 Wildcats from the sky. Continuing on to Midway almost without disruption, but with no aircraft on the ground to attack, the Japanese flew through massive anti-aircraft fire. They dropped bombs on a field of fuel storage tanks, igniting them, and sending black smoke and billowing flames leaping into the air, while their dive bombers attacked hangars and other support facilities. The phone rang in the operations room where Josh watched the carnage play out on the wall map. A crewman took the call and then crossed the room to him. "Sir, Captain Browning wants to see you on the bridge." Josh bolted out the door and hurried along the decks and up the ladders of the pitching ship, arriving on the observation deck by the bridge within minutes. There he encountered Spruance and Browning in conversation. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Browning caught his eye, nodded, and motioned him closer. Spruance moved away to a rail and looked out across the ocean. "Admiral Fletcher ordered an early launch," Browning said. "Our guys spotted 3 Japanese carriers, and we know there's a 4th. The enemy aircraft from the first strike on Midway are heading back to their carriers to refuel and rearm, and that's when to hit them. I've notified flight operations to move up their timetables. I need you to make sure everything is coordinated and goes smoothly." "Aye, aye, sir," Josh replied without expression and started to hurry away. "Commander," Browning called after him, "this is why I wouldn't approve you going back to flight. We need someone to make sure this gets done right. For what it's worth, your boss was reluctantly in favor of letting you fly." "Aye, aye, sir. I follow orders." As combat continued past 0930 hours, Josh's spirits plunged. The few Marine planes that made it past the Zero's gauntlet were mauled on reaching the Japanese carrier group. Only 2 flying fortresses arrived safely back on Midway, and Josh continued to see the entire battle unfold on the map. Already, among the names of pilots known to have gone down, were several close friends. He received word that the Japanese had spotted Task Forces 16 and 17. Amazingly, however, their scout had reported only 10
Hi there. Need a quick breather? Here's a moment of chill music just for you. This audiobook is free. No sign-ups, no strings. Hope you're enjoying it.
Saw it get plasticized, digitized in front of you. I know you're tired of feeling paralyzed. Understand it's all inside your head. Nobody's holding you down. You're on the ground because you never got up. Your excuses are used. Now get yourself out of your own way. Sitting in the room of a stranger after they promised they had control. Now we all have a chair and we pay to be seen, to be heard. We borrow their armchairs to learn.
ships with no mention of the 3 American carriers. "They'll figure out their mistake soon enough, but that one will cost them." As the aircraft from the Enterprise and the Hornet launched, he monitored their progress. Instead of organizing into formations, most of the planes headed straight toward the Japanese carriers and were joined by those of the Yorktown, 156 aircraft spread in a line astern at irregular intervals, stretched across 135 miles above the ocean. They included 46 Devastator torpedo bombers, 89 Dauntless dive bombers, and 26 Wildcat fighters. Then, about the time that Josh expected to hear news of contact, the radio crackled from the lead planes. "Be advised, we do not see the carriers. I say again, we do not see them. They must have changed course." Josh inhaled and let his breath out slowly, wondering which was worse, hearing the terrifying radio chatter of ongoing combat and screams of wounded and burned pilots plunging to their deaths, or that the enemy had disappeared. The IJN still lurked somewhere, preparing to pounce. Meanwhile, brave men used up precious fuel in search. The U.S. planes dispersed to scout, the lead Dauntless dive bombers from the Enterprise continuing straight, while 15 of Hornet's slow-moving torpedo devastators turned north, and after some minutes reported spotting the carrier group. Flying low and slow to drop their torpedoes in the water on their trajectories without breaking them, and unescorted by protective fighters, the Vindicators closed the distance and attacked. The radio sizzled with strained voices, screams, grunts, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and bullets slamming into the small planes. Plainly the Zeros had struck back, and then within minutes all was silent from that quarter of the ocean. Josh's head drooped, and he hid his face. The only plausible conclusion was that the entire squadron had sacrificed itself to delay the Japanese task force. Minutes later, the scene repeated. As Josh and the operations crew monitored in horror, 14 Vindicators from the Enterprise began their run, also without fighter protection, and quickly met the same fate as their predecessors. Adding to the tragedy, not a single torpedo reached a target. "The Japanese are celebrating an easy victory," Josh muttered under his breath. Struggling to maintain his spirits, he watched the tragic situation on the map. "If there's a silver lining, it's that we've forced them to use up fuel and ammo, and we've delayed their second strike." And then yet another wave of 12 Vindicators, this time from Yorktown, flew into the same fate, with 2 of them managing to escape back to their ship, but no targets hit. Then a decrypted message came through that another Japanese scout had correctly identified that the group of 10 American warships spotted earlier included 3 aircraft carriers. Suddenly, a crewman called to Josh from across the room as others rushed to change the configuration of symbols on the map. "Sir, Captain McCluskey's group of dive bombers, the ones that continued straight on, they turned north and conducted a box recon. They've spotted all 4 carriers, and they're converging on them from their left rear. The Zeros are flying low to engage our torpedo bombers, and apparently haven't seen the dive bombers. They're coming in high, 47 of them, in formation." "Put 'em on the speaker," Josh ordered. "That's the Kaga," a disembodied voice called over the speaker. "Spread out, or we'll collide on our dives. Spread out." "Pulling away." Josh recognized the voice of one of his best friends. "Going after Soryu." Then the first voice. "Diving now. Keep your intervals. Follow me." Someone flew with an open mic, and Josh was glad of it for sharing in the next exhilarating moments. The roar of wind and aircraft resounded through the operations room, and then the unmistakable rat-a-tat of anti-aircraft weapons. "A direct hit on Kaga," another voice called, followed by the far-off booms of multiple explosions. "Diving on Soryu," McCluskey called. Moments later, 3 direct hits. More explosions reverberated. A cheer erupted across the operations room. "Sir," a crewman called across to Josh, "a formation of dive bombers from the Yorktown is converging on Akagi. That's the flagship." "Patch us in." The crewman nodded. Another voice sounded over the crackling radio speaker. "2 carriers burning out of control," a pilot yelled in elation. "Diving on Akagi." Everyone in the operations room stopped to listen, and then, "Direct hit! Magazine's detonating!" Another cheer erupted, but a radio operator held up a hand. "Sir, the Yorktown's been hit by a flight of bombers. She's on fire and listing. Her planes are being diverted to land here on the Enterprise." Silence descended. "All right," Josh said. He turned to another crewman. "Make sure we know the type of each plane as it lands, and keep a running count of the total. They'll want to know that upstairs." He looked across at the bank of radio operators. "Any word on that 4th carrier, the Hiryu?" Negative responses came in shakes of heads or murmured comments. Captain Browning entered and stood next to Josh, staring at the map. He observed the small markers showing the estimate of current dispositions of friendly and enemy ships and planes, and the names of downed pilots. "Your buddies kept the enemy at bay until we could mount a counterattack," he muttered to Josh. "They didn't die in vain." Josh nodded somberly. "I suppose you heard about a group of planes from the Hornet that flew west to nowhere." Browning frowned. That was an honest mistake. Admiral Fletcher believed that 2 of the Japanese carriers were operating up to 150 miles behind the first 2. Recall that our first reports mentioned only 1 carrier. That's the fog of war, and their ships took advantage of the real mist hovering over the ocean this morning. The good news is that we'll get those flyers and planes back intact. He was quiet a moment, started to speak again, hesitated, and then said, "We're cobbling together a group to go after the Hiryu. She's like a wounded wolf now, with the younger, smaller members of the pack still following her, and she'll seek revenge. If we don't kill her, we'll meet the fate of the 3 carriers in her group. She's cruising toward the Yorktown and has already launched an attack of Nakajima B-5N torpedo bombers and escort fighters. We don't know how many, but that leaves her with a thin air cover to defend her right now. I'm not sure I'm doing you a favor, but we're pulling every pilot aboard this ship. We've got 42 dive bombers to launch, and we've got 1 without a pilot. Your senior operations non-com can take over." Josh's head swung around. "I'll take her." "Have you ever flown a dive bomber?" "No, sir, but I know the basics. Start the dive at 20,000 feet, 70-degree angle to the target, lift the perforated dive flaps located on the upper rear surface of the wings, release at 1,500 to 2,000 feet, and pull out. A piece of cake." "Don't forget those flaps. They'll stabilize your dive." "I'll be sure to remember that." Josh took a final glance at the map. Then he grabbed his flight gear stashed below his desk and rushed for the door. "Thank you, sir. I'll see you on my return." Browning watched him go. "I hope so," he muttered. Josh hurried through the passageways, passing the ready rooms of Scouting 6 and Bombing 6 squadrons along the way. Only 9 pilots were in Scouting 6's room, where 17 of them had prepared for battle that morning. For Bombing 6, the losses were even greater, having lost 10 of 15 planes and their pilots. Josh had hardly dared to look inside, expecting to see disconsolate survivors of the morning's flight. They looked exhausted with deep lines and eye sockets, but he saw only alacrity and determination as they prepared for yet another sortie. Emerging onto the flight deck, the sweep of wind nearly bowled him over with an overwhelming stench of smoke. But as he steadied his legs and gazed about, the look and feel of battle was nearly as overpowering. On the opposite side, a crew struggled with a Dauntless so blackened by fire and riddled with bullets that it could not be repaired. They pushed it overboard, while Josh wondered how it had managed to fly back to the carrier, and then what had happened to its crew. Here and there along the deck, medics worked on pilots and gunners writhing in pain. Some burned, others shot up, and still more rescued from the ocean half-drowned. Then, in the direction of the Yorktown, tiny black dots zoomed across the skies, climbing, diving, spewing streams of fire and smoke, some circling in such close proximity to each other that they appeared to be dancing a minuet between the clouds. And then one would plunge to the ocean's surface, leaving a trail of black smoke. Josh watched only a moment, and then a voice blared over the PA system. "Pilots, man your planes." He suddenly realized that he had not asked where he should report. He searched across the back end of the ship where a mass of Dauntless dive bombers had gathered in takeoff formation, the propellers already whipping the wind on the ones out front. Recognizing pilots from Scouting 6, Bombing 6, and Bombing 3, Josh sprinted toward them, worked his way around to the rear of the formation, and grabbed the deckhand. "Which one's empty?" he yelled. The deckhand pointed. "It has a gunner, just needs a driver." As Josh glanced toward where the man pointed, he gasped. The plane was blackened with soot and bullet-ridden. A dark reddish smear trailed from the cockpit on the left side down to the wing. Dried blood. "Are you sure it'll fly?" The deckhand grimaced. "The mechanics went over it. Everything works, and the engine sounded good. They patched as many holes as they could and released it for operations." "Where's the pilot?" "Below, getting repaired. The medics took him." Chapter 39. Amid the rumble of the SBD-2 Dauntless's 1,200 horsepower Wright Our 1820-60 Cyclone 9-cylinder air-cooled radial piston engine, and the pitching of the massive Enterprise riding the waves, Josh peered around his cockpit at the instrument panel, ensuring he knew where the perforated flaps and the bomb release levers were, taking time to check out the aiming device, and taking note of dents and quickly patched-over bullet holes. The space was comparable in size to the Wildcat fighter he usually flew. All of the torpedo planes had been lost, and the fighters were in the air providing cover. Just before strapping in, a deck crewman had explained the bomb release lever on the left side of the aircraft. "Yank this hard when you're ready," the man had yelled above the wind and the roar of engines of many dive bombers. "And then pull up immediately," the crewman continued. "Control your breathing or you'll black out. You'll be pulling about 9 Gs. Your flight leader, Lieutenant Gallagher, will let you know when to dive. Your aiming device might fog up as you get to lower altitude. You'll have to work through it. Dive to the center of mass, but keep watch left and right. It's going to get crowded with this many planes diving for the same ship." Josh had acknowledged, and on signal, he started his engines. He flipped a switch and called over the intercom to his rear-facing gunner behind him. "Are you ready for this?"
"I expect so, sir. This is my second outing today."
"What happened to your pilot?"
"He took one in his right leg and maybe his shoulder, too. I'm not sure. The aircraft's fine, but getting back on the carrier was touch and go."
Josh glanced down and to his right, noting another smear where blood had been wiped away. "And what about you? How are you doing?"
"Ask me again later, sir, when we're down for good."
"Got it. What's your name?"
"Radio man Ben Crenshaw, sir. I'm your gunner."
"Now, pleased to meet you, Ben. Since we might be the last humans either of us ever speaks to, we might as well be on a first-name basis. Call me Josh." Ben chuckled audibly over the intercom.
"That'd be difficult for me, sir. Habits don't break easy, and I come from a long line of Navy non-coms."
"Suit yourself, Ben. Which carrier did you fly from?"
The Yorktown. I came over when the Lexington went down in the Coral Sea. And by the way, I had this same plane on Ford Island when the Japs attacked Pearl Harbor, and she attacked the Akagi this morning. It made a direct hit."
"I saw that. 3 bullseyes. When did your pilot get hit?"
"On the way out of the target area. The Zeros are flying low, going after our torpedo guys. By the time they saw us, it was too late to stop the bombs. They chased us after we dropped. Good thing they were almost out of gas and ammo."
"Did you get any of them?"
Ben laughed. "One came up behind us so fast and close that I could see the pilot's face. I had to be careful so I didn't shoot out our stabilizer. I think the Jap's magazines were empty. He didn't shoot. He intended to ram us from the rear. My pilot dove so that the Zero flew over us, and I blew him out of the sky. I shot at some others, too, but I can't claim any more damage."
"Good job. We'll make a great team, and we'll get back together."
Ben laughed again. "The only thing I know for sure, sir, is that I won't get back here without you."
With images flitting across his mind of fellow pilots now gone, Josh swallowed hard. Then, watching the deck crew, he called back, "Hunker down. Here we go." Minutes later, taking his turn, he revved the mighty engine, and with a wave from the launch officer, he sped the length of the deck and lifted into the wind behind multiple aircraft that had taken off ahead of him. High noon came and went as the flight of dauntless dive bombers droned west. Although the distance between the 3 U.S. carriers and what was left of the Japanese force had closed, at least an hour was required to reach the Hiryu. Most of the time was uneventful and might have turned boring but for the fury anticipated ahead and Josh's need to further familiarize himself with the cockpit. He took pains to reach for the bomb release and the perforated upper flaps repeatedly until they became natural motions, and he pictured the dive, imagining the stresses and the actions he would have to take. Flying at 20,000 feet, they expected and saw no engagements. "I'm playing follow the leader," Josh called back to Ben, "and trusting that Gallagher knows how to spot the target."
I've flown with him a few times, Ben replied. He knows what he's doing.
I'm glad to hear it. By the way, I've never honchoed a Dauntless before. When we're in the dive, if I forget to raise those flaps, give me a holler.
Ben snickered. Sir, I can't see the wings the way I'm sitting, and I'll be hard-pressed to turn my head that far around. Besides which, Zeros are known for following the dive bombers down. I might be kind of busy, but I'll keep your request in mind. I suggest you don't forget.
And make sure you have enough room to pull out after you drop them bad boys.
Josh grunted.
Point taken. At least try to let me know if one of ours is wandering too close.
Roger that.
Sooner than he could believe, Gallagher waggled his wings. Josh quickly searched the ocean below, but saw nothing to indicate a vessel, much less a large aircraft carrier. Then his peripheral vision picked up motion, and turning his concentration to that point, he saw a slight form moving across the sky far below, and then recognized the shape of a Japanese Zero. As he watched, it climbed to meet them, joined by several others. Then, a short distance ahead on the ocean's surface, Josh saw the white line of a wake on the ocean, tiny from this distance. Searching along it, he spotted the Hiryu, looking the size of a small bug. Gallagher dropped his nose. In succession, those behind followed. "Here we go," Josh called to Ben. His heart raced as he pushed his stick forward, lined up on the small spot at the end of the wake, and throttled up. The formation of Dauntless bombers screamed toward the ocean, accelerating to greater and greater velocity, pulled by gravity and their 1,200 horsepower engines. Exhilaration spread through Josh's arms and legs at the thrill of such speed, with the ocean hurtling toward them, and the outlines of the aircraft carrier becoming distinct and growing. The wind buffeted the Dauntless. Maintaining control became difficult, and then he remembered to set the dive flaps. The pummeling turbulence subsided, but holding to his flight path took all his concentration and strength. Josh had enjoyed many hours of flying fighters, but always in practice. Being sent to Norfolk and then to train with the Doolittle Raiders, and subsequently confined to the operations room, the thought suddenly struck that he had never flown in combat. He had practiced many maneuvers, including diving and taking tight turns, and he knew to tuck his chest into his knees when he pulled out of the dive to force oxygen into his upper body and brain, but he had never done that at the speeds he now reached, and he had never experienced gravitational forces of 9 Gs. Can I do it? The ship grew larger in the aiming device, and then, just as the deckhand had predicted, the lens fogged up. Momentarily panicked, Josh sat up in his seat, centering his view over the top of it, holding the sight of the Hiryu steady as it continued to enlarge before his eyes. Then a loud, repetitive pounding sound mixed with the rising whine of the aircraft through buffeting, condensed air, and he realized that Ben had fired his twin flexible-mounted Browning M1919 machine guns out the rear. "Zeros are on us!" He registered that the interval between the screaming dive bombers of his squadron converged as they dove on the same point. Glancing at his altimeter, he was astounded to see that he had plunged to 4,000 feet. His breath came in short gasps as adrenaline surged through his body and beads of sweat dripped from under his helmet onto the instrument panel. He grasped the bomb release lever and held it, glancing once again at the altimeter. The indicator spun past 2,500 feet. The ship appeared of immense size now, shimmering alternately between clear and blurred vision. Plumes of water rose high into the air where dive bombers ahead of Josh had dropped and missed, and peripherally he saw them pull up sharply and rise back into the air. Glancing down again, he saw that he had plummeted below 2,000 feet, and the altimeter arms spun. Jerking hard on the release lever, he felt a bump as the bomb cradle on the underside centerline station of the aircraft pushed the bomb below the radius of the propellers and dropped its lethal projectile. With no time to see where his bomb had struck, Josh inhaled to capacity, leaned his torso hard against his upper legs, pulled the stick back with all his might, and mashed his pedal. The steel-gray ship and the turbulent waves careened toward him. Pulling on the stick, darkness closed around his mind, obscuring his vision. He breathed deeply and shook off the brain fog. The aircraft shuddered as it leveled out only a few dozen feet above the frothing water and began to climb. Then the engine sputtered and died. Josh looked about rapidly. He was well away from the Hiryu, but not out of the battle area. He attempted to restart the engine. He was too low. "We're going in," he called back to Ben. "Get ready." He heard no response. Josh pushed his regular flaps down. He wondered fleetingly if he should also lower the dive flaps on the top surface, but he had no time to think the action through. The aircraft glided silently, the only sound being the rush of wind against the canopy and far-off booms. Then, a few feet above the water, having slowed the aircraft as much as he could, Josh flared it, and it hit the waves. It bounced across the crests and fell lower among the wave tops. Its nose dropped, it spun around, and then settled upright. Barely conscious, Josh tried to call back to Ben, but found he could not finger the mic. Darkness closed in, and he vaguely thought that strange, for being too early in the day, despite the overcast sky. And then, in the distance, he heard a thunderous explosion that reverberated across water, shocked him to greater consciousness briefly, repeated several times, and then died away. Distantly understanding its import, Josh broke into a pained smile. The Hiryu was no more. The Imperial Japanese Navy main force was defeated. Chapter 40. June 19th, 1942. Hyde Park, New York.
"You needn't have picked me up,"
Churchill told Roosevelt, climbing into the front seat of the president's 1936 Ford Phaeton convertible at a nearby airfield.
"I'm sure someone would have given me a lift."
"Nonsense. I love driving this car and showing it off. It gives me a sense of freedom." He indicated a set of levers on the stem of the steering wheel. "Since polio precluded the use of my legs, a mechanic in Poughkeepsie, Fred Rillia, modified the clutch and brakes so I could operate them with my hands." With the top down and a security detail keeping a respectful distance in another vehicle, they drove out of Airhaven Airport and turned onto North Quaker Lane, heading south on a plateau that descended gently on their right. On either side, wide farmland divided by stone walls and framed by huge old-growth trees spread out, and the fragrance of June wildflowers filled the air. Both men reveled in the wind against their faces.
"This is magnificent," Churchill called, "and refreshing. Doing this often enough, I could feel young again."
Roosevelt beamed. "My old stomping grounds. I wanted to show you around where I grew up. Our family home is right on the Hudson with lots of views. How was your trip?"
"Much more pleasant than the voyage on the battleship last December. I came by one of Boeing's flying boats. Hard to believe we made it in 13 hours instead of 8 days, and I got to sit in the co-pilot seat for a couple of hours. It's great fun. One of the few advantages of my position during a world war."
Roosevelt's eyes gleamed. He nodded as the road stretched straight ahead of them, and he pressed the accelerator. "Hold on to your hat. We've got to enjoy life's small pleasures where we find them." He reached across and clapped Churchill's shoulder. "We'll use this drive to catch up, privately." Roosevelt slowed the sedan as they neared an intersection with Crum Elbow Road, and then he turned right onto it. It curved gently downhill, turned hard right, and took them to New York State Route 9G, which then curved west, became Andrews Road, and traversed through thick forest. "The last time you visited, you predicted that things would be rough this year," Roosevelt said. "You were right."
"But not without success. You had your Doolittle raid over Tokyo, and we had ours at Saint-Nazaire. Something tells me your victory at Midway was even more significant than was apparent at first blush. Then again, we lost Singapore."
Churchill's tone turned somber.
"That was a bitter pill. The worst defeat of British forces in history, along with our other losses in the Far East. I feel we did General Wavell a grave injustice."
"Ah, but we fight on.
No sooner did Admiral Spruance's task force finish up at Midway than he was ordered to prepare for our first major land offensive in the Pacific at a place called Guadalcanal. It's a small island in the Solomons. The Japanese are building an airfield there to interdict the supply line between Hawaii and Australia. We can't let that happen. The operation will commence in early August.
Churchill sighed.
Fighting on is a noble sentiment, and it's not always embraced. The Australians and New Zealanders are good fighters, but their national leadership, if you can call it that, now feels the war on their doorsteps. No longer are they just sending aid across the world to the mother country. They jump at the slightest setback, pressuring us to safeguard their soldiers regardless of strategic or tactical issues. Their own neglect of defense budgets before the war left them vulnerable, and now they vacillate between providing barely adequate support or not nearly enough. We had to pull the Australians off the line in Malaya at the worst possible time to allay the concerns of their Prime Minister, Mr. Curtin, and they keep changing governments.
Roosevelt nodded.
Curtin didn't do himself any favors with that article he published in the Melbourne Herald. In effect, he told you that Australia would cozy up to America at Britain's expense. The Canadians saw the situation that way, too, and they were not impressed. Fortunately, Australia's old Prime Minister from the Great War put the situation in context when he called Curtin's notion suicidal.
Yes, he did. Billy Hughes is a good man, and he was a great PM, but we've had other setbacks. The situation in North Africa goes back and forth. At present, we're winning, and of course, our chaps have held out heroically against all odds at Tobruk.
They came to a T intersection, and the President steered to the right onto Albany Post Road.
"We are almost there," he said, and then asked, "Your soldiers at Tobruk were under siege for how long?"
7 months, with much hardship and bloodshed,"
Churchill replied. To his left, between the trees, he caught glimpses of the mighty Hudson River.
"But General Auchinleck managed to push Rommel back 300 miles. I'm hoping that continues. We must hold Tobruk at all costs. It's key to a supply brace for offensive operations, and without it we'll lose Egypt and the Suez. Losing Tobruk would threaten our access to the Far East, seriously threatening support from Australia and New Zealand. India as well, not to mention our oil supplies in Iraq and Iran. Hitler's already trying to push down through the Caucasus to get at them. Those oil fields must be defended, and we're stretched thin."
They came to a set of ornate wrought iron gates on their left. Guards opened it, and Roosevelt turned in and drove down a long lane shaded with tall oak trees. Grassy fields stretched away on either side of the car.
"You survived a vote of confidence in the Parliament," Roosevelt observed.
Taking in the magnificent view, Churchill scoffed.
"That's a perfectly acceptable constitutional process, but it's little understood in America. I called for the vote. It's a way of measuring real support for actions taken and anticipated. In this case, the result showed that the people are firmly behind me, and that's something the loyal opposition needed to see, which was why I did it."
The President threw his head back and laughed.
"You're crazy like a fox, Winston."
His tone turned serious.
"We're going to have our differences, you know that. While our main objectives of defeating Germany and Japan are the same, our subordinate objectives might differ, and our concepts of how we meet our common objectives might sometimes be at odds."
"I understand your subtext, Franklin, but as you know, I'm an unapologetic defender of the British Empire. I've seen the good that it's brought to many parts of the world."
"And I'm an anti-imperialist. I think it impudent to ask for support from India to save the motherland when you don't allow them self-governance."
Churchill shrugged impatiently.
"Those are larger issues, more complex than the simple formulations we just uttered, which won't be solved here now. Joseph Stalin is antithetical to anything either of us stands for, and he's as bad as Hitler. You know he engineered that famine in Ukraine that starved 18 million people. Yet we're now allied with him. Well, thankfully he's not currently threatening the world, but give him time."
Roosevelt frowned. "I agree, which is why we must adhere closely with the war objectives we hold in common."
"Are you thinking of any issues in particular?"
Roosevelt shook his head. "Just rumblings. Your raids in Norway and at Saint-Nazaire were tremendous morale boosters for Britain, and the raids we pulled off in the Marshalls, along with the success we had in Tokyo, the Coral Sea, and at Midway, lift the spirits of our people. But the war is far from decided, despite our rising confidence. Couple that with the threat Japan still poses to our west coast, and it's easy to see why a push to defeat them now is a strong sentiment among the citizenry and the military."
Churchill studied the president's face.
"What are your thoughts in that regard?"
Roosevelt blew out a breath of air. He reached a Y intersection and steered the car to the left. A short distance off to their right was a beautiful red carriage house set back among some trees. Continuing past it, they arrived at a 2-story brown brick mansion, white-trimmed with a semicircular portico and green shutters on many windows.
"This is Springwood," the president announced. "This is home. Welcome."
Churchill gazed about at the elegant beauty of the grand house and the surrounding gardens and trees. They were on a plateau above scenic bluffs overlooking the river.
"It's beautiful,"
he murmured, and started to get out.
"Wait," Roosevelt urged. "I'll show you around the whole estate, but let's finish this discussion. You asked for my thoughts on the question of Germany or Japan first."
The Prime Minister nodded and turned to listen.
"The Pacific is a big ocean," the President said, "and the Japanese have no replacement capability for their capital ships. That could change, but they won't be able to do it at the speed or in the numbers that we will. Meanwhile, German U-boats are right off our eastern shore, sinking our Atlantic supply convoys."
He paused and cast a searching glance at the Prime Minister.
"I don't think Hitler's given up on invading your island. I think he intends to do it once he's defeated the Soviets."
After a pause, he said grimly,
"While you're here, we need to talk more in depth about tube alloys."
"Yes."
Churchill matched Roosevelt's grave tone.
"The situation remains as it was when we first started discussing the matter back in 1939. Except that our scientists now believe that an atomic bomb is possible. Our atomic research facilities are still the most advanced in the world, but Hitler still occupies Norway, the only source of heavy water in quantity sufficient to develop an atomic bomb."
Roosevelt contemplated the thought.
"So Britain must not be allowed to fall. That dictates a Europe-first strategy."
Churchill's eyes narrowed.
"For those very pragmatic reasons, that is correct. Obviously, my motivation extends far beyond them."
"Of course. I didn't intend to imply otherwise, but the subject of tube alloys is something we can't yet divulge to either of our peoples. So we're left with bringing along their support by other rationale. This dilemma affects the military, too. Some of my advisers want to either take the fight to the Nazis now or cut bait and go after the Japanese. They're calling for either an immediate invasion of Europe or to shift attention to the Pacific."
Churchill scoffed lightly, barely containing his impatience.
"Is your army trained up enough? Only a few months ago it numbered in the low hundreds of thousands, and we agreed then that we'll need millions to make an effective cross-channel invasion, carry out our other military objectives. Do you have the shipping capacity to transport an army of millions across the Atlantic? Do you yet have those millions of soldiers? 2 years are needed to develop a seasoned soldier, and you have only a few combat veterans from the last war to train and lead the new recruits. And we'll need air superiority over Europe. Despite the arrival of your 8th Air Force, we've not achieved that, and I don't see it happening soon."
Roosevelt chuckled.
"Winston, you don't mince words."
He turned serious again.
But neither of our populations is aware of the danger out of Norway with its heavy water. We might have to do something about that without waiting for decisive action in either Europe or the Pacific. But I'll tell you this." Roosevelt's voice lowered with matter-of-fact resonance. "America had better be in combat in the European theater this year, 1942, or the public clamor to shift priority to Japan will force my hand." The two sat in silence for a few minutes. Then Churchill said firmly,
"We've spoken about North Africa before, the belly of the crocodile. That's your point of entry into the European theater. That's where your army gets blooded. That's where we'll end the legend of the Desert Fox and hand the Führer his first major defeat."
The president exhaled. "Stalin would argue that he's already done the latter on the outskirts of Moscow last winter."
"And I would argue that the winter delivered that defeat, just as it did to Napoleon. Hitler's soldiers were frozen in the snow by the thousands, within sight of the Kremlin, and yet he pushes another offensive towards Stalingrad as we speak."
Churchill turned to face the president.
"It's North Africa, sir. That's where we strike first."
Silence once again descended, and once again Churchill broke it.
"Getting back to the matter of the tube alloys in Norway, for a number of months we've been preparing for action there. Operation Gunnicide. It'll come off early next year."
He cast a sidelong glance at Roosevelt.
"We tried bombing the heavy water plant without success. It's quite inaccessible, ensconced as it is on the side of a steep mountain with thick forest all about. It's well defended, hardened, and only a very lucky bomb strike has a chance of penetrating the facility and doing much damage from the air."
Roosevelt took a long look at the Prime Minister. "Another commando raid?" Churchill nodded.
"Norwegians. We're training them."
"Will you keep me apprised?"
"Of course."
Roosevelt grunted. "The North Africa matter must be resolved at once. We'll hash it out among our staffs when we go to D.C. We'll need to speak more about tube alloys and bring them in on that as well. Our scientists owe me information on the subject. Harry Hopkins is bringing it with him tomorrow, so we can discuss the matter authoritatively. But to my mind, now, it's time for a joint effort." He was quiet for a moment, and then mused. "Maybe we'll build our own atomic bomb." The three men met the next afternoon in Roosevelt's favorite study, where he could look out through the glass doors, past a veranda under an arched roof, and across the grounds. "I feel at peace here," the president told Churchill and Hopkins. "I can think." Bill Stevenson joined them, having driven up from Rockefeller Center that morning at the Prime Minister's request. "Good to see you, little Bill," the president said. "Where's your protégé, Major Littlefield?"
"He should be making his way out of Germany soon, if he hasn't done it already. He went to observe the operation against Heydrich."
Roosevelt's head swung around, and he arched his eyebrows. "You don't say. I wouldn't mind hearing his recount of that, not to mention how he managed to escape."
"I'd like that as well," Churchill chimed in. "Have Paul stop by to see me in London before returning to New York."
"Of course, sir." Roosevelt then addressed Churchill. "I briefed Harry on yesterday's conversation. I imagine you've done the same with little Bill." When the Prime Minister affirmed, Roosevelt held up the papers Hopkins had brought him. "The senior staff has not yet read in on the tube alloys matter, so we'll hold that close and delay discussion regarding an invasion of North Africa until we're together with them. Right now, we need to reach a decision about atomic research and building a bomb." Hopkins, a dapper, balding, thin-faced man, was taken aback. "That's a long stride," he said flatly. As Roosevelt's closest advisor on foreign affairs, he had worked closely with the president on developing his New Deal and subsequently in administrative positions, including Secretary of Commerce. He had crossed the Atlantic several times on various missions as a personal emissary and had met with Churchill in that capacity in London. We have no choice. Roosevelt pointed to an entry on one of the pages Hopkins had brought, and then summarized the content. This man, Dr. Niels Bohr, he's in German-occupied Denmark, only 1,000 miles from the heavy water plant in Norway, and he's one of the leading atomic researchers. He seems like a good enough man, but naive, not believing that evil exists. His attitude is that all scientific discovery should be shared, and he doesn't exclude the Nazis. The only thing I see holding Hitler back from possessing the weapon is his own disinterest. He's more bent on his final Jewish solution and conquering more territory. But some of his staff follow Bohr's work closely, and the degree of security around that plant is a powerful statement about how important it is deemed to be. Roosevelt's anger rose as he spoke. Sooner or later, Hitler will come around to understanding what he has, and if he ever grasps the value of the research facilities in Great Britain, conquering that island will once again top his priority list in his drive for world hegemony. And he'll have technology that could level New York City in a flash. He grunted. The Japanese might find themselves rethinking their new alliance. He turned to Churchill. Could Bohr be whisked out of Denmark under the Nazis' noses and brought here to work with us? Stevenson spoke up.
It would have to be a British operation. He's a pacifist and doesn't believe his work will benefit the Wehrmacht. He's unlikely to join an effort with the objective of building a bomb, but he keeps correspondence with professional colleagues in Great Britain whose work he respects.
Roosevelt listened intently and then stared at Churchill without saying a word.
"We'll put it on our agenda and keep you informed,"
the Prime Minister said. He glanced at Stevenson, who nodded. The President took a deep breath and exhaled as he stared out his window across the verdant landscape. Then he chuckled. It's ironic that we're discussing these things here in my peace sanctuary. Forever seared into my mind will be the memory that we made these momentous decisions here, in my study. He turned to Hopkins. Look, Harry, if the Nazis get this weapon before we do, that would be an incalculable calamity. He gestured to Churchill. My friend Winston offered to provide all of their research and bring their own scientists and any others among the refugees of the war-torn countries to work with ours. Obviously, the project cannot be housed in Britain, as it's still being bombed. Less frequently lately, but the bombing continues, nevertheless. I've spoken with the Canadians. They'll participate. He glanced at Stevenson. We can organize the project at your offices in Manhattan. Stevenson shifted his eyes to Churchill, who nodded.
We'll be happy to oblige.
Good. Later we can move it to wherever makes sense. He held the Prime Minister's steady gaze. Does that Manhattan project suit you? Have I left out anything? Churchill eyed the President gravely.
You've covered the essentials. I'm gratified, and would even say enthralled, were it not for the unknown destructive power we now proceed to introduce to an unsuspecting world. I wish there was another way. But evil begets evil, and necessitates the ability to strike harder than its wielders.
Roosevelt stared at him and then laughed gently. What a very Churchillian thing to say. Gazing out the window again, he muttered, But true. He looked around at the other three men. Are we done?
We're not, I'm sorry to say,
Churchill remarked. He produced a document from his jacket pocket and handed it to the President.
I prepared this for your perusal. It's a summary of the strategic questions we see at the moment. I can tell you what they are briefly, and you can study that paper at your leisure.
Roosevelt leaned back in his chair. Please do.
These matters came up in communication with my staff after our conversations yesterday, and they arise because of the continued sinkings of our convoys in the Atlantic. We must develop further measures to end those attacks. Secondly, Operation Bolero, the build-up of U.S. forces in Britain, will hopefully start this year, but certainly next year. In conjunction with that, We're hearing talk of landing 6 to 8 divisions in northern France early in September. That's only 3 months away, and our view is that such an action would lead to disaster, for reasons you and I have already discussed. Until we are ready to invade with all forces at our disposal with an aim to stay on the continent, such a move courts disaster and does not help the Russians, who are clamoring for the landings along with your military. We're simply not ready for such an expedition this year. It would waste manpower and equipment, and the Nazis would surely seek retribution against the French population. Further, we see no plan for how the landings would meet the objective, or even what the objective is. We'd welcome, support, and participate in an operation that has a chance for success, but there's no mention of landing points, landing craft, or any of the rudiments. Success would rely on a demoralized German force, and they seem in no shortage of spirit at present. We agree that action needs to proceed this year, including planning for Bolero, exclusive this ill-conceived notion of launching divisions onto the coast of northern France in 3 months, and we urge you to look into French Northwest Africa.
The room remained quiet when Churchill finished speaking. The President sat with his hands steepled in front of his face, staring at the horizon of the waning day. Finally, he turned to the Prime Minister. "You're an open book, Winston, and a good one. I'll read your paper." He looked at his watch. "Now, unless I've miscalculated the time, we should be leaving soon for the train back to Washington." Chapter 41. June 21st, 1942. Washington, D.C. Churchill sat with his chief military assistant, General Ismay, in the President's private study. Roosevelt sat at his desk. The overnight presidential train had arrived at 8 o'clock that morning. When the two statesmen and their staffs had reached the White House, they had gone to check in with their respective advisers with an agreement to meet again later in the morning. After completing other tasks, Churchill and Ismay stopped in the hall outside the study to chat with Hopkins, and then entered. The President was in a pleasant mood. The three of them, Churchill, Roosevelt, and Ismay, conversed on light subjects, passing time until a scheduled meeting with the combined chiefs of staff. An aide entered. Without speaking, she crossed to the President and placed a note in his hand. He read it and fixed a stare on Churchill's face. Without a word, he handed the note across. Churchill took it and blanched. The message read, "Tobruk has surrendered, with 25,000 men taken prisoner." He passed the message to Ismay and instructed,
"Call London immediately. Find out if this is true."
As Ismay departed, the Prime Minister stood and paced.
"I'm in shock. I can't recall a heavier blow during this war. At Singapore, 85,000 of our soldiers surrendered to inferior numbers, but they were new to battle. Those in Tobruk were seasoned."
He hung his head.
"This is a bitter moment. Defeat is one thing, disgrace is another."
Roosevelt pulled his wheelchair away from his desk and steered around it, approaching his friend. "What can we do to help?" he asked firmly. Churchill swung around, his hand rubbing his chin, his eyes introspective. At first he seemed not to have heard the President. Then he focused on Roosevelt's face.
"Give us as many Sherman tanks as you can spare, and ship them to the Middle East as quickly as possible."
Just then Ismay re-entered the study and handed Churchill a telegram from Admiral Harwood in Egypt. The Prime Minister read it and handed it to Roosevelt. It read, "Tobruk has fallen, and situation deteriorated so much that there is a possibility of heavy air attack on Alexandria in near future. I am sending all Eastern Fleet units south of Canal to await events." The President wheeled back around his desk and picked up his phone. "Get General Marshall here. Urgent." Marshall arrived minutes later and was quickly apprised of the Tobruk defeat and Churchill's request. He told the President, "The M4s are just coming off the production line and are being distributed to our own line divisions. The ones they replace are obsolete. Taking weapons away from our soldiers is a terrible thing, but if the British need is so great, we'll do it. I can scare up 300 Shermans, and we can also let them have 100 105mm self-propelled guns. Overcome, his head slightly bowed, Churchill scratched the back of his neck.
"I can never express my personal gratitude sufficiently," he murmured. "Thank you."
Making his way back to his quarters with Ismay after leaving the President, Churchill once again encountered Harry Hopkins. "I heard the bad news. I'm sorry."
"The opposition will have a field day with this in London. No doubt they'll call for a vote of no confidence or censure, but I dare say they won't get more than 20 votes among all the parties in Parliament."
"Let's hope so. Our two countries need you." Churchill grunted.
"That's nice of you to say, but I'm certain we can find contrary opinion."
Hopkins replied, laughing. "It's good to see that you haven't lost your sense of humor. I came to tell you that 2 major generals are coming here this afternoon. They're highly regarded within the army, and the President thinks well of them. If you have time, he'd like you to meet them. They'll be here around 5 this evening." At the appointed time, Churchill heard a knock on his door. When he opened it, 2 army officers with twin stars pinned on each shoulder stood there, their service caps held under their arms. The senior of the 2 held out his hand. "Good evening, Mr. Prime Minister. I'm Major General Mark Clark, and—" He gestured toward his companion. "This is Major General Dwight Eisenhower."
"I enjoyed visiting with the 2 generals you sent my way this afternoon," Churchill told Roosevelt when they met again late in the evening. "They're both well informed and asked pertinent questions. I suppose I'll be seeing more of them in the future."
"Could be. They're both bright stars. Dwight has never been battle-tested." Then Roosevelt laughed. "Let me rephrase. He endured 10 years of working directly for Douglas MacArthur. They started out as friends and ended as professional associates. That's all I'll say about that, but if you know Douglas, you could call that combat duty. Douglas said one time that Dwight was the best officer he'd ever known. Other senior officers share that assessment, and of course Mark is also terrific. I've known of them by reputation, but I met them for the first time myself this afternoon. I wanted you to be acquainted with them in case we consider them for major combat commands."
"I was impressed with both, and gave them each a copy of my paper outlining my thoughts about a cross-channel invasion. I had prepared it for our own chiefs of staff."
"Good. Do you remember that the other day you asked me rather pointedly about the readiness of our army? I've arranged a demonstration for you. There's a train ready to take you down to Fort Jackson, South Carolina. That's where we produce divisions, rapidly. You're going to see how we do it, and you're going to watch a mass drop of our paratroopers." Churchill beamed.
"I'm ready."
"And you can inform General Auchinleck that he will soon receive reinforcements in the Middle East in the form of the 2nd Armored Division. They've been specially trained in desert warfare." Churchill smiled broadly.
"I'm much obliged."
Roosevelt regarded him with a steady gaze. "There's something else you should know. My staff wishes to proceed with the idea for a cross-channel operation as soon as possible. We feel that invading northern France, the Netherlands, or Belgium offers the greatest political and strategic gains."
"We?"
The Prime Minister's face showed his misgivings.
"Not North Africa? I thought we agreed in January that until German forces are sufficiently weakened, our efforts in Europe would be limited to strategic bombing, assisting the Soviets, maintaining a naval blockade, and aiding European resistance groups."
The President jutted his jaw forward. "General Marshall and our Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral King, believe we should hit Germany with a knockout blow as soon as possible so that we can then turn all attention on defeating Japan." He glanced away momentarily. "We intend to pursue Bolero fully, to move our troops to Britain soon, and to be in combat this year. And we've committed to a thorough study of invading the French North African coast." Churchill met his steady gaze.
A study.
He held his frustration and nodded noncommittally.
Well, I shall look forward to the demonstration in South Carolina.
The President watched the Prime Minister's face closely. A ghost of a smile crossed Churchill's lips.
Are you familiar with a planned operation we have for next month called Rutter?
Looking perplexed, the President hesitated. I've heard of it, but I can't say I'm familiar with it.
It's another raid on the French coast. It's large, 10,000 men, but hardly the scale needed to retake Europe. One of the objectives is to test German shore defenses. Another is to learn what it takes to execute a successful landing, and I hope to allay some of Stalin's angst about opening another front in Europe. I suggest we see what the results are before we commit to a full-scale invasion of Europe. Most of the raiding force will be Canadian, at Ottawa's insistence, to give their troops combat experience. I believe some of your Rangers are to be involved as well, about 50 of them.
Roosevelt's eyes narrowed. I'll get Marshall to arrange a full briefing for me. Chapter 42. July 1st, 1942. London, England. Paul approached 10 Downing Street with some trepidation. This most famous of British street addresses looked unassuming in pictures, but the security checkpoints and guards just outside of news camera view gave the Prime Minister's official residence an imposing atmosphere. As he approached, the door opened, and a butler ushered him through.
You can go right in, sir. The Prime Minister is expecting you.
He showed Paul into a sitting room where Churchill rose from a sofa to greet him.
Sorry to put you through all the fuss of getting in here,
Churchill said after initial greetings.
Bill Stevenson should be here shortly, and I'm seeing 2 other guests in official capacity soon. I've been meeting with them weekly over the last month, and the atmosphere here is much more conducive to developing relations than at Whitehall.
I'm at your service, sir. Paul gazed around the well-appointed room. I've never been here. It's rather grand. It looks much larger from the inside. Lots of history.
Sit. I'm anxious to hear about your adventures in Germany and Czechoslovakia.
They took seats in facing overstuffed chairs.
Tell me about the Heydrich operation. How did our Czechoslovakian commandos perform?
At that moment, the door opened and Stevenson entered. After greetings, the 3 took seats, and Churchill told Stevenson,
I was just asking the Major about his foray into Czechoslovakia.
Ah, yes. I'm anxious to hear his report, too. We haven't had a chance to meet since his return. I just arrived from New York myself this morning.
He turned to Paul. Go on.
The team in Prague was professional, sir, Paul began. There were some slip-ups and some learning of local conditions once they parachuted in, but their courage and dedication to the mission was remarkable. They might have got clean away if that Sten had not jammed. Did you know about that?
Churchill nodded.
The German press blared the news about that malfunction. Sad situation. But I doubt the team would have escaped in any event. I'm sure the members knew that.
He regarded Paul with a questioning expression.
I don't suppose you've heard anything about the aftermath?
Not much, sir. I had to keep moving. I made it to England only this morning. Progress was slow. I couldn't be or look like I was in a hurry anywhere along the way.
You came by Lysander?
Paul nodded.
You might know that only one of the commandos survived,
the Prime Minister interjected.
We received reports from the Czech resistance. Hitler threatened horrific repercussions for anyone harboring them. The people turned them in. Meanwhile, the Gestapo shipped 3,000 Jews from the Terezin ghetto to death camps in Poland on special trains marked Assassination of Heydrich.
Churchill paused and shook his head sadly.
But that wasn't enough for Hitler. He selected a small village in Bohemia, Lidice, for annihilation. On the day they buried Heydrich, Policeman from his hometown shot every male there, 15 years and older. The massacres were carried out very orderly, in groups of 10, and they took all night and most of the next day. The women were sent to a concentration camp in Ravensbrück in northern Germany. Over 100 children were given to German families to be raised properly. We still don't know the fate of many of them.
He sniffed and wiped his eyes.
The SS torched the town, blew up its homes, the school, a small church. They dug up the local cemetery and diverted the course of a stream that had run through it. Nothing is there now to indicate the town ever existed.
Churchill paused a moment and breathed heavily.
Aside from the one commando, they were all caught and executed. The survivor turned himself in and gave up the others under pressure from his family in return for amnesty and a bounty of 1,000,000 Reichsmarks.
He peered steadily at Paul.
That is the nature of the beast we must slay.
Stung, at first Paul could only stare as his mind coped with conjured images of the slaughter. The room seemed to spin around him. Barely able to speak, he rasped, "Was it worth it, sir? The operation?" Churchill took a moment to respond.
History will have to judge. Heydrich had already put thousands to death. He had in mind doing the same to millions more, using industrial methods. In the final analysis, your question will be asked for decades, and the answer will be contained in whatever the balance of deaths turns out to be. Were more lives saved or lost by Heydrich's departure? We might never know. Certainly, we now have a better measure of the savagery of that regime.
Stevenson watched as Paul recovered his equanimity.
"How were the people as you traveled back to England?" he interjected. "You came through Czechoslovakia and Germany?"
"Yes, sir. Switzerland and Vichy France, too."
"So you were able to meet up with your resistance contacts? Did you have any trouble?"
Paul shook his head. "I didn't, but I saw some of those trains heading into northern Germany and Poland carrying Jews, I suppose. They were ghastly. Cattle cars. People herded onto them. I saw the terror in their eyes. Children and babies, all hungry and thirsty. Pregnant women barely able to walk. Old men and women shoved along at the points of rifles with growling dogs grabbing at their heels. I heard that gypsies, Poles, and other undesirables were packed in as well." His voice trembled and faded off. He stopped to take a deep breath.
"The only danger to me was getting out of the area of the Heydrich operation after it occurred. As you can imagine, the German military and security services were everywhere. But the best forgers prepared my papers, and my cover as a mid-level arms bureaucrat served me well across the occupied countries. My German was fluent enough for the situations I faced. Linking with my guides through France was uneventful." "What about the attitudes of the citizens in those countries? Can you categorize them in a general sense?"
Paul nodded. "Easily. In Czechoslovakia, they are angry and morose, but also terrified. They've heard of the trains and the treatment of Poles, so they wear blank stares as they go about their business, hardly daring to look at each other. Those who work in the arms factories are well paid, and their hours are reasonable, but happiness is not part of their lives." A knock on the door sounded. It opened, and the butler peered through. "Sir, your next guests are here."
"Give us a few more minutes," Churchill replied. "We're almost finished. I want to hear the end of this."
As the butler closed the door, he turned to Paul.
"Go on."
"In Germany, the people are proud, haughty even. I'm sure there are many who are wonderful. My mother spent years among Germans and loved them, but honestly I didn't see anyone among them objecting to the trains or the treatment of the people herded onto them. Then again, maybe they dare not protest." For a few moments no one spoke. Then Churchill momentarily redirected the conversation.
"Your mother, she would be the Dame of Sark?"
"Yes, sir. Churchill sighed.
I'm sorry about what's been done with our Channel Islands, or rather what's not been done.
Britain was attacked, sir, and stood alone. We understand that.
You're generous. Go on with your report.
As I was saying, only a few years ago, Germany was poverty-stricken, and now its people see themselves at the top of the heap, so to speak. And they thank Hitler. They're awed by his successes, and his setbacks hardly faze them. Our raid on Saint-Nazaire comes to mind. They see him as sublimely capable of overcoming any such obstacle, and expect that the Atlantic Wall, when complete, will preclude such situations. Switzerland's interesting because, although the country is neutral and the citizens enjoy personal freedom, they know that war and tyranny is only a few miles away. So they are cautious in their expressions. Should the axe fall on their country, individuals do not wish to be pointed out as having opposed the Nazi regime. And Vichy is mixed. There are Nazi sympathizers among the population, as well as active resistance fighters, and people who want to be left alone. Distrust and fear are hallmarks there now. It's sad to see. Churchill sighed.
Yes, well, welcome back.
He started to rise. Stevenson kept his seat, but Paul stood to leave.
Stay, the Prime Minister entreated him. I'd like you to meet my next guests. I've invited them for lunch. Stevenson will dine with us too. I'd love for you to join us.
Doing his best to hide his astonishment, Paul glanced at Stevenson, who nodded approval with a slight smile. As you wish, sir. Churchill ambled to the door, opened it, waved, and returned to his seat, although he remained standing. Soon the door swung open, and the butler ushered in 2 American officers. One wore 3 stars on his shoulders, the other 2 stars.
Lieutenant General Eisenhower,
Churchill enthused, extending his hand in greeting.
Congratulations on your promotion.
For a fleeting moment, Paul saw a look of dismay cross the other general's face. He liked both men immediately. Of average height, Eisenhower wore a kindly expression with a quick, if crooked, smile on his round face. He bore himself with quiet, friendly dignity despite his thinning, light-colored hair and blue eyes. By contrast, Major General Clark towered above the men in the room, and Paul suspected that the same would be true in almost any setting. Thin-faced and blessed with a full head of dark hair, he was professionally courteous but reserved, and his brown eyes darted around, landing on Paul and studying him, while Eisenhower and Churchill spoke.
Major General Clark,
Churchill greeted him.
I believe you've met Bill Stevenson,
he said as the 2 men shook hands. Then he turned to introduce Paul.
This is Major Paul Littlefield. He's Bill's protege of sorts.
He gave a brief rundown of Paul's background and activities, ending with,
He was among our earliest graduates from Camp X in Canada and just returned from Czechoslovakia, where he observed the operation to take down Reinhard Heydrich.
The 2 generals regarded Paul with subdued surprise. You do get around, Clark remarked, extending his hand. Pleasure to meet you, sir, Paul said. In spite of himself, he let out a small laugh as he shook hands first with Clark and then with Eisenhower. When the Prime Minister describes my activities like that, it does sound grand. He turned to Churchill. My contributions seemed small at the time, and in all honesty, they still do.
I'm sure you'd do more.
Churchill raised his arms and swept them toward the dining room.
Shall we continue over lunch?
As they ambled along, Churchill teased Paul.
How's that waif you're interested in? Is she still around?
He turned to the other 3 men. They smiled benevolently as Churchill said,
Young love, we can't let the war kill it, too.
Paul felt his face burning. I hope she's still around, sir, but honestly, I don't know. With all my moving around, I've lost touch with just about everyone. Churchill looked at him sharply.
Including your sister?
Paul nodded. The Prime Minister swung around to Stevenson.
"He's not to leave London again until he's been to see his sister."
Turning back to Paul, he said,
"That's an order. And we'll see what we can do about—"
Paul's heart skipped a beat. "Flight Officer Ryan Northbridge, sir." Weighty matters set aside for the interim, conversation was light at the noon meal, the men taking time to become acquainted on a personal level. Paul listened and replied to questions, but Churchill seemed most eager to learn the backgrounds of the two generals, so Paul absorbed what to him was a surreal experience. He had received the summons to be at the Downing Street address that morning, delivered at RAF Tangmere on landing there aboard the Lysander that transported him from France, and he had to rush around to find a suitable uniform. Although he had never heard of either American general before, he was sure that Churchill anticipated that both would play major roles in the conduct of the war. After lunch, the group retired to the sitting room. Sensing that matters beyond his level were about to be discussed, Paul excused himself.
"Stay,"
Churchill said, and turning to the generals added,
"The Major's a trusted agent. He has more secrets in his head than either Little Bill or I do. Speak freely in front of him."
Then, chuckling, he turned back to Paul.
"Do you still keep those pills close by?"
"Right here, sir," Paul responded, nudging his shirt pocket. When they were seated, Eisenhower said, "Mr. Prime Minister, you survived Parliament's censure. That was good news."
"It had to be done. The loss of Tobruk was a blow. Hit the morale of the country quite hard. A few in the loyal opposition were dismayed that the issue raised concerns worldwide. We either had to unite behind the national direction I've pursued, or find a better one. I feel now that we can go forward with the full support of Parliament. On another topic, General Marshall visited here in April, presented 3 plans. Can you go over them again? The details can be difficult to keep straight. Start with Bolero."
Eisenhower and Clark exchanged glances. "That one essentially is the operation to build up forces in Great Britain for an invasion of the continent. It foresees about 1 million men coming over by April 1943. The idea is to deliver a knockout punch to Germany with 30 American and 18 British divisions and nearly 6,000-plus aircraft from the RAF and U.S. Army Air Corps. Then we turn our attention to Japan. Admiral King supports Marshall's position."
"That would be in keeping with the decision made in D.C. back in January to defeat Germany first."
The two generals nodded.
"Except that it would not get U.S. troops fighting the Germans in this year, as President Roosevelt said he wished to do,"
Churchill continued.
"To date, roughly 36,000 soldiers have arrived in the European theater, while 184,000 have been deployed to the Pacific theater and elsewhere. That's out of balance with the agreed-upon objective of defeating Germany first. As I understand things, Operation Sledgehammer is a subset of Bolero, and it raises a couple of questions. Can America manufacture the equipment for 1 million soldiers in this calendar year? We're past the mid-year mark already. What about the ships to bring them here? We don't have enough merchant ships between us to move all the men, equipment, and supplies we'll need, and we're still building the cargo fleet, those Liberty ships."
Clark stirred restlessly while Eisenhower leaned toward Churchill. "I was under the impression that you approved of Bolero."
"Of course I do. I'm for getting on with the war and ridding the world of Hitler's menace as soon as possible. But we have to deal with the practical difficulties. What I see is that we can't yet muster sufficient mass to confront a veteran army in France. Not only would we go in undermanned and under-equipped, but our troops would be green. Britain's battle-hardened troops are in North Africa. We're in July already, and the weather dictates that the operation would have to be completed before the end of August, and you couldn't even field 1 division overhead in time."
Churchill shifted his eyes between the two American generals.
"I see a bloodbath in France if we go in prematurely, and I won't have another Dunkirk."
Silence descended. The men regarded each other somberly, each with his own thoughts. Then Churchill said,
I have the highest regard for both General Marshall and Admiral King, but they're not on the ground here, so please extend my expressions of support for any final decisions with a request that they give serious consideration to my reservations. I'll also communicate my thoughts to the President. Now, tell me about Sledgehammer.
Eisenhower gestured to Clark. You explain this one, Mark. That's really a contingency plan that falls under Bolero, Clark began. Its purpose is to be ready for an opportunity to go in earlier if the Wehrmacht pulls troops from the French coast to reinforce at the Eastern Front with the Soviet Union, or if Stalin has such success that the Germans become demoralized. Sledgehammer foresees going into France in the autumn at Cherbourg with 5 divisions to take control of the port there and on the Cotentin Peninsula and keeping them. We'd keep our forces supplied through the winter in anticipation of a spring breakout. Churchill contemplated before asking his next question.
And if German morale remains high, and Stalin doesn't turn them in 1942?
Sledgehammer goes by the wayside.
That would get the troops fighting in this calendar year, but relies on the Russians to demoralize the enemy. I doubt that Stalin has yet sufficient offensive capability to drive the Germans to despondency, and under that plan we're not seizing the initiative. Further, if successful, the plan creates a complicated cross-channel supply requirement. What's the next one to discuss?
Bear with me, Clark said. This can get confusing. The third proposed operation is Roundup, also a cross-channel invasion. If Sledgehammer is executed, Roundup could exploit its success. On the other hand, if Sledgehammer doesn't occur, Roundup can go forward independently after completing the build-up under Bolero. Either way, it's seen as taking place in 1943. We'd first establish air superiority over our initial area of operations with 6,000 aircraft. Then we'd establish a front from Le Havre to Boulogne and reinforce it with 100,000 troops per week to drive inland and spread north along the coast to Antwerp, which, as you know, is a main supply point for Germany. When we capture that city, we'll put a major stranglehold on Wehrmacht supplies. Sir, Eisenhower broke in, if I may be frank, you must know that our combined chiefs of staff determined that meeting Bolero is logistically not in the cards this year. That obviates both Sledgehammer and Roundup in the near term. As you well know, General Clark and I were sent here to plan a cross-channel invasion based on Bolero. Nothing is concrete yet, so you can lay your cards on the table. What is your real concern? Paul's heart skipped a beat. He took a breath while glancing between Stevenson and Churchill. Both of their gazes had locked on Eisenhower. Churchill smiled.
This isn't a poker game, General. I think I've stated my concerns. But let me go over a few more points. Those Higgins boat landing craft were ingeniously designed, but we only have half as many as we'd need. Even if we could get sufficient numbers, they're no match for rough seas. We'd suffer many casualties of our own making before we ever encountered enemy fire from on shore. I understand that to resolve that issue, priority has now gone to building landing ships for tanks. The construction of carriers and destroyers comes ahead of them.
Mr. Prime Minister, meaning no disrespect, can you get to the point? Churchill chuckled.
Do I sense grit behind that charming smile?
He leaned toward Eisenhower.
Your president wants U.S. action against Hitler in this calendar year. Neither of us wants combat for its own sake. We want to strike a blow and make it count. We want victories.
He paused for breath.
So, can we talk about Operation Gymnast?
Barely audibly, Clark sucked in his breath. The soft underbelly, he muttered. Churchill shifted his eyes, and they froze on Clark.
Yes, the soft underbelly. Look, Bolero has really only been postponed, with notions of completing it later than 1943.
That means no joint U.S.-British action against Germany this year, unless we execute gymnast by attacking in North Africa. When I was in D.C. last month, we agreed that an invasion of the continent should take place this year only under two conditions. That once we land, we plan to stay in France until victory is secured. It won't be a quick hit-and-run raid. The second condition is that the Germans have been demoralized from losses against the Soviet Union. We're not prepared for the first condition, and I don't see the Wehrmacht being sufficiently changed by the end of next year either. Even if we gain ground on the French coast, we would be hard-pressed to support the troops there, and the Germans can easily mount a counterattack to push us back into the Atlantic. A letter I'm developing to Roosevelt will say that no responsible British officer in any of our services would recommend such a cross-channel action until we've fully built up our forces. Last month I discussed with him, and at times he seemed to agree, that our safest and most fruitful strike this year lies along the North African coast. With a full invasion there by U.S. and British troops, Hitler would be forced to move men and equipment out of the Eastern Front to buttress Rommel, and we'd protect our Far East access through the Suez as well. That's the second front of 1942, and is the way we can best ease German pressure on the Soviet Union.
He leaned back thoughtfully.
An invasion of North Africa is not without problems. There's been some talk of Vichy forces in North Africa joining us. We can't count on that. They're still angry with me for my attack on their navy at Mers el-Kabir, so they could even shoot at us. Even so, the fight they mount can't compare to the ferocity of the German soldiers we'd face around Calais. And by the way, the Kriegsmarine causes us immeasurable difficulty along our shipping lanes north of Norway. We're taking action there to keep those lanes open for our convoys to Murmansk.
Both generals listened intently as Churchill spoke. When he had finished, Clark took a deep breath and glanced at Eisenhower. "Since you broached the subject of Vichy troops in North Africa, has any thought been given to installing a respected former French military leader there who might bring them to our side? If we could make that happen and we invade there, we might avoid needless bloodshed."
Churchill nodded. "We made overtures to General Giraud. He was the French general who caused a worldwide sensation when he pulled off that spectacular escape from the Königstein fortress. We queried him through Alliance, a resistance organization in Marseille, on taking a lead position. A French fighter pilot with an aristocratic Irish ancestry, Duke McMahon, was our envoy. The reply we received said that Giraud preferred to remain in France at present and work with the resistance."
"Maybe he could be convinced." "What about de Gaulle?" Eisenhower interjected. Churchill chuckled.
"That would be an obvious choice, but for whatever reason your president detests him on a personal level. I don't think the two have ever met, but de Gaulle's managed to develop a reputation that precedes him wherever he goes. He's arrogant, self-righteous, and self-centered, seeing himself as a modern-day male Joan of Arc. I can attest to that personally. His advisers keep having to remind him that Germany is the enemy, not Great Britain. But he's captured the hearts of his people in France. That said, despite how he's loved at home, the military in Vichy's North African colonies remember the British naval bombardment at Mers el-Kabir and resent that de Gaulle set up shop in London. We'll have to deal with him more as the war continues, but perhaps not for the operations under discussion."
Conversation paused as the three men mulled their separate thoughts. Then Eisenhower asked Churchill, "Would you mind if I forwarded to General Marshall a copy of your paper regarding a cross-channel invasion?"
"Not at all. I understand his rationale for a quick blow against Germany, but I don't think he's getting a clear picture. Perhaps you can help."
Eisenhower smiled gently. "It's not just our senior military leaders who think we should be delivering a punishing blow to Japan immediately. The public feels that way, too. But I can certainly put your document in General Marshall's hands and relate the points discussed today. Would you go over your concept for gymnast?"
"You're a diplomat," Churchill said, chuckling. "Well, diplomacy is needed too."
"Before you go into it, sir, I know the plan from the paper you gave to Mark and me. The general outline is known at the War Department, and I must tell you how gymnast is perceived among my colleagues there."
"I know how it's perceived,"
Churchill interrupted sharply.
"As a means of preserving the British Empire. Your president informed me of that himself."
He took to his feet and paced.
"I make no apologies for my hope to see the Empire emerge intact. The final disposition will eventually have to be worked out after the war. But let me remind you that Britain has already evolved into a commonwealth where the members are there by choice. The question of India remains, but that will sort out. And note that they will send soldiers to our common fight. What's at stake right now is civilization as we know it. We either defeat our mutual enemy or we perish. Citizens of our nation have been killed by this war every day since Dunkirk."
He whirled around and threw his hands up in the air, his face trembling with fury.
"Think of it. This bloody Berlin monster sends people to their deaths by the trainload."
He pointed at Paul.
"And Major Littlefield there witnessed the disgusting persecution with his own eyes."
The Prime Minister's chest heaved, and he reached for a handkerchief to wipe his forehead.
"Whatever my motives, and I assure you they are not the ones ascribed to me, only Germany's and Japan's unconditional surrender will stop the carnage. My aim is to get to victory by the swiftest possible means. All other considerations be damned."
Eisenhower stood. "Sir, Churchill waved him off.
"And so you know, my own military chiefs are not keen on gymnast either. They'd prefer that we send your resources to buttress them in Egypt. General Brooke believes that in no event should we invade anywhere until the Soviet position is clear. Will Hitler defeat Stalin or not? My simple point is that when we secure North Africa, not only will we have destroyed much of Germany's fighting ability, but we will also have deprived them of Libyan oil and defanged their desert fox."
He took a deep breath.
"Then we'll also have gained a launching point to invade Europe from the south."
Reaching into his jacket, he pulled a cigar from a pocket and thrust it into his mouth. As if catching himself, he glanced at the others.
"Anyone else?"
None accepted, but as Churchill lit the cigar, he muttered,
"You can jolly well have a drink, though, can't you?"
He strode to the door, opened it, and called to a servant, who brought in and poured a round of brandy. Then the servant retreated.
"You asked about gymnast,"
Churchill told Eisenhower while the others sipped their drinks.
"Very simply, the idea is to invade at Casablanca, Morocco, and at two places in Algeria, Oran and Algiers. If we can get Vichy forces to join us, so much the better. But otherwise, I don't expect stiff resistance from them. We sweep east, while our forces in Egypt push west, and we catch them in the middle. U.S. weaponry is superior, and your supply capability is better. The Allies will gain air dominance. The British Army is battle-hardened and will fight tenaciously. Yours will be blooded in North Africa, where it will gain the experience and confidence to take back the continent. That, gentlemen, is my plan. Without gymnast, we risk losing Egypt to Mussolini, who will then drive up through Iraq and Iran, taking their oil fields and linking up with the Germans in the Caucasus. Gymnast obviates that scenario."
After the two American generals had departed, Churchill, Stevenson, and Paul once again gathered in the sitting room.
"Thanks for coming by,"
the Prime Minister said, and then directed a question to Stevenson.
"What are your plans for Paul back in Manhattan?"
Stevenson looked at the Prime Minister sharply.
"Are you thinking of taking him from me?"
He chuckled. "He's not very bright, you know. He didn't utter a word during that entire meeting."
"Exactly. Nor did you. I'd say he's probably as mentally endowed as you."
Sir, you're taking liberties with me." The signature slight smile appeared on his lips, and then he shook his head. Things are changing at BSC since Donovan started up his OSS. We are not the small group we were to start with. Paul's been off on larks for most of the past 6 months anyway. While they conversed, Paul sat quietly, his heart beating in his ears, hardly believing what he was hearing. He maintained a neutral facade.
"Then take him back to New York with you," Churchill said. "Let him finish up whatever he needs to do there. Then he can gather his things and come back to work on my personal staff here. I could use a younger perspective that is informed at high levels and knows when not to speak."
Stevenson let loose rare, spontaneous laughter.
"Good luck with that, sir."
Then he added,
"I'd hate to lose him, but if you need him, he's yours."
Churchill shot a sideways glance at Paul.
"Go on, then. Go see your sister and Flight Officer Northbridge."
He turned back to Stevenson.
"When should he rendezvous with you?"
"I'll call in a day or two, when I'm ready to go." Paul held the grin off his face until he was well past the security station of 10 Downing Street. Then he bounded through London streets until he waved down a taxi. Chapter 43. Stony Stratford, England. Claire had dozed off while lying on her sofa reading a book when she was awakened by soft rapping on her door. She sat up with a jab of consternation for having slept so hard that she had heard no sound of an automobile approaching in her driveway. Through a crack in her blackout curtains, she saw that night had fallen. She had put Timmy to bed more than an hour ago and had slipped into a nightgown. Pulling it tightly around her, she went to the door.
"Who is it?"
"I'll never tell." Recognizing Paul's voice, Claire jerked the door open and lunged at him, throwing her arms around his neck.
"Paul, is it really you?"
She grabbed his hand, dragging him into the light.
"I can't believe it. So many months have passed. What, since January? And now here we are in July. Timmy will be so happy to see you."
Paul laughed and squeezed his sister. "It's wonderful to see you too, Claire. And don't wake Timmy. I'll just have a peek in on him." A few minutes later, he entered the living room where Claire had already poured drinks. "He looks so peaceful," he said, "and he's grown so much."
"Not a toddler anymore. He's into everything and so curious."
"And still nothing from his birth family?"
"Not a peep. I keep having nightmares that someone wonderful will show up with absolutely no reason why a claim on him would be denied by the courts."
She sighed.
"I'm past thinking that would be best for him. I'd fight for him like a banshee. He belongs with me now."
Paul smiled, stretched an arm around her shoulder, and pulled her head close. "My sister the mother. It's heartwarming." He straightened and faced her with a somber expression. "Have you seen or heard anything from Ryan?" Claire pursed her lips and shook her head.
"Not in a while. I saw her shortly after the last time I saw you. Hasn't she written you?"
Paul shrugged. "I don't know. I've been—" He stopped himself. "Too many places." Suddenly an image of the assassination he had taken part in with Ian Fleming in Manhattan loomed before his eyes, the window of the apartment across the way in the RCA building appearing real enough to touch. The image morphed into the street in Czechoslovakia where he had observed Heydrich's assassination. He shook off the apparitions and found that his forehead had moistened and he was almost panting. If Claire noticed, she did not let on.
"Ah, big brother, sometimes I wish I knew what you were up to, and then I think maybe not. I'm glad you're safe."
"What about Lance and Jeremy? Anything from them?"
"I hear from Lance more than anyone, but the German censors don't let much through. He also sends those nonsensical letters that I deliver to military intelligence. Who knows what's in them? It's enough for now to know that he's alive and seemingly healthy. Mum and Dad, too, given what letters still arrive. Jeremy is all but lost to me. Like you, he couldn't say where he was going back in January, and I haven't heard from him since.
The telephone rang in the kitchen, and she went to answer it. Paul sipped his drink, thinking of home on Sark Island, his mother and father, and his siblings. He pictured the craggy cliffs with the plateau above them, and running in the wide green fields, and sighed. How long has it been since we were all together at home? Claire called from the kitchen.
Paul, can you come here?
When he entered, he found Claire, her eyes shining, holding the phone receiver out to him.
It's for you.
Reading her look, he grabbed it, holding down a surge of excitement. Hello?
Can't you call your girlfriend on your own?
Ryan's musical voice rang out.
You've got to get the Prime Minister's staff to do it for you.
She laughed.
I'm glad to know you're alive.
Yes, I'm alive. And you're alive, too. He rolled his eyes at how ridiculous he sounded, suddenly for all the world shy and tongue-tied. It's good to hear your voice. Where are you?
In Glasgow. I'm sorry not to be nearby. Did you get any of my letters?
Sorry, no. I wish I had. I've been, traveling. He glanced around the kitchen. Claire had moved off into the living room to leave him alone. I've never stopped thinking about you. What are you doing now, can you say?
Didn't Claire tell you? I'm a ferry pilot now. I get planes of all sorts to where our pilots need them. New ones, repaired ones. If they need them, I get them there.
Her voice lowered.
And I love you, too.
Paul caught his breath. I had barely arrived when you called. I'm sure Claire would have told me about your ferry flying. That's dangerous. Those pilots get shot down sometimes. Can't you go back to what you were doing when we met?
What you do is dangerous. Are you going to stop?
I can't. There's a war on, you know.
Exactly.
Ryan chuckled.
You sound inconsolable. How long will you be there?
Paul's head popped up straight. A couple of days. A resolute tone entered Ryan's voice.
I'll be there tomorrow. I don't know how yet, but I'm coming to see you. Don't go anywhere.
I'll do my best. When Paul hung up and re-entered the living room, Claire looked up and laughed.
I don't think I've ever seen a wider smile on your face.
Stop it, Paul snapped in mock exasperation. He could not keep the excitement from his voice when he added, She's coming tomorrow.
That's wonderful,
Claire exclaimed.
I'm so glad you'll get to see her.
She said she's ferrying planes now.
That's right. I forgot to mention that.
She sighed.
This war has so many people doing so many strange things, and keeping up with them is impossible, especially when no one can talk about what he or she is doing.
She looked up at him.
Well, I get to have you here for at least one night, maybe two.
He chuckled. Maybe two. I'll get a call when it's time for me to leave. Ryan grinned as she turned into Claire's driveway and sped up the remaining distance over the gravel road. She tingled with excitement, already seeing Paul's face in her mind's eye. Pulling in front of the house, she slid the car to a halt amidst flying dust, alighted, and hurried up the garden path. Claire opened the door and met her before she reached the landing. Ryan grinned broadly.
Where is he?
Then she laughed at herself.
I'm sorry. I'm acting like a schoolgirl. It's wonderful to see you. How are you? It's just that I hadn't seen or heard from him in months. I thought he'd forgotten.
The look on Claire's face stopped her. Crestfallen, she said,
He's not here, is he? What happened? He so wanted to see you. About an hour ago he received a call. He couldn't tell me anything about it, but shortly afterward a government car came to pick him up. He tried to reach you, but you must have been well on your way to come here.
Ryan nodded in dismay.
I hate this war, I really do. Come along inside. I'll get you a drink. I could use one, too. This is all so frustrating.
A few minutes later, Ryan cupped a tumbler in her hand and took a seat on the sofa while Claire sat across from her.
"Do you know he all but proposed to me that night he took me back into London during the Blitz? But then he said he wouldn't, because with the uncertainties of the future, he would not like to leave me a widow. Words to that effect. Like a fool, I told him I wouldn't accept anyway, because with whatever secret thing he's doing, he could disappear and I'd never know what happened to him. I've regretted saying that ever since. He was thinking of me, and I was thinking of myself."
Her lips trembled.
"He was so close, and now he's gone again."
She grasped her tumbler tighter. Claire put a soothing hand on her arm.
"He'll be back, I'm sure of it, and things will get better, you'll see."
Ryan wiped her eyes and broke into a slight, involuntary laugh.
"You'll see. That's your phrase, isn't it?"
Claire smiled.
"I suppose it is."
She sipped her drink.
"I'll tell you one bit about Paul. He's changed a tad." "In what way?" "It's hard to define. Last night, before you called, he suddenly went into a momentary trance-like state, but then he pulled himself right out of it. He's still the stalwart, loving brother we always knew, but he's toughened. Physically, I've never seen him in better shape. He's lean, not an ounce of fat, and his muscles are hard. But he seems always on alert and not quite as willing to share his thoughts. His eyes give a sense of hiding things he never wants to mention, almost a haunted expression."
Ryan sighed.
"I hate to think of how this war might change people. I only hope that we emerge as a still decent and caring nation." "Agreed. And have no fear. Paul is still the deeply caring person I've known all my life. Now, tell me about your flying, if you don't mind. What's it like?"
Ryan took a deep breath.
"It's fun, with such a sense of freedom in a three-dimensional world. I would do it for the rest of my life, if allowed. But my guess is, once the war is over, female pilots will be relegated to private aviation only. That would be such a shame, because those of us doing it are very good, and we love it." "But it's dangerous." "What isn't these days? If I'm going to be under attack, I'd rather go with a fighting chance to escape and retaliate than get hit while sleeping in my bed." "Good point. Which planes do you fly? Do you go in only certain ones?"
Ryan shook her head.
"We fly whichever ones need delivering to wherever they need to go. I'll get a call directing me to an airfield, and when I arrive, I find out which aircraft it is. A mechanic gives me a briefing on the peculiarities of the plane and what difficulties to expect. Then I study the manual, get in, and it's off we go." "Just like that?"
Ryan pursed her lips.
"Just like that? I even had to fly a bomber by myself once, and it usually takes a 7-man crew. Now that was a challenge. We all have our favorites, of course, but what we fly is dictated by who's available when an aircraft is ready to go. Personally, I like the Spitfire, but who doesn't?" "Have you gotten into any sticky situations?" "Do you mean besides the bomber?"
Ryan laughed and took another sip of her drink.
"I could have used one of these then,"
she said, holding up the tumbler.
"Another time I was taking a Spitfire down to RAF Tangmere. Of course, this was after the Battle of Britain and the Blitz, but we still get German fighters and bombers coming over once in a while. I flew low, as we usually do, and a flight of Luftwaffe bombers came in several thousand feet above me. I don't know what their target was. They were flying on past in the opposite direction, and one of their escort fighters spotted me and must have thought my plane posed a threat to them. It didn't. We never fly armed. Anyway, the German came after me in an Me-109, and of course we're only trained in how to get from here to there, not in fighter tactics. I stepped on the gas, so to speak, and went into a tight turn. I remember your brother Jeremy saying that German planes could not hold the turns, and their pilots avoid going into one behind a Spitfire for fear of finding it behind them. By that time the bombers had flown on by, and I guess the Nazi decided that I was no longer a threat because he left. I was near Tangmere, so I landed a few minutes later, but I have to tell you that I was shaking when I finally stopped the plane. I had to sit still a while to calm my nerves. Honestly, I don't know how our combat pilots face that day in and day out.
I don't either, Claire murmured, thinking of Jeremy and those of his friends who had lost their lives in aerial combat. Then she said brightly,
As long as you're here, you might as well spend the night. Timmy will love it. Where is Timmy? I haven't seen him.
He's in the back garden with the nanny. I asked you to keep him out there while I explain to you about Paul.
I'd love to see him, but I'm afraid I can't stay overnight. I wasn't going to be able to anyway. I have an early flight tomorrow morning.
She looked around the sitting room and then out the window across the front garden.
I do envy your tranquility here.
Claire took a hard swallow of her drink.
Yes, it is nice.
She stood up.
Let's go see Timmy.
On a transport plane over the North Atlantic.
Sorry to pull you away with short notice,
Stevenson said. After some minutes, he asked,
Did you see your sister?
I did, sir, thank you. Stevenson grunted.
Don't thank me. You had to stay somewhere. And what about that WAF, Flight Officer Northbridge?
We spoke on the phone last evening. Thank you for arranging that.
Well, that was the Prime Minister's doing.
Stevenson cast him a piercing glance.
I mucked up your reunion, didn't I?
He grunted.
When you get back to town, we'll have to make sure you get to see her.
Paul grimaced. You have bigger concerns. The trip was a bit sudden, though. Is anything the matter? Stevenson pursed his lips and nodded.
A bit of bother. General Marshall did not receive the Prime Minister's paper kindly, and neither did Admiral King. They thought Churchill was on board with an invasion into France now. They're very much opposed to gymnasts. We're heading to Washington to help sort things out.
Chapter 44. August 2nd, 1942. RAF Lynham, Wiltshire, England.
Strap in,
Churchill told Paul as their plane started its roll to the runway.
This will be a long flight.
Minutes later, it lifted into the midnight sky. Paul looked about the small cabin that had been prepared for the Prime Minister in the cavernous aircraft he had dubbed Commando, a consolidated B-24 Liberator heavy bomber that had been modified for passenger transport. Paul sat facing him across a small tabletop fixed to the wall between two square windows.
We don't have the creature comforts in here of the Boeing flying boat I like so much,
Churchill remarked.
The seats are barely tolerable, and there's no heat, so when we get to altitude we'll have to stay warm the best way we can. This plane will get us there. It's built for distance.
Paul strained to hear above the roar of the aircraft and the wind against its skin.
The pilot, William Vanderkloot, is very good, Churchill went on. He's somewhat of a free-spirited American civilian, ferrying our planes. Most of the crew's Canadian. We'll fly straight to Gibraltar over Vichy and Spain to save fuel, and avoid flying through the Mediterranean, where we would have been exposed to Germans on both sides.
He laughed.
Heavens, that could be a calamity. We'll spend the day on the Rock, and then tomorrow night we'll fly on to Cairo. But we'll have to detour around some known combat areas. I'll get to the purpose of our trip in a bit. I'm pleased to have you join us. Stevenson was not happy to let you go, but I think his original reason for recruiting you has been overcome by events. Others will have to build his archive.
Paul nodded, but regarded the Prime Minister with a questioning expression.
Sir, I am honored that you brought me along, but what am I supposed to do on this trip? What is my function?
I want you to do the same thing for me that you did for Stevenson. Be there, listen, provide me with your observations, analysis, and conclusions when I ask for them. If I have anything in particular for you to do, I'll let you know.
He paused as he pulled his thoughts together.
I found your observations about your trip to Czechoslovakia and your insights into the citizens of those various countries enlightening, not to mention your report on what you saw regarding the cattle cart trains of Jewish detainees.
He tossed his head with disgust. Do we know at all what's happening with the Jews? Churchill shook his head.
We've heard rumors too ghastly to fathom, without yet having hard proof. I fear that when we get to the end of this war, what we'll find will be beyond the public's ability to comprehend or accept.
Paul took a moment to let the somber statement sink in. Then he asked, Are we the only passengers?
My physician, Dr. Wilson, flies with me. That's his seat.
Oh, sorry, sir. Paul started to rise. Where should I— Churchill gestured with his palms.
Stay. The doctor's in the cockpit with the crew. I do that, too. I'll sit in the co-pilot seat at dawn. Vanderkloot pretends to let me fly the plane. I love doing that while watching the sun come up. It's all silvery and gold, reflecting off the water and bringing the landscape to life.
He pulled a cigar from his jacket pocket, lit it, and took a puff, savoring the flavor. Then he eyed Paul and held it toward him.
One of life's pleasures, if you like.
Paul studied it without speaking.
Ah, you don't smoke.
Paul shook his head, but, sensing the Prime Minister's disappointment, grinned. But I could be ordered to, if you like. Churchill laughed.
You should go far, Major, but today you become a man.
He offered the cigar again, and Paul took it. A minute later he was coughing helplessly, while Churchill looked on in amusement. When Paul finally settled down, both men had tears in their eyes, Paul from his ordeal, and Churchill from laughing.
Thank you for that,
Churchill said, his body shaking from contained mirth.
I have few opportunities for unbridled hilarity.
Paul regained his composure and found himself enjoying his cigar, albeit with eyes that still watered.
I must handle a few difficulties in Egypt,
Churchill said, becoming serious once more.
Our Eighth Army is not performing well. Rommel has once more pushed us back. I'll need to make some changes in command. We cannot lose Egypt. The Suez Canal is critical, as you know, and it straddles the path leading north through the oil fields in Iraq and Iran to a possible link-up with other German divisions in the Caucasus.
He sighed.
When we're done in Cairo, we'll be on to Moscow before a meeting with Comrade Joseph Stalin.
Oh, Paul exclaimed in surprise. I had no idea. Churchill chuckled.
Winning this war also relies on diplomacy, which loosely translated means holding one's nose and placating undesirables in the name of abiding friendship in which neither side believes. The Americans in Appalachia would call the relationship a shotgun wedding.
He drew on his cigar and let the smoke out slowly in rings.
All my life I've detested Bolshevism, and I still do. Stalin knows that. He knows full well that we would not lift a finger to rescue his regime, but for the threat that the Nazis impose on the world, now joined by the Japanese form of fanaticism.
He studied the end of the cigar and tamped it into an ashtray.
We've finally got the President and senior staff on the same page with us regarding the invasion of North Africa. But I'll tell you, General Marshall and Admiral King are none too happy about it.
He glanced at Paul and laughed.
Would you believe they snubbed me when the President sent them over to work things out in London? That was after you and Stevenson went to confer with them in D.C. I invited them to spend a weekend at Chequers, and they declined. I heard through back channels that when General Brooke and I refused wholehearted support of Sledgehammer 3 times, the two of them urged the President to vacate the European theatre altogether, leaving it to us to sort out. And they recommended that America concentrate all its energies against Japan instead.
Paul sucked in his breath. That would have been terrible. Churchill cocked his head to one side.
To say the least. Roosevelt ordered Marshall and King to support the invasion in North Africa, which, by the way, has been renamed from Gymnast to Operation Torch.
I heard that, and the name has a nice ring to it. more indicative of what we expect to do with the operation.
I'd say so.
So, if I may ask, what's the issue with Stalin?
He still pushes for a second European front. He's going to take some hand-holding.
Churchill leaned toward Paul.
Tell me your observations of the two American generals you met at Downing Street at the beginning of July, Eisenhower and Clark. This is a good time to talk about that.
Paul leaned back in his seat just as the plane bumped in a pocket of turbulence.
They're both very courteous and professional. General Eisenhower was quite congenial.
He listened carefully, and his responses to you always began with a reference in one way or another to demonstrating that he understood what you just said. Sometimes he might have disagreed, but he caged his comments in such a way as to avoid offense when making his point. General Clark seemed somewhat less approachable. I saw him react when you congratulated General Eisenhower on his promotion.
That's because Eisenhower was promoted over him. When I first met the two, Clark was senior. Now he's junior. Furthermore, with the final decision to go ahead with Torch, Eisenhower is the commander-in-chief of the operation, and Clark is his deputy.
Paul raised his eyebrows. I can see how that could cause some competition, and certainly explains the expression I saw. Perhaps Clark should get points for taking the situation in stride. His pride must be wounded a bit, I should think.
Agreed,
Churchill said, nodding.
They're both very capable and handling the situation well, and I think the personality difference you detected swung the decision in Eisenhower's favor.
He moved the blackout curtain aside a bit and stared into the inky sky.
We have several issues of command coming up. The operation to build up U.S. forces in Britain, Operation Bolero, is a huge undertaking. All land operations in the European theater will fall within its purview. The Americans and Russians will push to invade Europe in 1943. For that to happen, we must see victory in North Africa this year. So we need an overall commander for Bolero to do the planning and be ready to execute, and he must subordinate command of Torch. I've suggested General Marshall for the job, with Eisenhower as his deputy to handle Torch. That leaves intact the current command relationship between the two.
Marshall is very calm and deliberate, Paul interjected. I met him in Washington in June when I was there with Stevenson for the sledgehammer discussions.
It is now defunct,
Churchill interjected.
My military chief of staff, General Brooke, says Marshall is more interested in preparing for the fight than in fighting, or words to that effect.
Begging your pardon, sir, that's beyond my level. Once again the Prime Minister chuckled.
I see why Stevenson and Donovan like having you around. They said you're a stickler for towing the line.
Paul smirked. I have to say that between the two of them, along with you and the President, I've been disabused of that principle.
Not altogether you haven't,
Churchill said, peering at him.
And that's a good thing. This war is being fought to preserve principle, not stamp it out. Unfortunately, we have to do unpleasant things that would be unthinkable during peaceful times.
Which is itself a worthwhile principle, is it not, sir? Doing what must be done?
Good point. So long as those actions support the public good.
Churchill leaned close to Paul.
At the end of this war, principled leaders must emerge.
Relaxing back into his comfortable posture, he continued,
As a ground soldier going into combat, which of those two men would inspire the most confidence from many levels above you, Eisenhower or Clark?
I'd hardly call myself a ground soldier, sir, though I admire both men greatly.
You had your brush with ground warfare in Albania on your fact-finding tour with General Donovan. Tell me what you think.
Paul took his time to mull before hazarding a response. I think I cannot fairly answer the question, because I've seen neither of those generals in action. That said, I can tell you what I observed.
And that is?
They both asked a lot of questions, but during the discussion, I could not figure out General Clark's opinion about your concern over invading France now rather than North Africa first. Given his suggestion about General Giraud, I think he sees the sense of your position, but he did not necessarily support it. Not then.
And Eisenhower?
He knew that Marshall firmly believed we should go into France first, but at the end of the discussion he brought up that paper you wrote and requested permission to forward it to Marshall. That paper seemed to have fomented the brouhaha, bringing about the President's order to Marshall and King to support Torch. In London, Eisenhower appeared to support your position, but couldn't say so explicitly, so he found a way of communicating his support subtly. I doubt that he felt compelled to get your permission before showing it to Marshall. He must have known Marshall's likely reaction, which is why he hadn't shown it to him before. Churchill peered at Paul.
So you're suggesting that Eisenhower is both a diplomat and a politician, in addition to being an army general. We'll need those skills to hold this grand alliance together.
He leaned back and sat in reflection for a time, and then told Paul,
Relax and feel free to move about and get to know the crew. And get some sleep. This'll be a long journey. There are a couple of benches at the back where you can lie down. We'll have to rotate with a good Dr. Wilson, though.
Chapter 45. August 10th, 1942. Cairo, Egypt.
Next stop, Moscow,
Churchill told Paul as the commando winged into the night sky.
Now that we've got our command issues sorted out in this part of the world, with General Montgomery replacing General Ochnek, we can get on with the rest of our mission. We'll need to refuel in Tehran, so we'll be there a few hours. This time, the passenger list also includes President Roosevelt's envoy, Averell Harriman. 2 more plane loads of our entourage are also in flight.
Shouldn't Mr. Harriman be in here with you instead of me? Churchill waved away the question, his cigar leaving a thin trail of smoke in the air.
We'll have plenty of time that I can spend with him, and I enjoy my conversations with you.
He chuckled.
Please be sure to treat me kindly in whatever books you write, which I encourage you to do for the benefit of future generations. Like all others that have gone before, they are likely to ignore the lessons of history. We should at least leave them an accurate record to use if they so choose. I'll be writing my own history as well.
I'm not much of a writer, sir.
And you haven't much vanity either, but you have a good mind, and your heart's in the right place. I'll predict that you'll tell this story out of a sense of duty, if for no other reason.
You give me more credit than I deserve. But may I ask what you hope to accomplish in Moscow? Churchill harumphed.
I suspect a good many people are asking that question.
He took a puff on his cigar while he gathered his thoughts.
Stalin is between a rock and a hard place.
He arched his eyebrows.
Then again, aren't we all? But he's produced his own predicament, which started long before Hitler betrayed him.
How so? Churchill contemplated before responding.
Despite that strong jaw, his piercing eyes, and thick hair and mustache that photographers love to show as a man of steel, which is what his name Stalin means, he's only 5 feet 5 inches tall. He has a club foot and a withered arm. And that's not even his real name. He was born Vissarionovich Djugashvili.
The Prime Minister cocked his head as if in surprise.
I hadn't thought about it before, but perhaps he's owed some credit for overcoming his physical disabilities, becoming this towering figure that the public perceives. He has a sharp mind, an incredible memory. He gets to the heart of any matter quickly. Facts matter to him. Plans and theories don't. In any event, he mastered the art of being underestimated, getting himself appointed as party secretary, the keeper of records, in the Bolshevik Revolution's early days. There he learned the best-kept party secrets and used them to grow his power.
He took another puff on his cigar and watched the smoke swirl.
Do you recall that through German messages intercepted and decoded at Bletchley Park, we learned and tried to warn Stalin of Hitler's intention to break their neutrality agreement and attack the Soviet Union? That was Operation Barbarossa."
Paul nodded.
"Those messages informed us of an intelligence operation that the Germans ran on him, a brainchild of Hitler's propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels. Essentially, Goebbels had sensed Stalin's underlying insecurity and fed it by dripping false information into the Soviet Union that made its way to Stalin. His insecurity evolved into roaring paranoia, and Stalin ended up persecuting 75,000 people whom he considered to be personal threats. Among those, he had executed 30,000 Red Army members, including more than 80 of his 109 generals. Some of them were many of his closest advisers."
Paul listened with a neutral expression, containing his sense of being appalled. Churchill grunted.
"That great purge weakened Stalin's own defenses. He lost centuries' worth of military experience and had to rely on inexperienced underlings driven by fear. But he believed that we, Great Britain, were intent on plunging him into our war, and that Hitler would not be so stupid as to attack the Soviets. When Germany did invade, Stalin was so taken by surprise that he froze into inaction. A whole week passed with no response. After Minsk fell and the Germans were on the march toward Moscow, the Politburo went looking for him at his Dachau to mobilize a defense. He thought they'd come to arrest him."
Churchill shook his head and chuckled.
"He's a realist, if nothing else. He at least gave the appearance of softening toward his people. In his next speech to the nation, he addressed the citizens as brothers, sisters, and dear friends, admitted candidly that Western Russia had been lost. One other point, and then I'll get back to your question about what we hope to accomplish in Moscow. The man is not without courage. Last October, on the 16th, I think, he was at the train station. His staff had recommended an evacuation of the government to a town 500 miles east, Tbilisi. All had been prepared, and he had given the order, and then suddenly he told his staff, "No, we stay here until victory's been achieved." So Stalin, this son of a shoemaker from Georgia, seems as determined to beat the Nazis as we are. But he needs to understand the Allies' abilities and constraints. He keeps pushing for a second front in France, apparently believing that we are holding resources back from him. The opposite is true. Great Britain has shipped thousands of tons of supplies and equipment provided to us over and above what the U.S. has already sent him, and we've done it at the expense of our own soldiers in the field. But it was necessary to prevent Germany from overwhelming Stalin and seizing control of his army and weapons factories, which Hitler would most assuredly have turned on us. As you know, despite German failure against Moscow last winter, they've renewed their offensive, and now they're headed towards Stalingrad, hoping to seize its factories and publicly humiliate Stalin. 3 months ago, Stalin overrode his generals and ordered a counter-strike against the Germans to regain territory around Charkov. The initiative failed terribly, and I sense that Comrade Joseph is in a panic. Believing that Hitler's true objective was still Moscow, he misplaced his forces, and now the Wehrmacht approaches Stalingrad with greater ease than they did Moscow last year. Stalin's military blunder could cost us dearly, and it's causing him to rethink his entire strategy, including his relations with the West. He's dropped his post-war territorial claims on eastern Poland and the Baltic states. But frankly, the situation causes me great concern. Perhaps Stalin will negotiate with Hitler again. That would be catastrophic, so we must keep him with the Allies. There's potential fallout from Stalin's blunders, regardless of whether he enters into a new pact with Germany. If the Wehrmacht continues its push towards the Caucasus, Hitler might be able to pressure Turkey into joining the Nazis and providing a path on the western side of the Black Sea to link up with Rommel in the Middle East. Or the Germans could turn south on the eastern side of the Black Sea, seize the oil fields in Iraq and Iran, overrun us in Egypt, and link up with Rommel that way.
With control of the Suez, Germany would cut off our supply line there and threaten India. In that scenario, Hitler would no doubt see the possibility of linking up with the Japanese in the far North Pacific of the Soviet Union, and then all bets are off.
Churchill sat quietly a moment in deep contemplation. Then he sighed.
You can see that the stakes are astronomically high for this trip. Last year, Hitler directly threatened the British Isles. The potential I just described to you directly threatens the entire British Empire.
It would certainly be a bleak picture, sir, Paul agreed.
So, very simply, we must meet face to face. That will give me a chance to take the measure of Stalin. I intend to establish a personal relationship, one in which he understands our plans, rationale, and limitations, as well as the sacrifices we're making on his country's behalf. Meetings to handle such momentous affairs must be done in person.
But you don't personally like him?
Like him? He's a street thug, a bank robber. At one of his heists, he left 40 people dead. Remember the Holodomor, when he starved millions of Ukrainians between 32 and 33 with a forced famine? How could I possibly like him? The immediate threat to Britain is Hitler. So I swallow my pride and personal preferences and do what must be done to save our country. And right now, we need Stalin as much as he needs us.
Chapter 46. August 12th, 1942. Moscow, Russia, USSR. Paul stood stock still, careful not to make a sound, controlling his expression so as not to show his utter shock. A few feet away, General Alan Brooke seemed to also be struggling to contain his own astonishment. Dr. Wilson had already vacated the common area of State Villa No. 7, the guest dacha assigned to the British delegation. Harriman had gone on to stay at the American embassy. In the center of the well-appointed sitting room, Churchill stared up at a chandelier over a round table. He bellowed an insult and then stalked away and disappeared into his bedroom. The day had gone well by Paul's measure, and the Prime Minister had been effusive. They had arrived that morning, were met at the airport by Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov, and after some pomp and ceremony, including a short Churchill speech about the tight bonds between the Allies, the delegation had been driven to a lavish dacha put at their disposal. That evening they drove to meet their host at the Kremlin. The stately white cathedral with its gleaming golden spires within the famous red walls encircling the seat of Soviet power had captured Paul, and he wondered about the genius and craftsmanship that had fashioned them. The site was far removed from the ruins of the war-ravaged city with bombed-out buildings he saw as they rode through Moscow. Stalin received the delegation in his office that evening. Harriman had already arrived. Stalin was dressed in a green tunic buttoned around his neck and hanging loosely over matching baggy trousers thrust inside knee-high, dark leather boots. He was just as Churchill had described him, diminutive, with a square jaw, thick hair and mustache, and piercing eyes. Greeting them with perfunctory courtesy, he showed the Prime Minister and Harriman to a row of chairs set up for formal photos. Curiously, he seated his Foreign Minister, Molotov, to his left, Harriman to his right, and Churchill at the far right. Paul wondered if the arrangement was done deliberately to unsettle the Prime Minister. Whatever the reason, the first 2 hours of discussion had been testy. Churchill went over all the points that he had used with Roosevelt, Marshall, Eisenhower, Clark, and the members of the Combined Chiefs regarding why an amphibious assault could not be carried out in 1942. Stalin remained unconvinced, telling Churchill that a man who was not prepared to take risks could not win a war.
Why do you think Hitler did not invade Great Britain when he was at his height of military power and we were at our weakest? Churchill retorted. It was because crossing the Channel is very difficult.
It's not the same as what I propose, Stalin replied. Your people would have fought a German invasion. If you mounted an amphibious assault in France, you would be liberators. The French people would welcome you and join the fight.
Which is all the more reason why we should do it only when we are fully equipped and ready. The worst thing we could do is expose French citizens to a bloodbath, get ourselves tossed off at the beach, and then leave them to the retaliation of Hitler. He would consolidate his position, and we would lose.
As the discussion continued, Paul's ears perked up when Stalin suggested a smaller invasion.
You could take back the Channel Isles.
Paul's thoughts immediately went to his mother and stepfather, Marion and Stephen, but he had been present at sufficient numbers of discussions to note Churchill's response.
That would be a useless waste of resources that would accomplish nothing toward winning the war.
Watching both men as the discussion continued through interpreters, Paul was struck by how emotional they could be. Stalin's disposition sank into sullenness with sparks of anger, particularly when Churchill told him that, in consultation with their American allies, a decision had been reached that no invasion of France would be attempted this year.
"May I have a pencil and paper?"
Churchill asked. Surprised, Stalin ordered that the items be brought, and Churchill then sketched a crocodile, telling him,
"This is France,"
and indicated the head,
"and the Mediterranean is the soft underbelly."
He tapped the spot with his pencil.
"You kill a crocodile by attacking the soft underbelly."
Stalin had leaned in, and Churchill revealed the concepts of rudder and torch.
"We are preparing to launch these operations this year, and when we do, they are certain to draw some of Hitler's resources from the Caucasus. That will relieve pressure on Stalingrad, and we will kill German soldiers. If we are successful in these operations in 1942,
Churchill said emphatically,
we will launch a deadly attack against Hitler next year."
Stalin was visibly elated, fully engaged, and asked many questions. When finally the meeting ended, he and Churchill were smiling and agreeing with each other's comments. Shortly afterward, the British delegation bid the Soviets good night. Churchill was in high spirits when they reached the Dhaka.
"My strategy was sound. First, I gave him the bad news, then glad tidings. Stalin was enthusiastic when we left."
He laughed out loud.
"Stalin is a peasant. I knew exactly how to handle him."
That was the point at which Paul froze. General Brooke shook off his own surprise, strode over to the Prime Minister, whispered in his ear, and pointed at the chandelier, a likely place for a bug. Churchill swung around, looking wide-eyed about the room. Then his eyes narrowed, he stepped closer to the table, and glared up at the chandelier.
"The Russians, I'm told," he shouted, "are not human beings at all. They are lower on the scale of nature than the orangutans."
He started to walk away, but then added,
"Now let them take that down and translate it into Russian."
When the parties rejoined discussion the next morning, the bonhomie of the night before had disappeared. Stalin did not rise to greet Churchill. He leaned back in his chair, smoking a pipe.
"Your crocodile's underbelly is irrelevant,"
he growled, close to a sneer.
"You promised an invasion into France this year. You broke your promise."
He turned slowly to face Churchill, who had taken his seat.
"If the British army had fought the German army as hard as the Russians have, you wouldn't be so frightened of them."
Furiously, Churchill took to his feet and retorted loudly,
"Obviously you know nothing of fighting a war to win. You took no action to defend your own country for a full week after being attacked. You signed a non-aggression pact, leaving us to fight alone when you could have helped. We sank the Bismarck and the Italian Navy, and we all but grounded the Tirpitz by destroying the only dry dock that could handle her on French soil. And we sent you supplies and equipment that we needed as much as you did. You've got problems, and you look to us to bail you out when Britain's got its own problems to deal with."
Paul watched in disbelief, his gut wrenching at the thought of the ramifications that seemed almost certain to result from the tumultuous meeting. The confab lasted not much longer. The next morning, cigar in hand, Churchill took Paul into the garden outside the Dhaka and away from the bugs.
"That man insulted me," he fumed. "From now on, he'll have to fight his battles alone. I represent a great country, and I am not submissive by nature."
Paul remained silent.
"Aren't you going to say anything, Major?"
"I take my role now as one of listening," Paul said. "I'll listen all day long if you like, but I'm hardly anyone to advise you on matters as weighty as how to handle Stalin." Churchill stopped walking and stared at him. Then he laughed.
"That must have been some spectacle to watch," he said. "Good thing the press wasn't there. I can see the headlines now. British PM and Russian dictator in shouting match."
He lowered his head.
"The fact is that we need each other, and our countries need us to get along."
Another man approached, and Paul recognized Sir Archibald Clark Kerr, the British ambassador to Moscow. His expression was that of contained anger. He glanced at Paul. "Please, leave us."
"He can stay," Churchill said gruffly. "Speak your mind."
"As you like, Mr. Prime Minister," Kerr replied while tossing an impatient glare at Paul. "I have to ask, are you going to flounce off home, all because you're offended by a peasant who didn't know any better?" He paused for breath. "You are an aristocrat. These Soviets are rough and inexperienced, straight from the plow and the lathe. Don't let your pride blur your judgment." He pivoted in front of Churchill. "You've got to unbend, sir. You must ask Stalin for another talk." Churchill took a long puff on his cigar and watched the smoke swirl as he let it out.
"You're right, of course," he said at last. "But what if Stalin isn't receptive? What if he won't unbend, to use your word?"
"I think he might," the ambassador replied. "He's received bad news from the front. The Wehrmacht just routed the Red Army along the Don River. Stalingrad is in their sights." Churchill's head popped up.
"You don't say."
"I do say, sir. Stalin needs us, and we need him." They met in Stalin's office again that evening in a pervasive atmosphere of allies of necessity doing their duty. They reviewed matters and points already covered, and then Churchill rose to leave. He was surprised when Stalin suddenly stood with him, extended his hand, and said with a broad smile, "Please come to my apartment in the Kremlin and have a drink with me. I'd like you to meet my family." Somewhat bewildered, Churchill accepted, and discovered a side of the dictator he had not seen before. He turned to regard the others of his party.
"What about them?"
"Bring them," Stalin said, laughing. "If we are to be allies, we should get to know one another."
Churchill looked peaked at the airfield the next morning as they prepared for a return journey to Cairo. He stood dutifully between Molotov and Ambassador Kerr and was surrounded by the delegation as bands played renditions of the U.S. national anthem, God Save the King, and the Communist Internationale. As he was about to board the plane, Kerr approached and whispered something in his ear. Once aboard, Churchill went straight to one of the benches at the back and lay down. Mid-flight, he called for Paul to join him in his makeshift cabin.
"That was a night to remember," he said. "Years have passed since I drank as much. Stalin brought his young daughter Svetlana to meet me, and he was as proud as any father I've known. You could see the pride in his eyes. It was as if he wanted to convey, 'See, we Bolsheviks love our families too.' But he's a cheeky bastard. When I started telling him about my ancestor, the Duke of Marlborough, he laughed and told me that he preferred the Duke of Wellington because Napoleon had presented the greatest danger in the history of the world, and the Duke had defeated him."
Churchill grunted.
"He should study history better," he muttered. "He'd find that it was a 67-year-old Russian, General Mikhail Kutuzov, who set the stage for the Corsican corporal's defeat."
"Do you mean by setting fire to Moscow and luring the French army to chase him into the Ural Mountains in winter and then decimating it?" Churchill nodded.
"It's good that you know history. The Russian winter defeated Napoleon. It held the Wehrmacht at bay last winter,
and it'll do the same at Stalingrad. To cause that particular defeat, we must hold the Allies together."
He took a deep breath and exhaled.
"I think our alliance is cemented. Stalin and I can do business together."
"Well, that's good news, sir. So the trip was a success?"
"I believe so. Time will tell. I believe our alliance will hold because, as unsatisfactory as you might consider what equipment and supplies we've sent, at least we're not taking away territory, whole gobs of it, and we haven't broken any treaties. From Stalin's viewpoint, we are less untrustworthy than Hitler."
"That's a mite cynical."
"Perhaps, but true, I think."
He looked out the window at the blue sky.
"Our ambassador relayed a piece of news just as we were leaving. Eisenhower received a directive from the combined chiefs to proceed with Torch. That means Roosevelt gave his approval. I'd already given mine. Sledgehammer is dead. The invasion of North Africa is on. At least the next stage."
He paused pensively.
"You know, I have a mind to send you to Gibraltar to be my envoy on Eisenhower's staff. That's where he'll set up his headquarters to run Torch."
"Am I to spy there?" Churchill chuckled.
My, you've descended into your own miasma of cynicism, haven't you? No, it'll all be above board. I know your sense of ethics would never allow you to lurk in the shadows within our own camp, and Eisenhower would figure out the lay of the land if we attempted anyway. I need an unvarnished view of the goings-on from someone who is not involved in decision-making. You've performed in that role for some time."
"I see, sir." Paul mulled that a moment. "I'm at your service. And if I may ask, why are we going back to Egypt now?" Churchill took his time to respond.
"This war is multifaceted, as you well know. German U-boats and the combined German and Italian air forces had successfully blockaded our access to Malta with hundreds of submarines and an ungodly number of aircraft. That island is a critical supply point and refueling station for our ships in the Mediterranean, not to mention that it's a wonderful platform for long-range guns and a base for aircraft. If we lose it, the Mediterranean becomes an Axis lake. The island is critically short of supplies, going months without the arrival of a single supply ship."
He blew out a long breath between pursed lips.
"While we were in Moscow, the Italians and the Germans attacked a convoy we'd sent to rescue the island. The Axis couldn't seem to coordinate their assaults. The Italian and German submarines attacked seemingly independent of each other, and apparently with no coordination with the Luftwaffe's bombardment. The long and short is that a remnant of our convoy broke through the blockade and reached Malta, but the price was high on both sides. We would have deemed the operation a success if only a single merchant ship had reached Grand Harbor at Malta. The situation there was that desperate. We ran the largest and most protected convoy of the war to date. It included 2 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 7 cruisers, 32 destroyers, and myriad tankers and supply ships. The convoy had both British and American ships with aircraft cover from the carriers, and 36 Spitfires to be delivered to Malta. Earlier this year we supplied 52 Spitfires there, and the Luftwaffe bombed and destroyed all of them before we could turn them around and put them in the fight."
He pulled a paper from his jacket and drew long on his cigar.
"I promise you, we did not make that mistake this time. We downed 52 enemy aircraft, but we lost the carrier Eagle and 9 merchant ships. 2 cruisers, the Manchester and Cairo, were hit and had to turn back to Gibraltar, and our destroyer Foresight was sunk. Carrier Indomitable was also crippled. It didn't go down, but it couldn't support air operations. And we lost the ships that carried our main radio capability, so coordinating air cover for the last 2 days was next to impossible."
Churchill looked up with a pleased expression.
"But our chaps never quit. One of our destroyers, the Ithuriel, rammed an Italian submarine to keep it from firing its torpedoes, and special mention must be made of the American tanker Ohio. It was hit by a torpedo 3 days out from Malta. That tanker carried enough petroleum for 13 weeks of operations. Can you imagine the explosion if it had ignited? Those Americans fought the flames and kept the ship afloat. It was stranded for a while, but 3 of our destroyers latched onto her and towed her all the way into Grand Harbor.
He jabbed the air with his cigar again.
I'll tell you, not enough credit can ever be given to the merchant seamen in this war. They sail bravely where they're told to go, delivering food, ammunition, and supplies to where they're needed.
He indicated the paper again.
Vice Admiral Seyfert commanded the convoy, Operation Pedestal, and he included this in his dispatch to me.
He read the message.
Both officers and men will desire to give first place to the conduct, courage, and determination of the masters, officers, and men of the merchant ships.
Churchill sighed and muttered in a low voice.
He says further down that after being attacked by Stuka dive-bombers all day, he watched seamen pushing a fully fueled, armed, and burning Hurricane off the flight deck, and they did it while covered in the blood and entrails of their mates.
He tossed his head in slight obstinacy.
My senior military advisers had thought the island to be indefensible and wanted to abandon it. Our Mediterranean Fleet headquarters had been located there for decades, but we moved it to Alexandria 2 years ago. Now we can see more than ever that Malta is crucial to both sides because it's halfway between Gibraltar and Alexandria. Whoever controls that island controls that sea and wins North Africa. If we had lost it, torch would be bloody useless exercise.
Churchill stood suddenly with a triumphant air.
But our men arrived in Malta with 55,000 tons of supplies, the Ohio's oil, and 36 Spitfires. It's in the fight.
The Prime Minister retook his seat as the bomber rumbled on through the air.
And there's another operation going on at present, on the other side of the planet. The Americans are engaged in the Pacific in a fierce battle at that island called Guadalcanal. It's already raged for more than a week.
He sighed.
And then there's India to contend with.
Is it serious, sir?
Churchill grimaced. It's all serious, and of course I'll be accused of imperial tendencies again. While we've been basking in Cairo's sun and feasting on stuffed pig at Stalin's apartment at the Kremlin, the Congress Party in India has gone violent with its Quit India movement, sabotaging railways and fomenting riots. Mobs are running wild over large segments of the country, demanding an end to British rule. The Viceroy's Council proposed unanimously to arrest Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, 2 of the party's leaders. And, by the way, only 1 Englishman sits on that council, and our war cabinet endorsed the plan. And then, of all things, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek in China read the published reports of the events in India and tried to influence things by protesting to President Roosevelt. Seems that Chiang views himself as freedom's champion in Asia.
Fortunately, the president backed him off. The plans of arrests in India was executed, and the Congress Party's influence appears to be fizzling. Churchill took a deep breath.
Meanwhile, Operation Rata has been renamed Operation Jubilee and is about to launch. We're on the verge of a large raid into France at Dieppe.
Paul barely contained his surprise. Then why are we going back to Cairo?
2 reasons. I want an extended visit with Lord Gort. He took over as governor in Malta only 4 months ago, in April. He'll be arriving in Cairo with his aide, Lord Munster. I want to congratulate them for their courage under fire and sticking it out through that awful siege, and I want to hear from Gort personally about conditions in Malta.
He paused.
And there's one other reason.
Paul waited.
We won't make it back to England before Jubilee launches. I need to be in a secure location to monitor that operation. Moscow is not the place, and neither is Tehran.
Paul cast the Prime Minister a skeptical glance. But Cairo is? Churchill chuckled, took a puff from his cigar, and blew out a series of smoke circles.
It's the safest place we can get to in the time allotted.
What's the objective at Dieppe?
Quite simple. Seize a major French port and hold it for 1 day. This was one of Lord Mountbatten's combined operations ideas, to show Hitler that the Atlantic coast is vulnerable, requiring him to shift troops from the east for the western defense. That should alleviate some pressure on Stalin. Next is to gather intelligence about coastal fortifications, destroy critical elements in the vicinity, to include some artillery batteries, a radar station, and an airfield. And third, to get out. This raid is not intended to be the main thrust into Europe, and of course we'd seek to limit the number of French civilian casualties. The 2nd Canadian Division will provide the bulk of the raiding force with 5,000 men. Canadian senior leaders are concerned that their men have been training in the UK for 2 years, but they've seen no action. They want their troops blooded before the main invasion. 50 American Rangers and 15 Free French will be in the mix too. Our commandos, who will have about 1,000 in the operation, train them on the grounds at Achnacarry Castle in Scotland. Come to think of it, this will be the first time Americans are in ground combat against Germans in this war.
Chapter 47. August 19th, 1942. Dieppe, France. Lieutenant Colonel Simon Fraser, commander of No. 4 Commando, and otherwise known as Lord Lovat, 25th Chief of Clan Fraser of Lovat, and 4th Baron Lovat in the Peerage of the United Kingdom, squinted through inky darkness at an even darker mass of land rising against the horizon. The landing crafts carrying 252 commandos and 20 U.S. Army Rangers under his command broke through the waves, driven by twin 65-horsepower Ford engines. His command, on the right flank of Operation Jubilee, was one of 6 elements on this first raid-in force spread along 12 miles of the French coast at Dieppe and its vicinity. Lovat was a slender man, unpretentious despite his pedigree, and dark-haired with a downward-curving mustache. He turned and scanned the sea all about, imagining the 200 ships and landing craft carrying 6,000 men deployed and spread out over 12 miles to the left of and behind his own small craft. Operation Jubilee, the first major Allied operation on European soil of this war, was about to execute. Lovat groaned. At the back of his mind was the comment the overall raid commander, Canadian M.G. John Roberts, made aboard one of the ships while addressing troops just before sending him into battle. "Don't worry, men, it'll be a piece of cake." Lord Mountbatten also addressed the commandos and Canadian soldiers. He was hugely popular with the men for the success of the raids in Norway and at Saint-Nazaire, and he had planned Operation Jubilee, though Lovat had heard that he had misgivings about it that were overridden. Namely, Mountbatten thought a heavy aerial bombardment should precede the raid, and he was against a frontal assault on Dieppe itself because it was heavily fortified. Lovat agreed with both sentiments. Also present at the send-off was a senior American officer Lovat had become aware of only recently, Lieutenant General Eisenhower. The general had gathered the 50 Rangers together to address them. One of them had related to Lovat the gist of the general's remarks, that the recently formed and not quite fully trained 1st Ranger Battalion was the first test of Rangers in battle and the first Americans to fight on European soil since the last war. Eisenhower was sure that they would conduct themselves well. "You're the first of thousands." The Rangers, Lovat had observed, were a spirited lot, all volunteers who had surprised their training cadre in Scotland with their wit, determination, and tenacity. His concerns were not with their fighting ability, but with the mission itself. In addition to Lovat's unease over the lack of a preliminary aerial bombardment, he also retained lingering concern that no battleships were among the flotillas. With the loss last December of the battleship Prince of Wales and the cruiser Repulse off the coast of Malaya at the hands of the Japanese in the Pacific, Royal Navy authorities had been averse to risking yet more capital ships close to shore, where land-based batteries and aircraft could potentially sink the vessels. They had instead sent in several destroyers, but the ordnance on these smaller ships would hardly be as effective as a battleship's heavy guns for a pre-assault bombardment of onshore defenses. 74 squadrons of aircraft, including 66 fighter squadrons, would fly air cover after fighting started. Perhaps in a ground support role they could pinpoint and subdue stubborn gun positions. He arched his eyebrows at the thought flitted by. That assumes less than heavy Luftwaffe opposition. The element Lovett commanded for the raid, No. 4 Commando, would proceed to Varengeville-sur-Mer, a village 6 miles west of Dieppe. Their objective was to destroy a battery of 6 150mm guns, stopping it from firing on friendly naval forces and the Canadian troops conducting the assault on Green Beach at Pourville, a village nearly halfway between the battery and Dieppe. 90 minutes after landing, he was to be in position when a flight of Hurricanes was due to strafe the battery. Immediately afterward, Group 2 would overrun the site, while Group 1 penetrated from Varengeville, east of the battery. As dawn's first light illuminated the landscape, Lovett sucked in his breath. Pre-mission aerial reconnaissance had been poor, and most of what anyone among the 6,000 men on this raid knew about the terrain came from tourism posters of the area. The cliffs that rose along the beach to his left now seemed steeper and taller than anyone had been able to discern from maps and photos. Fortunately for the commandos and rangers under his command, their landing point was protected from view from the east by a curve in the coastline. Speed and surprise were the elements on which Operation Jubilee depended, but as he sped to his objective at Orange Beach on the right flank, he wondered how long that surprise could last. He set his jaw, seeing that once his objective was secured, his men would be in relative safety. But he saw nothing to indicate that the same would be true for those elements further east. No. 3 Commando was to secure the left flank, Yellow Beach at Berneval, where another coastal gun battery was located, and Lovett could only hope that those comrades would find cover similar to this bend in the shoreline. Lovett's plan was to send Group 1 of No. 4 Commando to a position on the east side of the objective to pin down the Germans defending the guns at Varengeville. Major Derek Mills Roberts would lead the group to a landing where, according to the map, 2 gullies might allow him to approach the battery from below its seaward flank. Mills Roberts had been a friend for years, a loyal subordinate, and completely competent. Light-complected with dirty blonde hair and mustache, he was a formidable foe, though this would be his first test under fire. He would attack his objective with Troops B and C. His Troop A had been attached to Lovett's group. The other 5 raiding parties of Operation Jubilee had no similar protection, coming ashore at beaches green, white, red, blue, and yellow along the rough shore. Meeting Lovett's objective would eliminate a major threat at the right flank, but the cliffs, in particular those that the troops at adjacent Green Beach would encounter to the east and west of Pourville, appeared to be impenetrable. If caught on the beach in either of those places, the raiding party there would have no cover or concealment. Observing down the coast to the east, Lovett saw no other break in the cliffs before the town of Dieppe itself, where they appeared to taper down to the water where white and red beaches were located in close proximity to each other. From this distance he could not see beyond Dieppes' tiny harbor at the end of a narrow estuary, but he recalled that, in the mission briefs, cliffs had been mentioned along the full length of the assault area except at Pourville and Dieppe. No one had anticipated their being so high. They portended calamity. Fortunately, on his end, the cliffs descended westward along the Quiberville-Sainte-Marguerite road where the Saône River emptied into the English Channel. Lovett had pinpointed this low ground on the map and intended to use it to reach his objective. Captain Patrick Porteous came to stand next to him. "Things look a mite bleak down that way," he said, gesturing to their left toward Dieppe. "They do," Lovett said, turning to signal his boat's pilot to speed up. "Let the other crafts know to go full speed. We'll need to hit our objective fast and hard, or the enemy will rain hell on our mates east of us." He watched the captain move to the rear of the vessel. Lovett liked Porteous, a good-looking, tough, and jovial light-haired Scot, Born in Abbottabad, India, and bearing bright eyes and a sharp nose that looked like it had been twisted by too much rugby, Porteous had volunteered to take on the dangerous job of liaison between Lovett's two groups. In the event of a radio outage, he would relay messages back and forth, exposing himself to enemy fire. The landmass, the white cliffs, and the strip of beach seemed to rush to meet the landing craft, and sooner than he could believe, Lovett felt the crunch of sand against the bottom of the landing craft's thin wooden floor. Leaping into the shallow water, he waded ashore and glanced down to where Major Mills Roberts' boats also came to a halt and disgorged their commandos and rangers. Far off to the left, the unmistakable booms of heavy guns rolled across the waters. Flashes of light lit up the sky in that direction. Almost simultaneously, a lighthouse at the end of the promontory in Lovett's sector went dark. The raid had been detected. Surprise was blown. Mortar rounds peppered around the soldiers. Then swift hisses through the air and small eruptions in the sand preceded the rat-a-tat of machine guns. 4 commandos dropped into the sand, lifeless. Lovett had time only to glance down the beach where Mills Roberts' group came to shore 150 yards away. The men immediately sought the limited shelter of the gullies, but to get there, the soldiers had to contend with barbed wire strung over tank obstacles. Under withering fire, some immediately flopped on the barbed wire lifeless, their blood staining the sand. Others called for medics. Lovett's own Group 2 commandos encountered obstacles and thick barbed wire. They threw rabbit netting across the barriers, using it to cross, and sprinted to the mouth of the San River, taking more casualties as they went. Then the enemy fire redirected to the retreating landing craft, and the men reached limited cover. The sound of many aircraft reverberated across the water. Hawker Hurricanes overflew, drawing fire from the machine guns, and in that interval, Group 2 escaped to Quiberville-Sainte Marguerite Road. Crossing it, soldiers skirted along the eastern bank of the San. It had overflowed, impeding their progress, and already they sweated, their lungs heaving with the exertion, some of them nursing wounds. Full daylight now exposed them, but the steep riverbank protected them from fire from Sainte Marguerite, and they prepared smoke to conceal their movement from the enemy at Quiberville. At a bend in the river, they continued east, staying below a ridge of low hills, and continuing to where the terrain opened up with less cover and concealment. The formation spread out, sections of it maneuvering in alternating bounds across open areas. As his group approached the rear of the German battery, Lovett heard the sounds of a firefight. Group 1 was already engaged. Group 2 reached a wooded area, and there split into F Troop and B Troop. B Troop continued east, followed the southern edge of the woods, and then split again into sections. There they engaged the enemy, using fire and maneuver to advance through an orchard, destroy a machine gun position, and enter the village. Only 5 minutes late, they prepared to attack the main objective, the German battery of 6 150mm guns. Meanwhile, F Troop maneuvered to the northeast. Laying a smoke cover, they advanced and penetrated the wires surrounding the German position and surprised an enemy patrol preparing to counterattack Group 1. When the ensuing brief battle ended, no enemy remained alive. F Troop commandos continued on, intent on securing their objective, and swiftly dispatched inferior German resistance. Nevertheless, the troops sustained additional casualties but persevered, finally reaching their planned position from which to launch the final assault. There they waited. Lovett, with Porteous and his headquarters group, moved up between B and F Troop's positions, attracting friendly fire from F Troop. Urgent radio calls quickly doused it. While the troops positioned themselves, another section crept behind the lighthouse to cut telephone cables connecting German observers to their gun battery, and yet another section worked forward to the edge of the facing woods. The final section took up a flanking position among the houses in the village. An hour and 40 minutes after launching, all Group 2 elements were in position for the assault. Meanwhile, the powerful German guns pounded rounds along the shore east toward Dieppe, raining steel onto the thousands of Allied soldiers assaulting the beach. While Group 2 maneuvered into position behind the battery, Mills Roberts led his men to their position. Immediately on debarkation under fire, a quick reconnaissance had found the left gully to be impassable. A check revealed the right gorge to be blocked by wire and obstacles. Mills Roberts' men blew the impediments with explosives and continued up the steep ravine, perspiring and lugging light mortars and other weaponry. Equipment they carried broke free from bindings intended to muffle noise, threatening to reveal their position. On reaching the top of the gully, they found that the terrain broke into a wide, verdant field, and to one side was a barn. A section of C Troop led the way, scouting into the woods on the north side of Varengeville, clearing houses as they proceeded. They set up a mortar position a short distance from the village on the battery's flank and settled to wait. Almost immediately they were spotted, fired upon, and took wounded. One of Mills Roberts' men, Corporal Franklin Coons, an American Ranger, grabbed an injured man and dragged him to the barn, returning for others. When all were out of the line of fire, Coons searched inside the barn. Seeing a chink in the wall, he used a manger below it as a steady support for sniper fire and picked off enemy combatants on the near side of the objective. Outside, the remainder of Group 1 cut loose with M1 Garand rifles, Bren light machine guns, Boys anti-tank rifles, and mortars. Then from above came the sound of more aircraft, the promised flight of Hurricanes. They flew in from the northwest and descended in fury, strafing the battery, hitting magazines, and suddenly explosions boomed. The overcast sky lit up, black smoke rose into the air, and the thunderous roar of lethal weapons of all sorts spewed fire, smoke, lead, and the threat of death in every direction. Then, just as suddenly, a new sound added to the cacophony. A flight of FW-190 Fokker-Wulf fighters interrupted the Hurricane strafing runs, the aircraft wheeling, turning, diving, and shooting high above the battlefield. Seeing the British aircraft otherwise engaged, Lovett whirled about, seeking Porteous. Grabbing the captain's shoulder, he yelled above the din, "We're out of commo with Group 1. Get over to Mills Roberts and tell him air support is out of the question now. We'll wait 10 minutes and then assault. Go!" Porteous took off at a fast trot, skirting the battle area, sprinting through open places, ducking behind cover and concealment when available. He had barely cleared Group 2's area when he stumbled onto a road and nearly collided with a German officer. The two stared at each other, and the German, with his pistol already in hand, raised it and pulled the trigger. Porteous felt the impact through his hand and arm before he heard the report. Furiously, he charged. The officer had heard another sound, turned, and was about to shoot a British sergeant. The road was littered with dead bodies and war equipment, including a rifle with a fixed bayonet in the hands of a German in death's grip. Porteous grabbed the rifle with his good hand, slashed the enemy's arm with it, and then stabbed him. The man fell without a sound, and the British sergeant cast him a grateful stare. Looking wildly about but seeing no immediate danger, Porteous took off at a run again. Crashing through brush, he surprised two German soldiers hiding in a slit trench. On instinct, he grabbed a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, tossed it into the pit, and hit the ground. After the explosion had cleared, and seeing that no threat existed in close proximity, Porteous leaped to his feet and continued on, arriving a few minutes later at Mills Roberts' headquarters near the barn. Corporal Coons saw him coming, intercepted him, and led him to the major. Hunched over, unable to speak at first for lack of breath, and dripping blood, Porteous looked up and pointed at his watch. 5 minutes, he gasped. Attack! We're ready, the major replied. He glanced at Porteous's hand and arm. Get a medic on that. Still panting, Porteous shook his head and stumbled back in the direction he had come. When this is over, he said. Tell Lovett that the U.S. is fully engaged in this theater, Mills Roberts called after him. He clapped Coons' shoulder. This corporal gets honors as the first American to fire German soldiers on European soil in this war. Porteous nodded between breaths, raised a hand to wave his good wishes, and took off again at a trot. On arriving back at Group 2 headquarters, he found that Lovett had been wounded and was unconscious. Whirling on the Troop B leader, he ordered, "Clear all the buildings in the village." Then moving swiftly to Troop F's area and finding its leader, he yelled, "Time for the assault! Follow me!" At that moment, a giant explosion erupted inside the German battery perimeter. Apparently, one of Mills Roberts' mortars struck the ammunition dump. Porteous held his men back, and when the smoke had cleared, they charged in. 15 minutes later, 26 minutes after reaching their assault position, and having destroyed and entered the battery and finding no enemy survivors, Porteous collapsed from loss of blood. Chapter 48. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Merritt, commander of the South Saskatchewan Regiment, Canadian Army, stared with incredulity. He was a big, broad-shouldered man, in his mid-30s, with dark brown hair. He sometimes wore a mustache, but he was currently clean-shaven, his strong, rounded chin and stern expression belying his normal jocular demeanor. His astonishment resulted from the situation in which he found himself. While still on his landing craft, he had heard explosions to the north and east of Dieppe, signaling that surprise had been lost and he should expect hurried actions and subsequent confusion. Such was to be expected in war. But he had not anticipated having his unit so scattered before reaching the beach that a landing craft carrying his regiment's main force, including himself, would arrive on the wrong side of a bridge, with his remaining elements on the other side.
"Then again," he muttered, "dawn is barely broken. No one can see anything with any certainty of what they're looking at."
Bodies lay bleeding on the shore where they had landed, and the beach was steep, the sand of a shale type, exhausting soldiers' legs before even reaching the seawall.
"Like climbing a mountain of acorn shells."
His first worry was getting his men off the beach from under blistering gunfire, but his biggest concern was that his objective lay on the other side of the bridge spanning the river Lassie. And once across, he had to get a particular member of his command to the top of the cliffs on the east side of town. Failing that, the Dieppe operation could well be for naught. He glanced around to ensure that he had eyes on this special man, Private Jack, with no last name. At this point, Merritt was glad he did not know it. When they had first met, and when asked his name, the private had responded with the utmost courtesy and humility. "I'm not allowed to tell you, sir. You could be captured, too. Perhaps you should just call me Jack." After being briefed on the nature of the mission, Merritt had accepted it and had assigned Jack to Captain Murray Austin, commander of Company A. Austin, in turn, had summoned his own Sergeant Major, Ed Dunkerley, to discuss the matter in Merritt's presence. Jack was not there. "He's an RAF Canary," Austin said to Dunkerley's amusement. Merritt arched his eyebrows.
"You mean a coward? I'd hardly call him that. He knows what he's in for. He's certainly not too yellow to shoot."
"Sorry, sir," Austin replied. "That comment was disparaging." He turned to Dunkerley. "Make him look and act like a soldier. Jack's going to Dieppe with us, but he cannot be captured. Recruit the best of our command to be his bodyguards. If he's wounded during the raid and cannot be recovered, or if he's about to be captured—" He stopped talking and made direct eye contact. "Do you grasp my meaning?" The sergeant major sucked in his breath and shifted his eyes between Olson and Merritt. "I need to understand my orders clearly, sir. Under no circumstances is he to fall into enemy hands alive. Is that correct?" Austin nodded. "May I know why?" "Not now. Put 2 teams together to protect him. Ensure that the leaders of both teams are crack shots. They'll escort him to do his task." "He knows?" Austin grimaced. "That he might be executed by his own mates? Yes. He'll also carry a cyanide pill in his escape kit." Dunkerley blew out a quick breath.
"Then he really is not a canary, sir."
Austin and Merritt had agreed somberly. Now, here on the beach, amid machine gun rattle, the hiss and pop of bullets, and explosions all around, the probability of Jack being killed before completing his mission was great. But even if he succeeded, the threat grew of having to end the man's life to prevent capture. And while the main element of the South Saskatchewans remained on this side of the river, no chance existed for Jack to complete his mission. As his men sought cover and returned fire and gradually worked their way off the beach, Merritt urged them on while keeping an eye on the small group surrounding Jack. So far it was intact, but that might not be the case if Merritt completed what he had in mind to do next. The lieutenant colonel was proud of the men in his command. They came from the prairies of Canada, from Buffalo Gap, Swift River, Moose Mountain Creek, Old Wives Lake, and other quaintly named towns where streets were made wide so that men rode their horses abreast to avoid the other's dust. They were drawn from law offices, blacksmith shops, farm and ranch fields, banks, schools, and all manner of common and obscure occupations to fight for an island country thousands of miles away that none had ever seen, but to which they felt bound by ancestry and tradition. And after training for a year, they had sailed aboard filthy ships to Halifax to endure yet 2 more years of training to commando level. And they were guileless. Merritt had many times smiled at the memory of accosting a private at whose feet rested a still smoldering cigarette.
"Is that yours?"
"It's all right, sir," had come the sincere reply. "You saw it first. You take it." They were hard, they were brave, good-humored, and determined, yet this was their first battle, and they were being churned under merciless enemy fire like glass bottles on a shooting range wall, and he had to move them. RAF Flight Sergeant Jack Nissenthal, number 916592, known to his combat mates as Private Jack with no last name, moved lithely with his protective squad. One of the qualifications for the task he had been recruited to do was to be in superb physical condition, so he had no trouble keeping up with his mates. But his mission-specific training had lasted barely 2 weeks, not months, and beyond his sessions with Flight Sergeant Cox and memorizing the technical details of the Freya radar system, it had mainly consisted of adjusting his behavior to blend in with soldiers. He had spent hours with Cox, the technician who had accompanied the paratroopers on the raid at Bruneval to capture the Würzburg radar. Cox had volunteered for the Dieppe mission, but his superiors told him that he would not be sent to risk his life that way again. Besides, Jack was more technically qualified. And the Dieppe raid was deemed to be considerably more dangerous because of the intent to assault a fortified port along the Atlantic Wall. Jack was a highly gifted radar specialist with an interest going back to childhood in all things electronic. His knowledge had been developed formally at Regent Street Polytechnic and informally through keen interest, hours of personal research and tinkering, and unpaid experimental work at the Bawdsey radar station. At Bawdsey, he had shindied up towers 240 feet high amidst gale-force storms to repair and operate relays. His skill was such that RAF crews often requested that he fly with them to resolve issues that baffled other technicians. Having volunteered for flight crew at the beginning of the war, he was instead assigned to RAF Yatesbury to help establish the first top-secret radar school. Since then, he had worked at radar stations across the country, from North Scotland to South Devon, and he had even volunteered for commando training. Jack was also an avid athlete, spending many hours outdoors hiking, climbing, and riding bicycles. Recognizing the nature of the war, he had months earlier volunteered for any special operations that came along involving radar. Having been turned down, he was surprised to have received a recruiting call for this raid, and his only regret during the interview process was a remark made by an administrative officer to another worker, neither of whom knew anything of his mission. "You'd think they could find someone better than a Jew for a special job, wouldn't you? Whatever it is." Jack shook off a sick reaction to the comment. Certainly he had heard news about Jews being rounded up in France, even in Vichy, but no one knew definitively what happened to them. Rumors abounded of death and labor camps, but they were too horrific to be believed. No civilized nation could possibly indulge in such evil. Dr. Reginald Jones, the top radar scientist of Air Intelligence, had described the mission to Jack. Since the raid on Bruneval, British radar development technologists had become increasingly worried that not only had the Germans improved security around their radar sites, but that they had also improved the technology itself. The team thought the Luftwaffe might have developed an anti-jamming capability as well. They also worried that a backup radar system in the 250 MHz range might have been devised to be employed immediately if the Luftwaffe detected RAF jamming. The British team had deduced that a broad radar band that Germany had been using in Freya had been narrowed, which allowed them to identify objects more precisely. They needed an experienced scientist, Jones explained, to gain access to a Freya system, physically examine it, calculate the accuracy of the system, determine if significant modifications had been made, and, if so, how effective they were. And finally, they needed to know if the Freya included anti-jamming technology. "What we know already," Jones said, "is that the Freya had been improved to see out to 125 miles. Coupled with its Würzburg close-in system, its ability to identify targets is incredible and deadly to us." He stopped talking for a moment and rubbed his eyes, his stress and fatigue evident. "If we can't counter their system, there will be no successful invasion of Europe without an exorbitant cost in blood." Dr. Jones let the thought sink in, and then went on, stressing that few people possessed Jack's technical expertise. Of those who did, he said, Jack was the only one capable of handling the physical demands. "The risk is that you know the secrets of the cavity magnetron, our most closely guarded radar secret." As he spoke, he pulled from his desk drawer a small, round piece of metal. It was painted black, and around its rim 4 cooling fins had been cut. 8 small holes surrounded a larger one in the center. They were linked by narrow passages to a center cavity. Jones twirled the metal object absently in his hand. "This small device is what gives our radar incredible accuracy, and lets us reduce our stations to a size that can fit in our bombers and fighters." He locked eyes with Jack. "But you know that." Jack nodded, not sure where this conversation was going. "If the Germans get this, they'll win the war. We will lose." Jack stared gravely. "I know, sir. Say what you have to say." Jones sighed. "You're our top candidate for this mission, but the knowledge of this device cannot be allowed to fall into enemy hands. If you accept, you cannot be captured under any circumstances. Do you understand?" Jack had gazed back somberly, certain that he understood the implication. After some moments, he nodded. The mission consisted of joining an assault force on one of the most heavily fortified segments of the Atlantic Wall, a town called Pourville, near Dieppe on the French coast. He might have to scale the front of sheer cliffs, scurry across open uphill ground to the heavily defended radar facility, break in, examine the radar equipment, carry away critical parts, and return with them to the beach to be evacuated. "You'll probably be under fire the entire time." Jack had left the meeting without immediately accepting the assignment, but while mulling that evening, he went to see a movie with his mother and his girlfriend. An old news clip had shown a naval officer briefing volunteer boatmen of the dangers of sailing their small boats to rescue the British Army from the German onslaught at Dunkirk near the beginning of the war. The officer had told his listeners that anyone who wished to back down could do so with no shame. None did. The next morning, Jack had accepted the mission. Lieutenant Colonel Merritt stood just outside the line of fire by a house that must have been beautiful up to the pre-dawn hours of today, but now was marred with bullet holes and pockmarked from the strikes of larger-caliber weapons. Its windows were shattered, its roof caved in, and even now it offered only tentative cover. Around the corner was the bridge, and across it the rest of his unit. The bridge was heavily defended, the sounds of battle as loud and angry as on this side of the river where the adjacent unit, the Cameron Highlanders of Canada, maneuvered around Merritt's main force to continue their mission farther inland, to take out a Luftwaffe airfield at Saint-Aubin. His own mission, to get Jack to the radar station, was stalled. Observing the open, grassy, steep slope inland of the cliffs on the other side of the bridge, he saw the facility within his regiment's reach, if they had just landed where they were supposed to. Meanwhile, In rapid succession, live soldiers were reduced to blood-soaked, horrifically sprawled corpses. Jack viewed across the bridge the same green slope, noticing cows munching peacefully higher up toward the ridge away from the battle. There, silhouetted against the sky, the roofs of the blockhouses with protruding guns raked the town with deadly precision. Some members of the South Saskatchewan Regiment had swum across the muddy stream and now maneuvered on the other side to join the rest of their force, but too few to increase the effectiveness of the comrades on that side. Others had attempted to sprint across the bridge. Already their bodies lined its surface, running with their blood, and still the pillboxes rained down fusillades of hot lead. Then Jack witnessed a remarkable event. During a break in firing, Merritt stepped out into the road. Helmet in hand, he turned, waved it, and called to a loosely organized section of his men.
"Come on, boys. Come on, let's go get 'em."
Then he turned and sprinted toward the bridge. Behind him his men hesitated. He ran back to them and urged them again with his helmet, calling to them and running back to the bridge. And they followed. Bullets splattered all about, striking steel and concrete, splintering into shrapnel fragments, and flying within inches of Merritt. He reached the other side unscathed, and men who had taken shelter in doorways and behind fences joined and ran with him. Some made it all the way across. Some were wounded. Some died. But those who reached the other side flung themselves to the ground to avoid sniper fire and to provide covering fire for those who followed. Merritt shouted orders, waited for the next break in gunfire, and returned across the bridge. There he organized another group and waited. Once more shooting died down, and once more Merritt stepped into the road, swinging his helmet by its strap, inspiring others to follow.
"We must get ahead, lads," he yelled. "We need more men up front as quickly as possible. Who's coming with me?"
The sergeant called back, "We're all going with you."
"Then let's go."
Jack turned to his bodyguards. "At the next lull, I'm going." 2 more times Merritt returned across the bridge, and 2 more times brought more Canadian soldiers with him. And when those still alive and able were on the side required by their mission, they added to the covering fire of those already there. On Merritt's third crossing, Captain Austin, Jack, and Jack's bodyguards ran with a lieutenant colonel. A bullet caught Austin's shoulder and knocked him over the bridge and into the muddy water. Jack leaned over the edge to see him. Down below, the cold water shocked Austin into awareness even as his blood swirled in the muddy water. Struggling to shore, he clambered up the bank.
"Let's go,"
Merritt shouted down to him.
"Up and at 'em."
When finally on the other side, Jack and his bodyguards raced through volleys of bullets to a storm ditch and dove in, grateful for the shelter, scant as it was. Looking uphill over its edge, they saw a pillbox, its guns aimed toward their position, and the gunners methodically adjusting their leaden barrages at them. After his 4th run, Merritt maneuvered his soldiers along a road going east for roughly 300 yards to the base of the hill where the pillboxes sat. Jack and his bodyguards slipped out of the storm ditch and followed. Bullets flew, explosions erupted erratically, and smoke blotted the sky in patches. Wounded men screamed and called for help. Among the dead, some wore Canadian khaki, and some wore German gray. Scattered about them were rifles, smoke canisters, unexploded grenades, spent cartridges, backpacks, rifles, Tommy guns. The Canadians headed uphill, closing on the pillboxes. Jack and his bodyguards crossed through a farm where an English-speaking farmer called good luck wishes to them from a trench he had dug, away from the farmhouse, to shelter his wife and 2 daughters. A German soldier crossed in front of the group near a pillbox. A Canadian rose to shoot him and promptly took a bullet to his forehead. A sergeant called for mortars and received a shouted response that the ammunition had run dry. Jack heard a voice say, "They've got a blind side." Merritt appeared out of the dust and smoke. He maneuvered to one side of a pillbox and during a lull, walked up beside it, pulled the pin on a grenade, tossed it through the firing port, and dropped to the ground. When the explosion subsided, the gunners inside were still. Across the side of the hill, one by one, Merritt's troops silenced the 3 remaining pillboxes. Jack watched, holding back any emotional response to the carnage he had so far lived through. His task lay ahead, and the tall, rectangular, spindly frame of the Freya radar antenna was in sight. Previously seen only in the half-light of dawn from the ocean, it turned in full view now, less than 200 yards away. "It's still turning," Jack called, peering up at the Freya. He lay in the grass that had looked so trimmed and smooth from below, but now offered cover within its tall blades, and the rough ground underneath provided greater shelter in depressions and natural ditches. The stench of gunpowder, smoke grenades, and explosives filled the air, but a breeze from the ocean occasionally blew it away, allowing the scent of wildflowers and freshly mown hay to pass over him. Overhead, fighters circled, spun, climbed, and dived, their exhaust trails tracing white designs against the blue sky, and the big German guns on the cliffs above Green Beach had gone silent. From a few yards away, Captain Austin called back, "That's your target. Go get it if you really want it." Jack laughed in spite of himself. "I'll do my best." Turning toward Austin, he noticed a pallor to the captain's skin color. The scarlet stain around his wound had grown. "How's your shoulder?" "Passable. Look, we don't have enough men to do a frontal assault. I've tried to get a naval bombardment on the facility, but so far no dice. My radio antenna was shot up, so sending and receiving is sporadic at best. I'll keep trying to get you some field artillery, but that's about the best I can offer. We're hitting the bottom of the barrel for resources." Jack nodded and glanced up at the radar antenna. He recalled what Dr. Jones had said about the cost in blood of an invasion to retake Europe from the Nazis if the information he needed about the Freya was not obtained. And he reflected fleetingly on the consequences of his own capture and the danger of revealing the secret of the small black object Jones had toyed with in his hand, the cavity magnetron. "If the Germans get this, they'll win the war. We will lose." "It doesn't turn all the way around," he remarked to no one in particular. "What?" Austin probed. "The radar antenna. It doesn't go around 360 degrees. It only scans out to sea and part way back over land on each side." The captain gave him a questioning look. "Our own radar antennas go all the way around now, but they haven't always. We developed a rotating electromagnetic coupling so that our antennas may complete circles without cables getting in the way. If the German systems are only going partway around, they must be using coaxial cables to communicate. That means—" Jack jumped up excitedly and was immediately pulled down by 2 of his bodyguards. "Are you daft?" one growled. "That's a good way to get shot." "Thanks," Jack muttered. He sat in the grass cross-legged, holding his head in his hands while he pondered. "What are you thinking?" Austin demanded. "Sir," Jack began slowly, still formulating his thoughts, "until a few months ago, our radio listeners along the coast picked up transmissions from this and other stations routinely. They forwarded them to our code breakers, and from those transmissions, we learned a lot about German improvements." Austin harumphed. "I didn't know our code breakers were that good." He laughed and then winced against the pain of his wound. "Well, they are, sir, believe me. A few months ago, those communications suddenly ceased. Since before the war, messaging from our radar antennas and the operations rooms that control them and send information to the analysis rooms have always been done by telephone cable. The Germans did it by radio, relying on their codes. When their radios from the radar stations suddenly went dark, we thought that maybe they had gone to cable as well. But what we didn't think about was that perhaps the radar signal was also being passed by cable instead of by rotating electromagnetic coupling like we have." The captain stared uncomprehendingly at Jack. "Look, Spook, I'm not understanding any of this. Can you or can you not complete your mission?" He struggled impatiently and winced again. "I got a hole in my shoulder. I'm bleeding, and I'm almost out of men to lose. If you can't do what you came for, I'll start recalling Company A to the beach to be evacuated." "I can, sir," Jack exclaimed, his excitement mounting. "I can do it alone and without physically examining any of the equipment." Austin's skepticism showed. "I'm not asking you to go up there alone." "But I should," Jack replied. "Look." He pointed to the antenna. "They're defending the front. They have a blind spot at the back where the cable runs from the antenna down to the control room. If 2 of us or more maneuver up there, we're likely to be seen. All I have to do is get up there and cut the cables. Once we do—" "You are daft," Austin said, coughing. "What's that going to do? Knock them out for a few hours?" "Yes, but in that time, they'll be forced to go to their radios. Look." He pointed skyward where the air battle continued unabated. "Those chaps are still fighting, and we've just invaded Europe with the biggest force in this war. All of that is being communicated to Berlin. They need this radar, so they'll use their—" "Radios," Austin breathed. He studied Jack. "Calm down, soldier. If you do this thing, you'll need your wits about you." "Yes, sir. And when radio communications come up, our listeners will pick up the transmissions, our decoders will break the messages, and I'm positive that we'll get the information I came for." "And you think you can do that?" He glanced around soberly at the bodyguards still surrounding Jack. "You know we'll have to keep you in sight." Jack followed his glance. "I know, and I have my cyanide right here in my shirt pocket." As he looked from face to face, he gasped as an awful realization dawned. Only 6 of the original 11 bodyguards remained. His reception among the group had been tentative at first, even aloof. Jack supposed the reason for the distance was the requirement to shoot him if the time came. As the days passed, they'd become more friendly. They'd called him Spook, and he had given them nicknames. If today was not a bonding experience, then none existed. Where did we lose them? Austin read Jack's expression. "This has been a costly raid," he said softly. "Do you still think you can do it? When you start up that hill, the Nazis will cut you down." Jack grinned. "And if they don't, our chaps will. I don't suppose it matters who delivers the coup de grace." He took a deep breath. "I just need 2 pairs of wire cutters." Jack lay flat on the grass and peered through 12-foot-high coils of rusting barbed wire. Inside the perimeter, single lines of wire had been stretched between wooden poles around an octagonal concrete structure. He saw only one entrance, and it faced him, but a wing of the blast wall screened it. Above the concrete, a massive grid of metal, the aerial, turned and alternated direction. Inside the concrete building must be a control room with operators staring into screens, a bearing operator reading off ranges, a plotter relaying information via a dedicated mic feeding into a direct telephone line to a distant headquarters, and at least one person designated to keep records. Jack crawled through the tall grass on his stomach, pulling with his forearms and pushing with the sides of his boots. When he reached the edge of the barbed wire perimeter, he took a moment to survey the compound again, looking for the communications wires that must be there. And then he saw them, 8 of them in 2 sets of 4. They jutted out of the rear concrete wall toward a square frame suspended 20 feet in the air by their connection to a 3-legged mast. One of the legs was shorter than the other 2 because of the slope of the hill. He would have to climb to cut the wires. His saving grace was that on this side of the compound no defenses existed. Apparently, attacks had been anticipated to come only from the direction of Pourville or along a service road on the opposite side. His heartbeat thumped in his ears, and his hands sweated as he lifted the barbed wire and slid under, and then did the same at the inner band of wire strands. From far overhead, he heard the continued buzzing of fighter engines as the air battle raged on. Then he was inside the inner perimeter and at the concrete wall. Taking a final look around and still seeing no signs of defenses on this side of the compound, he picked up his pace, staying low and scurrying to the mast. To cut the wires, he would have to climb. Hurrying to the mast's short leg, Jack pulled the larger of the 2 sets of wire cutters from his pocket and started to climb. He dare not stop now, and so he lifted one leg, planted his foot, lifted the other, and ascended rapidly. Then he was above the concrete building's roof and exposed to any patrols in front of it. He kept climbing, reached the top, and saw that clipping the first 6 wires would be easy. He reached out and clipped the first, then the second, and then the next 4 in succession, and they dropped to the ground. However, the 7th and 8th ones were too far to reach. Suddenly he heard the hiss of bullets breaking through the air next to his head, and then the loud reports of multiple weapons, and then more poured in. He hoped they were from the German side and not from his bodyguards, who might now be worried that he could not be rescued. The same deadly end could result regardless. Stretching himself out as far as he could, he grabbed the next wire and let his feet go. Dangling from the cable, he reached up, cut the second of the remaining 2 wires, and held on to the last one as he squeezed the cutters. The wires gave, and Jack dropped. As he hit the steep hillside, he rolled and rolled as gunshots resounded and bullets peppered around him. Chapter 49. Bletchley Park, England. Claire knocked on Commander Deniston's office door and then burst in without waiting for a response.
"Sir, I think you should hear this."
He looked up, surprised at the intrusion, but gestured toward the chair in front of his desk. "What is it? You look distressed." Claire nodded.
"Definitely anxious, sir. There's something going on along the north coast of France at a place called Dieppe, and Berlin is going wild over it. Apparently our commandos are raiding there as we speak, but I have the impression that we're not doing well."
She paused, and her expression turned hopeful.
"But I think we might have an opportunity."
Deniston steepled his hands under his chin and leaned back. "I'm aware of the raid. What makes you think that it's not going well? And what opportunity?"
"The tone of the Berlin messages. They're ebullient. They mention bodies strewn across the beaches at several landing points. Apparently a German patrol boat crossed the path of a group of commando landing craft on the eastern flank pre-dawn, shot them up, and raised the alarm. The Wehrmacht suffered significant damage on the opposite flank, where a gun battery was destroyed. But aside from that, the tide of the battle seems to have gone in Germany's favor. Reports have come in about fierce fighting at 6 landing sites, particularly at a town called Pourville. German High Command was worried at first that a radar station there might be broken into and their technology exposed or stolen. They poured reinforcements into that location and are celebrating that no breach occurred, and our chaps are now attempting a hasty retreat."
"What's the opportunity?"
"I'm a little bewildered about it myself, but just a few minutes ago, one of our coastal listeners started relaying radio traffic to us that they'd intercepted from that radar station in Pourville. The thing is that the station had been silent for months. Now the volume of traffic is sudden and immense. If I had to guess, I'd say that Pourville converted from radio to telephonic communications when it went silent, and that during the raid their lines were cut, so they've gone back to radio. That's why I came to see you immediately, and was rude enough to all but break down your door. Sir, we should assume we're right about the radio transmissions, and alert all of our coastal listeners within the reception area to home in on Pourville for at least the next few hours before the station goes dark again. We're doing that in our section that monitors northern France. We could learn a lot about their current radar operations."
Deniston took to his feet rapidly. "I'll let them know upstairs and get the order issued." Chapter 50. August 24th, 1942. London, England. "It's good to see you," Paul greeted Stevenson in the main foyer of Whitehall, "though I don't know why I'm here." They walked hurriedly through the halls to a conference room near Churchill's office in his capacity as War Minister. "I requested your presence," Stevenson said. "I'm supposed to attend a debriefing. There's no reason why you shouldn't be there as well. I wanted to catch up." "May I ask what the debriefing is about?" Stevenson glanced at him with a sardonic expression.
I suppose you know of the doings at Dieppe?
I've seen the newspaper reports depicting a resounding success.
It was that, Stevenson replied, but not for the reasons given. If you poll the Canadian public right now, you'll find them very angry and particularly upset with Lord Mountbatten. This debriefing is at the request of Lord Lovett through the commando chain and the Chief of Staff, General Brooke, to Churchill himself.
Will the Prime Minister attend? Paul asked, surprised.
I suppose he could be called to something more pressing at the last minute, but as of a few minutes ago, he expected to attend.
Stevenson shook his head.
I'm afraid the operation was more of a cock-up than most people know about, and the Canadians took it in the shorts. At least one of their general officers will see no more command time during this war.
That serious?
Stevenson had no more time to respond before they reached the conference room and entered. A very somber atmosphere greeted them. Already present were Lord Mountbatten and General Brooke, both with neutral expressions and whispering between themselves, Lord Lovett showing suffused anger, and Dr. Jones looking bewildered. They greeted Stevenson and Paul with nods, but otherwise said nothing. Presently Churchill entered and took his seat. Wasting no time, he rested his eyes directly on Lovett.
I understand you requested this meeting, and you were noisy enough about it that General Brooke recommended we conduct it. So please, Lord Lovett, tell me what's on your mind.
His expression then softened.
I apologize. Your heroism is known, and you're here out of concern for the men in your command, many of whom gave up their lives in the operation at Dieppe. Say your piece.
Lovett stood slowly and took a deep breath.
Where to begin?
He said, looking across the faces of his audience.
I want to make sure that what happened at Operation Jubilee never happens again.
He took another breath, and when he spoke again, his voice shook.
We sustained 65% casualties. Broken down, that's over 1,500 killed, more than 2,400 wounded, and nearly 2,000 captured. That's a casualty rate of more than 25%. Of the 6,000 who went across the Channel, only about 2,500 came safely home.
He took a deep breath to curb his exasperation.
I assure you,
Churchill broke in softly but firmly,
I know the numbers.
He indicated General Brooke sitting next to him.
And so does my Chief of Staff and Lord Mountbatten.
And what about that Canadian general who assured his soldiers that it would be a piece of cake? Despite himself, rage flashed across Lovett's face. He committed reserves from behind a smoke screen where he could see nothing, and neither could the Royal Marines he sent in before they broke through to a pitiless wall of steel. Those men were chewed up and spat into the ocean like so much— He caught himself and stopped speaking momentarily. Regaining control, he continued, Why was there no pre-raid aerial attack on defensive positions? Where was the naval bombardment and support? Out of 16 objectives, only 2 were met, subduing the guns at Orange Beach and doing something with that radar station at Green Beach.
I heard that you were also put out of commission for a short time,
Brooke interjected. Lovett nodded. A knock on the head was all. I don't know from what. My men took care of me. But I almost lost Captain Porteous as well. Our medic injected him with plasma. He's recovering nicely. As I was saying, the raid failed to destroy the airfield at Saint-Aubin. We didn't seize the guns on the left flank at Yellow Beach, although we did manage to get the first American killed in action in the European theater. A ranger, Second Lieutenant Edward Lausterlot, I believe, from Franklin, Louisiana, the USA. Lovett's voice cracked, and he inhaled deeply. Lausterlot took over command and was wounded 3 times after our British Captain Richard Willis was killed. And of course 47 others met their demise along with the lieutenant on Yellow Beach. But they did manage to subdue the gun battery there, even if they were unable to destroy it. In doing so, they saved some lives at Dieppe. My point is that the failures of the raid were not for a lack of courage, tenacity, or perseverance from our men. From where I stand, they were let down by our leadership. Lovett's last comment caused a stirring among the three principals, but they remained silent. Watching the drama, Paul tried to imagine the horror that Lovett and the forces at Dieppe had endured. Lovett continued, a note of disgust in his voice. I understand that in the case of the radar station at Green Beach, all that was achieved was cutting its communications temporarily. His exasperation grew. That could have been a successful operation, but we achieved nothing other than getting a lot of our own soldiers killed. At Lovett's last comment, Churchill, Brooke, and Mountbatten exchanged glances.
Your points are well taken, Mountbatten said. The operation was my idea. I did the planning, and I take full responsibility.
Let me say something, Brooke broke in. I understand your frustration, but family lineage aside, don't forget yourself. You're a lieutenant colonel in the army addressing superior officers.
Greater anger crossed Lovett's face, but he locked his heels at attention and muttered, Yes, sir.
Relax, Colonel, Brooke said. You asked to be heard, and that's why we're here. You're owed as much explanation as we are at liberty to divulge. Every soldier is.
He took a breath.
Let me tell you that the points you made about aerial and main gun naval support were raised by Lord Mountbatten during planning. He was overridden, first by the RAF for fear of blowing surprise. We still do not enjoy air superiority over the French coast, and the plan did not include engaging in a large air battle. Secondly, the Navy balked at providing heavy gun support for concern of losing more capital ships. God knows we've lost a good many in the Atlantic and in the Pacific, and our fleet has been greatly weakened. If Hitler resumes his assault on our island by air or sea, we'll need all those remaining ships. In retrospect, I quite agree that denying the air and sea support was a major shortcoming, although I'll stop short of calling it an error for the reasons I stated. I will also tell you that the Canadian general who committed those reserves will command nothing else for the duration of this war. Looking unsure of whether to be mollified or not, Lovett relaxed his stance and searched the faces of the three most senior leaders.
May I know what the overall objective was?
Once again, Churchill, Brooke, and Mountbatten exchanged glances.
You must have heard,
Churchill said, peering at Lovett,
that an invasion of Europe is in the offing at some point.
He shrugged.
That's no secret. The Germans expect it. Lord Mountbatten, with his raids in Norway, at Saint-Nazaire, Bruneval, and now at Dieppe, is convinced them that it will happen. Some Americans still push for it to happen now, and for that matter, so does Joseph Stalin. If nothing else, the failure of this raid, as you describe it, should convince them that we are not yet ready for the decisive invasion that must take place if we are to liberate Europe. But I believe you have mischaracterized the operation as a failure.
Taken aback and looking uncertain, Lovett asked, May I ask what succeeded? Mountbatten leaned forward.
I'd like to respond, if I may,
he said, addressing Churchill and glancing at Brooke. When they both nodded, he continued,
Given what you saw of our preparedness for Jubilee and assuming an equal state of readiness, what do you suppose would have happened if we had invaded France across a broad front with an intent to stay? Do you think the slaughter of our men would have been greater or lesser?
Of course they would have been greater.
Exactly. The point is that we had lessons to learn, and there is no teacher. We learn by going in and doing. Out of this operation, we learned about the design and construction of the Atlantic Wall and how it is defended. We learned that we have the wrong landing craft for the operation, and they must be redesigned. We learned that, as you pointed out, aerial and naval bombardment must be a major part of the initial offensive and must be sustained. We now have floating harbors being developed to be moored along secured beaches to bring in tanks, supply trucks, and more troops and equipment. We learned that seizing an existing harbor is much more difficult and costly because they are more heavily defended. We are also developing diversionary and intelligence operations tactics.
With a quick glance at Churchill and Brooke, he added,
The fact of those floating harbors is classified, so keep it under your hat. The reason is simple. The beaches where we'll park them will be lightly defended."
"So the raid was a dress rehearsal?" Lovett broke in. Mountbatten shook his head.
"I wouldn't call it that simply because a dress rehearsal assumes everything is ready. We are far from that point. However, we had to find out what we don't know. In that, I think we succeeded."
He took a deep breath.
"I feel the losses, Colonel, I really do, and I know the Prime Minister and General Brooke do too. I've been to more funerals than I ever care to think about. I've been under fire, and seen friends and men under my command die, and I was present offshore on a ship during Jubilee. I was ordered not to go ashore, or I would have been there."
His eyes bored into Lovett.
"All of that is to say that the men who died at Dieppe did not die in vain. For every one of them, 10 will be saved when the big invasion comes about, because of what we learned in Operation Jubilee."
Lovett stood silently, not moving for a few minutes. No one else stirred. Finally, he lifted his head. "I suppose you're right. I hope you are." His face grew taut, his mouth quivered, and his eyes misted. He tried to say thank you, but his voice was lost in a hoarse whisper.
"Colonel Lovett," Brooke said, "you commanded one of the units that had unmitigated success."
Lovett regained control and straightened. "I wouldn't call it that, sir. We just had more luck. We were almost on the beach before surprise was blown and we landed in the right spot. Those 2 factors were as much as part of our success as anything, and my men know it."
"Point taken, and another lesson learned, Colonel," Brooke said. "I was going to say that there's another invasion brewing ahead of the one into Europe, and given your experience, I'd like to offer you a command of one of the units, if you'll take it."
"Of course I'll do it," Lovett said without hesitation. "When and where?" Brooke shook his head.
"Not at present, but it's coming up soon."
"Sirs," Mountbatten broke in, speaking to Churchill and Brooke. He swung around to glance at Dr. Jones, who had sat quietly listening.
"We did have a notable success at Dieppe with far-reaching positive implications."
Brooke shook his head.
"We've divulged as much as we knew to for one day." He turned to Lovett. "Have we satisfied you, at least for the moment?"
"Yes, sir. I have to be able to tell my commandos and the rangers attached to my command that the sacrifice was not for nothing, and to be convincing, I must believe it."
"All right, then. Thank you for coming. You may go."
Thinking the meeting was ending, Paul started to rise as well, but Stevenson touched his arm and indicated for him to keep his seat. He noticed that Mountbatten motioned to Jones to also remain behind, as Lovett made his exit.
"I want to know about Jack Nissenthal, our radar genius,"
Churchill said, addressing Jones after the door had closed.
"Did you get as much information as you needed, and did he make it back safely?"
"Yes, on both counts," Jones replied. "And more. As soon as Jack cut those wires, our coastal listeners' radios sparked with huge volumes of German communications coming from the Pourville station. Our people recorded it all and sent it off to be decoded. We discerned immediately that the Germans do not have a jamming technology in use, nor do they have a backup communication system beyond the radio when the telephones go down. We've been able to determine the improvements made to the radar itself, and we're developing countermeasures. If we keep our own jamming technology under wraps until the ultimate invasion into France, I think we'll have a good chance of getting our forces close to shore before they're detected. Our bombing flights over France and Germany will also enjoy a tremendous advantage."
"That's good to hear," Churchill broke in. "And what of our chap Jack? Will he be able to continue his job in radar?"
Jones chuckled.
"I don't think anything will keep him down, sir. He came to see me 2 days after the operation. He had to prove his identity when he came ashore. Fortunately, one of his bodyguards made it back with him and still had his own ID. The security forces let him vouch for Jack. At the time, Jack was wearing an oversized Royal Marine uniform, but when asked, he told the security forces that he was a flight sergeant in the RAF, and of course the bodyguard knew him only as Private Jack with no name."
"Why was he wearing a Royal Marine uniform?"
Jones laughed again.
"It's quite a story. I'll give you the highlights."
He related how Jack had carried out his mission. When he had finished, Churchill said,
"He rode the last wire to the ground?"
"I'm not sure on that point. I think he just held on to it as he fell. Fortunately, it was only 15 feet, and on a slope, so he rolled, and kept rolling until he was out of the line of fire. Then he ran back to his bodyguards."
"How did he get to the beach and across the channel?"
"He fought his way out. He took a rifle from a dead soldier, became a combatant, and from what I can tell, he assumed a leadership role, which the others in his group acceded to with no argument. In a house just before he got to the shore, he and one of his bodyguards stripped down to their skivvies, ran to the water, and swam out into the ocean, where they were picked up by a landing craft. It was promptly hit by enemy fire and sunk, so he had to look for another. Fortunately, he made it back, joking about whether his cyanide pill had been deactivated by the seawater, and that his bodyguard's pistol had been rendered useless because it had rusted."
Listening to the exchange, Mountbatten asked,
"How many bodyguards did he have?"
Jones' face turned somber.
"He started with 11, sir. 1 made it back."
The room descended into silence. Churchill broke it.
"Thank you for coming, Dr. Jones. I'm glad things worked out."
He gestured toward Stevenson and Paul.
"I have business still to do with these two gentlemen, so we'll stay here and you may go."
As Jones made his way out of the room, Mountbatten remarked,
"Those men on the raids were incredible. One officer, Lieutenant Colonel Merritt, crossed a bridge 4 times under fire. His was the unit in charge of Jack's radar mission. His troops took out 4 pillboxes, and when it was over and he had put his remaining soldiers on landing craft to evacuate, he stayed behind to set up a rear guard. He was last seen picking up Sten guns for the purpose. He was wounded 3 times before it was all over, and he was captured. We got word through the Red Cross that he's receiving competent medical care."
Brooke groused.
"Let's hope so. There was one of our chaplains, too, Ware Foote. He went in with our chaps and was working with the wounded on the beach, helping the ones who could be evacuated get on the landing craft. When the last one was full and leaving, he refused to go with them, insisting that his place was with those still needing care and stranded on the beach."
Brooke sniffed.
"Magnificent fellow, and now in a POW camp." "Let's be sure he and this Colonel Merritt are probably recognized,"
Churchill said. Then he indicated Stevenson and Paul.
"Have you met these gentlemen? Bill Stevenson and Major Paul Littlefield."
At that, Mountbatten studied Paul's face.
"Aha, I know you," he said. "A young waif worked in my control room, Flight Officer Ryan Northbridge. As I recall, she was quite keen on you."
While the others enjoyed the levity, Paul turned crimson.
"She is quite pretty," Mountbatten added, "and capable. I was rather upset when she transferred to ferry airplanes, though that is also a critical function."
"Thank you, sir," Paul replied. "I'm fortunate."
"Shall we get back to business?"
Churchill said, turning to Brooke.
"I mentioned that I want a personal liaison between General Eisenhower and me when he goes to set up his headquarters in Gibraltar for Operation Overlord, and this young major has shown himself to be quite adept in similar roles. Please attach him to Eisenhower's staff immediately. I want him to stay fully abreast of the process and report to me regularly."
Stunned, Paul could only stutter, "Sir, are you sure? I'm flattered, but—"
"Don't waste your modesty here,"
Churchill said gruffly.
"Just get on with the job."
He put his hands flat on the table to support rising to his feet, and then stopped.
"One other thing I should mention, if you haven't heard the news. Hitler's begun his assault on Stalingrad."
He started rising again, and once more paused.
"Meanwhile, the Americans have engaged in land battle on Guadalcanal. It's a bloody mess. But on a good note, the M4 Sherman tanks they promised are on their way to Egypt."
Chapter 51. September 7th, 1942. Guadalcanal, Solomon Islands. Lieutenant Colonel Red Mike Edson, United States Marine Corps, studied the ground around him for defensibility from atop Hill 123 while in deep discussion with 6 other men near the center of a ridgeline on the island of Guadalcanal. The crest stretched north, roughly 500 yards, to the southern edge of Henderson Field and south an equal distance. The airstrip, located inland of Lunga Point on the island's north coast, was named from the first Marine aviator killed during the Battle of Midway. From his vantage, the airfield was in full view beyond lush foliage. Farther out, visible as a blue sliver in a faraway mist, was a narrow stretch of the Pacific between the Solomons that had become known as the Slot. Against the far horizon beyond, the low silhouette of the Florida Islands rose up from the ocean, and just in front of them, the much smaller Tulagi. This group of islands belonging to the Solomons were 1,000 miles northeast of Australia's northern coast, and had been a British protectorate since 1893, with its capital at Tulagi. The archipelago had abounded with headhunters and cannibals before the work of missionaries and other civilizing influences had turned them into peaceful oases with all the beauty and serenity of the tropics. Then the land of the rising sun began its imperial drive. The Slot, running east and west for miles through the archipelago, had gained its moniker from attempts by the Japanese Navy to supply, reinforce, and expand its holdings among the islands and the determined opposition by force of the Allies. The contests had culminated in multiple naval battles, sunken ships, and drowned sailors on both sides. With their commanding positions along the Slot, both Guadalcanal and Tulagi provided strategic positioning among the Solomons to whichever side controlled them. The grassy ground cloaking the coral crest where Edson now stood, officially named Lunga Ridge, had been dubbed Edson's Ridge by his command. Surrounded by thick, seemingly impenetrable jungle, it ran directly south from and perpendicular to the Henderson Field runway and spread east and west a short distance at the south end. Along its 1,100-yard-long spine, 4 distinct spurs jutted out on either side of the crest and protruded through the morass of thick vegetation. Aerial photographs of the geological formation showed it to look like a centipede. If left undefended, it offered ease of movement to the airfield along its crest. Hence, it was a natural avenue of approach for enemy forces attempting an assault from the south. A month earlier, as part of Operation Shoestring, the 1st Marine Division, under Major General Alexander Vandegrift, took Guadalcanal from the Japanese with minimal contact. He had been warned that an airfield was under construction on the island. If allowed to become operational, the airfield could operate as a base to cut vital communications and supply lines between the United States, Australia, and New Zealand, the precise result that Operation Shoestring was designed to prevent. On the same day that Vandegrift moved on to Guadalcanal, Edson and his Marine Raiders, a new special ops unit trained along the lines of British commandos, conducted an amphibious assault on Tulagi. Taken by surprise, the Japanese had attempted to strike back immediately with a massive bombing raid from their airbase on Bougainville, an island to the west at the head of the Slot. It failed. Vandegrift's Marines came ashore at Guadalcanal, their main resistance thrust on them by the thick jungle terrain, suffocating heat, and confusion among inexperienced Americans offloading men and supplies. Nevertheless, they quickly occupied the airfield, encountering light enemy resistance, and captured surprised construction workers farther inland before establishing a position 8,000 yards wide and 1,500 deep. 2.5 miles across the waters of the Slot at Tulagi, Edson's raiders found very different circumstances. Along with 1st Battalion, 2nd Marine Regiment, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marine Regiment, and 1st Parachute Battalion, they slogged through 3 hard days of combat before routing a determined veteran Japanese unit while encountering a new level of ferocity beyond their comprehension. Wounded but unvanquished enemy soldiers waited until Marine medics came to render aid. The Japanese wounded released hand grenades to blow themselves up with their enemies. During this battle, Edson, already revered by his command as a competent leader who cared for the Marines in his charge, further established his reputation as a fierce warrior, leading from the thickest part of battle, contemptuous of enemy fire, unremitting, relentless, and prescient in guessing Japanese moves. The incursions onto both islands constituted the first American ground warfare in the Pacific. Shortly after securing Tulagi, more Marines assaulted and secured the neighboring islands, Tanambogo and Gavutu. Work then began to transform the anchorage at Gavutu into a giant naval base and refueling station, and Tulagi's harbor into a temporary repair center for damaged vessels. After Tulagi, Gavutu, and Tanambogo were firmly in American hands, the Marines who had wrested the islands away from the Japanese were transferred to Guadalcanal to help defend Henderson Field. Because of its strategic position, no doubt existed that Japan would attack again with all ferocity to recapture it. The information about the airfield that had compelled the Marine assaults had come from Allied Intelligence Section C, also known as Coast Watchers. The unit had been formed by the Australian Army 20 years earlier, over concern for Japan's expansive ambitions. Initially, it started with plantation owners whose properties lay in strategic areas of northern Australia and who reported sightings of Japanese movements to the Australian Army as they occurred. As Japan began its war of conquest, Section C expanded, with 400 additional coast watchers recruited from among Australia's and New Zealand's military servicemen and Pacific Islanders. The Japanese bombing run on Guadalcanal had failed because Paul Mason, a coast watcher on Bougainville, observed the bombers take off from a well-hidden position and radioed a warning. With 2 hours to prepare, Allied forces were ready and turned back the Japanese aircraft. However, shortly after midnight 2 nights later, on August 9th, a Japanese naval task force sailed into the slot. In short order, it sank 4 Allied cruisers. Vandegrift was sure that the naval battle had been a prelude to a massive Japanese assault to retake Guadalcanal and Henderson Field. Admiral Fletcher, whose task force had transported the Marine Amphibious Assault Force with its supplies and equipment to Guadalcanal and Tulagi, and in light of the destruction to his ships in the slot, withdrew the remainder of his group, leaving 12,000 Marines on the beach in Guadalcanal with only half of their provisions and no naval gunnery support. Before Pearl Harbor, Australia had sent troops to defend its motherland, Great Britain. Now, with furious combat on its doorstep, it had to look to its own defense. That such was the case had become clear when, on January 23rd, the British naval base at Rabaul had fallen. Japan was rapidly building it into a major offensive platform for further conquest. Within the next 6 weeks, aerial photos showed that the Japanese had established additional outposts among the islands of New Guinea north of Australia and west-northwest of the Solomons. Then, on May 3rd, they had taken Tulagi, and 3 days later they seized the last American stronghold, Corregidor. Amid those events, the Coast Watcher had melded into the jungles of the South Pacific Islands with radios and self-defense weapons, but minimal support, and reported on the doings of Japanese forces. Though their jobs were grueling and dangerous, Vandegrift and Edson considered their intel reports to be as good as radar sightings. Japan's attempt to retake Tulagi had been long and fierce, with much blood spilled on each side. But 3 weeks later, Edson, his Marine raiders, and the other assault elements had secured it, turned it over to an Allied relief force, and joined Vandegrift and the 1st Marine Division to reinforce and fortify defenses at Henderson Field. 5 days earlier, the Japanese had attacked in force on the north coast of Guadalcanal, east of Point Lunga, to retake the airfield. Vandegrift had deployed his forces on the perimeter of this strategically crucial position and fought off the Japanese. But the battle had left the beach strewn with dead Americans and Japanese, their bodies lying in blood-soaked sand within inches or atop of each other in horrific repose, testifying to their last actions with faces frozen in expressions of determination, resignation, pain, fear, or emptiness. The general was Edson's commander, and one of the men in deep consultation with him on the ridge. Vandegrift was tall and broad-shouldered, with a bald head and a no-nonsense demeanor. His courage and leadership during a 3-day Japanese assault to retake Henderson Field had won the hearts of his men, who whispered among themselves that he should be awarded a Congressional Medal of Honor. Vandegrift expected further Japanese assaults with the same objective, as did the other men conferring on Edson's Ridge. Their discussion revolved around how best to defend against it. "They'll come through here," Edson stated matter-of-factly. Ordinarily a man with a bulldog countenance, the privations of battle had thinned his face. Like Vandegrift, he was bald. When the idea had surfaced about training a special section of Marines for deep penetration into enemy territory a la commandos, the general had selected Edson to recruit, train, and lead it. At Tulagi, Edson and his raiders had proven their worth.
"I'm not convinced," Vandegrift replied. "Coming from the sea is a much easier operation, and they'll soften us up with naval and aerial bombardment. They underestimated our strength before, but they have better information now."
"They'll expect us to be resupplied and reinforced, sir," the general's operations officer, Colonel Gerald Thompson, interjected. "I have to agree with Edson. We took them by surprise when we arrived. We beat the tar out of them at Tulagi, Tanambogo, and Gavutu, and you embarrassed them in their assault here a few days ago. If they had any doubts about American resolve or fighting ability, that's been answered. Their best bet now is an attack, and that's from the south, through the jungle and along this ridge. They'll figure that, in addition to surprise, they'll occupy the high ground, and they can still be supported from the sea."
Vandegrift rubbed his chin. "I'm not convinced. Edson's raid on Japanese positions near Tasamboko yesterday brought back lots of documents. Our Japanese language man analyzed them. He agrees that the Japs are staging for a major attack."
He shifted his eyes to two other men in the group.
"Do either of you have insights?"
Martin Clemens spoke first. He was a big man with a good-natured smile and a high forehead, but many weeks of hiding out and spying on the Japanese had reduced his weight so that he now appeared gaunt. Born and educated in Britain, he had come to the Solomons as a district officer of the Protectorate government. The Japanese had begun their foray into these islands as he was returning from leave. At the time, residents who could were evacuating, and native islanders headed to the bush, out of the way of Japanese soldiers. Clemens had volunteered to stay on Guadalcanal as a coast watcher, hiding out in the island's many caves and surviving on rations gleaned from the jungle or provided by native islanders. With him was Jacob Vusa from Tasamboko, a village a few miles east along the coast from Point Lunga and Henderson Field. Tall, dark-skinned, with full, wiry hair, he had been the chief constable in the village, carrying the rank of sergeant major. Educated at the South Seas Evangelical Mission School, he had joined the Solomon Islands Protectorate Armed Constabulary upon graduation. When he retired after 25 years, which coincided with Japanese incursions, he had joined Clemens, and the two of them had become the main organizers and trainers of the Coast Watcher teams on Guadalcanal. The enemy had become aware of their presence and capabilities, and had searched for them. No doubt if they were caught, their lives were forfeit, and probably painfully so. "We're hearing about lots of Japanese near Jacob's hometown. They started the construction on the airfield in early July, so they had plenty of time to reconnoiter the island for overland routes, and they're thorough enough to do just that." He looked at Vusa. "Jacob?" Vusa nodded. "We've set listening posts along the major trails, and the minor ones that could be useful. If they come this way, we'll be able to give early warning." "Sir," Colonel Thomas cut in, "even with early warning, we won't have time to react if we're not already in place up here. This terrain is defensible to the force that occupies it. That had better be us, or we'll be handing off a critical advantage." Vandegrift moved his eyes to take in each man. When he glanced at the sixth one, he chuckled.
"What about you, Commander Littlefield? Do you have any insights?"
Josh grinned slightly. "No, sir. I'm here for liaison. Or at least that's why I was here until the fleet went off and left me. Jungle warfare is new to me. I can't fathom taking an overland route when the ocean's right there. But then I'm not a Marine." Vandegraff laughed, apparently welcoming the light humor.
"Yep, you're stuck with us. And by the time this is all over, you'll either be a qualified infantryman or—"
He paused to choose his words and muttered grimly, "something worse." "Sir, I have a suggestion," Edson cut in, grinning. "My men are tuckered out after weeks of combat. What about if you allow us to do some rest and recuperation up here? We can stay in Camo with these coast watchers." He indicated Clemens and Vuza. "They'll let us know if they hear anything. You too. If the Japs attack here, we'll be ready for them. Or if they assault the beach, we can hurry to reinforce. It's a lot easier to reinforce downhill than uphill." "I concur," Thomas said. "That allows flexibility and keeps our rear covered." Vandegrift took a deep breath.
"All right, you've convinced me, at least on the need for flexibility. We're supposed to be resupplied and reinforced tomorrow, so we should be talking about holding them off only one night before we see relief."
His eyebrows creased.
"Then again—"
He let the thought trail off unspoken. Turning to Edson, he said,
"I'll bring my headquarters up here and set up behind yours. I'm tired of the constant bombing. It's a nuisance, and if you're wrong about the direction of attack, we won't be overrun. But if you're right, we can shift more easily."
He turned to Josh once again with a half-smile.
"You're somewhat of a free agent. Pick your poison. My headquarters or Edson's?"
Before Josh could respond, Edson spoke up again. "I could use him, if you don't mind, sir. I'm not up to full strength. I need another officer in my operations center." He glanced at Josh. "You can handle that, can't you? I heard you ran some of the operations at Midway. We're moving men and equipment around on land like you run ships and aircraft around at sea. We'll track it all on maps." "I'll give it my best shot if the general's fine with it."
"He's all yours,"
Vandegrift told Edson. Chapter 52. September 10th, 1942. Josh slogged up to Hill 123, the tallest hilltop on Edson Ridge, to look around. In the distance, the ocean glimmered, and, closer in, the aircraft at Henderson Field reflected the morning sunlight. Between him and the airstrip, a knoll stood astride the main approach to the airfield. Several hundred yards behind him to the south, Hill 80 protruded up through thick jungle. Josh had accompanied the combined units of the Marine Raiders and the 1st Parachute Battalion, or Chutes, as they snaked their way through the jungle to Edson's Ridge. "There's too much bombing and shelling close to the beach," the Marine Raiders' commander explained as they set out on their uphill march, amidst much moaning and groaning, at yet another set of hot jungles to squirm and scrape through, and more hills to climb. "We're moving to a quiet spot." Tromping with them through the narrow passages, amid occasional subdued clanking of equipment and low-voiced whispers and commands, Josh wondered how a unit so large could move so quietly. Contrasted to the din of ocean wind and spray, the roar of engines, the ring of metallic tools striking together, and the constant low vibration of a ship's motor, aside from insect sounds and bird calls in the distance, he thought the jungle to be unimaginably quiet. From conversations with the men, he sensed that despite their griping and fatigue after a month of combat, each knew to a man that they must hold this position on Edson's Ridge, or the battle for Guadalcanal was lost. He wondered whether they understood how pivotal the larger strategic threat would be from losing this battle. Japan's expansion into the South Pacific would go unchecked. He watched as the raiders, on reaching the ridge and without further instruction, established a line beginning at Hill 80 and stretching toward the Lunga River. The Chutes set up on the left flank. The combination created a perimeter 900 yards long. Almost as soon as they reached their positions, individual Marines and Chutes pulled out machetes and entrenching tools and started digging foxholes. The sun had traveled high in the sky, insects buzzed in profusion, but still they worked. "Yeah, this is real peaceful, Colonel," one Marine called with a jocular tone as Edson and Josh passed by. "Real restful, too." Edson laughed. "Make that foxhole deep enough so's all I can see is the tippy-top of your helmet." "This is the line we have to hold," he told Josh. "If the Japs break through here, our guys will be scattered in the jungle, not knowing who's friend and who's foe in that foliage, with everyone ducking for cover." He puffed up his cheeks and blew out the air. "We could wind up with a lot of casualties from friendly fire, and a bunch of us could be trying to survive on coconuts." He pointed out the topographic features as he explained his defensive plan. "We put the Chutes here to protect our flank. If I put the raiders up here alone, we'd have no protection on that side. And if we dug in on the front slope, the Japs would have probed until they found a weakness in the line. He pointed toward the airfield. I've put my reserves, 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, down there between Henderson and the foot of the ridge behind that knoll. Our forward observers have already registered targets with the howitzer crews, and our 1st Pioneer and 1st Amphibious Tractor Battalions are working hard on defensive lines to the west. Edson watched a line of Marines trundle by, members of Vandegrift's headquarters on their way to set up the general's command post. "I'm not crazy about that idea," he said. "The boss still thinks the main attack will come on the beach. I don't." He shrugged. "But he's the big gorilla and gets to sit wherever he wants." Josh took his turn at watch in the operations dugout, a small space hacked into the side of the hill with a flap to cover the entrance. On schedule, he tried to rest on the hard ground in a secluded corner, but sleep would not come. His mind kept flitting between his current circumstance and his last insertion to combat at Midway. How different that had been. His last memory of that event was a series of shock waves that reverberated through the ocean's surface as his shot-up Dauntless settled into the water. His next memory was waking up aboard the Enterprise and seeing a blurry face leaning over him. As his vision slowly cleared, the face became no more familiar, but it had grinned down at him. "Radio man Ben Crenshaw, pleased to meet you," the man had enthused, grasping his hand. "I thought I should introduce myself formally, and it's a good thing I didn't take you up on that first name BS, because it looks like we might both survive this war a tad longer." Josh grunted and smiled weakly. "I hadn't seen your face." "Yep, I was already in the plane when you crawled in, but we had our backs to each other. Since we're combat buddies now, I thought we should get acquainted." Josh tried to turn his head and groaned as pain shot through his neck, and a brace held it still. "How did I get here? I thought I was done for." Another face had appeared over him, and a hand clapped Ben's shoulder. "This band saved your life," a voice boomed. "You managed to wriggle free and got the life raft out of the back before the plane started sinking. You were still strapped in as it was going down, and he dove in after you and dragged you out. Catalina picked you both up and brought you in." While the man spoke, he took the stethoscope looped around his neck and put the 2 listening beads in his ears. "Be quiet a moment while I check your heart." When he finished, he said, "You'll be fine. You're pretty bruised up from the rough landing and probably from the shock wave of the bombs, but nothing's broken and no internal damage. You'll need to rest up a while." As the medic continued to check Josh's vitals, the sense of how close Josh's life had come to ending gripped him. He shifted his eyes, trying to see past the medic, but could not. Then he realized that he still grasped Ben's hand. He clasped it more firmly. "Thanks, buddy," he murmured. Josh had rested, but the medical people decided that he should not fly for a while until his body was fully functional. A replacement already filled his duties in the operations center, so he was transferred to Admiral Fletcher's task force to liaise with General Vandegrift for the assault into the Solomons. Josh smiled at the irony. Then someone stirred in another part of the dugout, bringing him back to the present atop Edson's Ridge on Guadalcanal. Giving up any notion of sleep, he clambered to his feet and stepped through the flap into the cool pre-dawn air. He found the quiet almost incomprehensible. Being within a perimeter watched by 840 warriors, alert yet silent, with weapons ready in the darkness of night, was an experience he had never imagined. From the jungle below, the sounds of daytime animals beginning to stir ruptured the quiet, but at a distance. He stepped back inside the operations dugout. The inside was dark, with dim hooded lights over maps and charts. The canvas swished back, and Edson entered. "Good morning. Are we ready to do this thing?" he asked no one in particular. "If it happens, it'll be soon." "Hoorah!" someone exclaimed, but Josh could not see who. "Is that patrol out?" The operations officer approached. "Yes, sir, and we're tracking. It should be in the assembly area now, and we'll cross the perimeter at first light." Platoon Sergeant Joe Bunton from A Company led the 25-man patrol into the jungle along the Lunga River on a probing mission to detect if the enemy was approaching from the south toward Lunga Point and the airfield. Treading softly, his raiders made their way in radio silence, using hand and arm signals to communicate as they progressed. Early morning turned to mid-morning, and the chill dissipated until, by noon, blazing heat and high humidity had set in. Then, with the sun high in the sky, they heard men speaking in Japanese. Suddenly the air hissed around them, followed by the loud reports of automatic weapons. Small puffs of dirt burst into the air, and all around were sounds the Marines had come to know too well, bullets striking trees, limbs, bushes. The patrol dropped to the ground, maneuvered on their bellies to firing positions, and returned fire. The gunfire subsided. The infantrymen waited. Then they heard another, more terrifying noise, the growl of twin-engine Mitsubishi G4M Betty bombers and the first bombs falling. Amid thunderous explosions, the munitions continued to drop in a line as the bombers headed toward the ridge. Sergeant Bunton felt the concussive power of a bomb as it lifted him into the air along with a crewman on the automatic rifle team and dropped him yards away. The bombers finished their run, and the Japanese ground soldiers must have expended their first load of ammunition, resulting in a lull while they reloaded. Bruised and battered but resilient, Bunton used the pause to lead his men back to the ridge. When the bombs hit, Josh started outside to look. Someone from behind tripped him and shoved him to the ground. "Are you trying to get killed?" Beyond the canvas flap, munitions exploded, automatic weapons and small arms fired. The tranquility of the morning was replaced by the noises of raw violence. When it subsided, Josh stepped through the flap to a scene of horror. Debris had been thrown about in such a short time, some of it recognizable, some not. Shredded canvas that had been the sides of tents and lean-tos were strewn about. Guns, parts of guns, machine gun links, kitchenware, canteens, and other sundry items had been tossed in impossible places. Vegetation had been thrown up from the jungle in large and small chunks and lay scattered about. Already Marines, raiders, and chutes scurried to adjust to the damage before the next attack. Men hurried by toting empty stretchers, and as Josh watched, they crouched beside wounded comrades. Most of those writhed in pain, but two lay still, and as their stretchers were lifted into the air, their faces had been covered with blankets. Stepping inside the operations dugout, Josh saw the casualty count being posted: 10 wounded and 2 dead. As the day wore on, the men repaired what they could, absorbed their losses with stoic faces, and prepared for the next phase of their defense. Afternoon turned to evening, and a light mist spread over the ridge as darkness descended. Then, late at night, offshore Japanese destroyers commenced a bombardment along the ridge, but the gunners misaimed, and the missiles screamed by overhead, striking in the jungle beyond the perimeter. When the shelling ended 20 minutes later, flares shot skyward in front of their positions. The Japanese were about to assault. They struck first by a lagoon at the south end of the ridgeline in front of Company C. Jabbering and shouting to draw fire and thus discover Marine positions, they were thwarted by veterans who had already beaten their tactics on Tulagi. Nevertheless, Japanese probes found gaps between the lines of 2 platoons on the left flank and breached them. Forced to withdraw, the 2 units attempted to link up with Company B on Hill 80. A Marine machine gun fired steadily, its tracers lighting up the sky, but the tenacious Japanese attacked relentlessly until the position was overrun and the gun silenced. Then enemy soldiers attempted to swim the Lunga to envelop Company C's right flank. Its commander ordered what was left of his company to fall back and close up the perimeter. Some raiders did not receive the order to withdraw, and waited until Japanese soldiers came within feet of their positions and blazed away with .30 caliber fire. Then they tossed all of their grenades in front of the remaining enemy in their sector to halt the advance. Josh watched the battle on the map inside the dugout as reports poured in, and when he stepped out occasionally, screams of Marines under torture just beyond the defensive line filled the night. The horror mixed with gunfire and explosions caused rage to well inside, and for the first time he knew viscerally the meaning of hatred. As daylight approached, the Japanese were beaten back and retreated. Touring the battlefield with Edson, Josh viewed their overrun positions with intense disgust. The Japanese had hacked Raider captives with bayonets and swords. American fighter aircraft joined the battle as soon as daylight filtered over the ridgeline. Squadrons of Curtiss P-40 Warhawks and Grumman F-4F Wildcats screamed over Japanese positions, strafing them while Marine howitzers and mortars rained down volleys of steel that fragmented into shrapnel and sliced through anything in their path. Word reached Edson from Vandegrift's Japanese-language analyst that enemy shortwave communications with its higher headquarters at Rabaul had been cut, and interceptions of frantic radio transmissions at brigade level indicated that subordinate units were scattered and disorganized. They had not expected the ridge to be so heavily defended. Now they intended to consolidate their battalions and rush Henderson Field. Edson took the intelligence reports and prepared to counterattack Company C's former positions and retake them. Gathering his company commanders at his command post, and while eating cold hash from a can, he told them, "They were testing. They'll be back. Improve your positions. Double up the wire lines. Get the men a hot meal. Throughout the day, dig, wire up tight, get some sleep. We'll all need it." At dusk, the enemy struck again. Moving under cover of the jungle and dwindling daylight, they attacked, pushing through B Company's positions on the open ground of the ridgeline. Despite depleted strength resulting from battle losses and illness, and ignoring bone-depth fatigue, the company's remaining men joined with Company C and shored up the defense before the enemy realized and exploited the opening it had created. Monitoring the ebb and flow of battle at the operations dugout, Josh heard the flap at the entrance pulled back, and a moment later, Edson was at his shoulder peering at the map. "Is that up to date?"
"Yes, sir," Josh replied. "As accurate as we can make it."
"I have a dilemma. Should I shift my reserve to bolster Companies B and C? If I do that, I'll weaken my perimeter on the other side." At that moment, radio reports from the shoot companies started pouring in. The Japanese had started a new attack at the center and were breaching the defensive line between the shoot's Bravo and Charlie companies. Their commander ordered them to regroup on Hill 123, but that left Raiders Company B isolated. Sizing up the situation, Edson called in artillery for close targeting in front of the Marines to provide them a protective umbrella. Soon reports included instances of Japanese soldiers diving into Marine foxholes seeking relief from flying shrapnel delivered by the artillery. They were seized and bodily tossed back into the barrage. At the height of battle, someone in Raiders Company C area screamed, "Gas attack!" Men scrambled out of the positions and ran for the rear, but Major Ken Bailey, their commanding officer, stopped them. "It's a trick," he yelled. "There's no gas." The Marines stopped, scurried back to their positions, and resumed the fight. "Close this place down," Edson ordered Josh. "We're moving down the hill." As units converged on the knoll just south of the airfield and set up a hasty perimeter, Josh watched Edson with awe. The lieutenant colonel seemed to be everywhere at once, moving to the thick of battle, taking 2 bullets in his chest, and when his command was about to be overrun, he stood erect on the knoll and directed the battle with an innate sense of the high stakes and what needed to be done. Henderson Field was less than a half-mile away. Then, when all seemed lost, Edson called out, "Raiders, parachuters, engineers, artillerymen, I don't give a damn who you are, you're all Marines. Come up on this hill and fight." The beleaguered Company B finally reached the knoll and joined on a new U-shaped defensive line, and the field artillery kept up a constant barrage, landing their lethal fire within 200 yards of the combined units' forward line. 2 more hours of intermittent night combat continued, and then red flares shot high in the night sky, announcing the start of another frontal assault. Suddenly, thousands of screaming voices, as if ascended from hell, cut through the eerie light of the flares. "Banzai!" Josh heard the blood-curdling battle cries. He had taken an M1 rifle equipped with a bayonet from a dead Marine, and now he too crouched on the perimeter as the hordes tramped toward them. Their screams rent the night, but they were not yet visible. Then the Japs ran across the open ground under the waning light of the flares. Every weapon inside the Allied perimeter opened up, and as enemy fell, many more appeared and kept coming, with their hair-raising war cries. And then they were at the perimeter, in hand-to-hand combat, and Josh found himself slashing and slicing, and turning to slash and slice some more. Men bumped against him and dropped, but whether they were friend or foe, he never knew. A Japanese soldier with wide, wild eyes and a fierce grin leaped high in the air at him. Josh shoved the bayonet high, impaling the soldier on it. The light went out of the Jap's eyes. Japanese mortars targeted both sides of the ridge, cutting communication lines to the division command post. A Marine forward observer raced to the 11th Marines Fire Direction Center with instructions to drop 5 and walk it back and forth across the ridge. The guns of the 5th Battalion, 11th Marines complied, sending huge numbers of rounds flying through the night, alternating their direction of fire in a crisscross pattern in front of the perimeter on the knoll, delivering a cloud of flying shrapnel against enemy soldiers entering the maelstrom. And then it was over. As dawn approached, the Japanese fell back. Edson ordered the Schutz, Baker, and Charlie companies to advance against them, mopping up rearguard positions, stragglers, and wounded. The Allied soldiers maneuvered forward gingerly over blood-stained ground, with corpses lying all about. They used automatic weapons and tossed grenades ahead of them when encountering resistance. Soon they returned to their positions on the perimeter. Edson's command post was now a box on the low hilltop with a field phone line. Josh watched as the commander, read Mike to his men, called the division operations officer, Colonel Thomas. "My men are exhausted," Edson said. "Can we get some reinforcements and relief?" As daylight broke, the sound of aircraft approached. Almost too numb for concern, Josh looked up to see U.S. Army Air Corps gunships fly over. They strafed the ridge and the jungle with 30 and 50 caliber machine guns, and soon the last of Japanese resistance had either faded back to their own lines or had dropped dead in place. The requested replacements arrived and began relieving the men on the perimeter. The battle for Edson's Ridge was over. "Let's go," Edson called to Josh, setting down his phone receiver. "We're relieved. Our units are heading to Kukum for rest and recuperation. That's down a ways from the airstrip by the coast." As they walked along, Edson gave Josh a sidelong glance. "I guess this combat is a little different than what you've seen before." Josh took his time to respond. "The combat is up close, and when an enemy is in your face—" His mind went to the Japanese soldier he'd impaled with his bayonet. "It comes down to him or me. It's personal. In the air, we see the faces of the enemy too, but the fight's from a distance. Then again, when you lose friends and comrades, it's just as personal either way." "I get your point." "Sir, do you mind if I ask what the losses are? Do we know the numbers yet?" Edson sighed. "We do, and that fight was costly on both sides. I don't have estimates of Japanese casualties yet, and ours are subject to being updated, but the 1st Raider Battalion lost 135 men. The 1st Parachute Battalion lost another 128. Of those, 59 Marines are dead or missing. Of the 377 Schutz who landed here on August 7th, about 86 remain. My raiders came ashore with 750, and we sustained 234 killed, wounded, or missing." He took a deep breath. "As you say, it's personal." They walked on in silence, and behind them Marines, Raiders, and Schutz followed. After some time, Edson said, "By the way, you've got orders. Colonel Thomas told me over the phone. He'll send a runner with them to the bivouac, but apparently they're on a short suspense." Surprised, Josh asked, "Any idea what's in them? Am I leaving?" Edson shook his head. "No idea." The runner was already at the bivouac site when the tired warriors arrived. He sought out Edson, who pointed to Josh. A pit formed in Josh's stomach as he watched the runner approach. He took the 2 pages handed to him, scanned them, and dropped his head in dismay. Edson sidled alongside of him. "What are your orders?"
"I'm headed to London. They want a naval officer with amphibious and air operations combat experience. I'm assigned to the planning staff of some Army general by the name of Eisenhower."
Edson grunted. "Good luck. Never heard of him." Chapter 53. October 13th, 1942. Auflag 4C POW Camp, Colditz Castle, Germany. RAF Lieutenant Pat Reed stepped into the room where Sergeant Lance Littlefield bunked and caught his eye. Motioning for Lance to follow, he went back out into the hall. "There's been a change of plan," he said as they set out for a secure room high inside the castle. Lance noticed that stooges had taken up positions along the way. "You're taking no chances," he observed. Pat nodded.
We don't want to be overheard, not at this point."
They entered the attic, removed a false wall, stepped behind it, and replaced it. "It's always good to have reliable stooges," Lance observed. "Now, what's this about?"
"Let's deal with the bad news first. Last week, on the 7th, 7 commandos arrived here at Colditz."
"I didn't hear anything about that."
"Most of the POWs didn't. The commandos were locked in the guardhouse overnight and kept away from the rest of us. We found out about them only because Peter Tunstall and Scourgy Price happened to see them from above the main hall. They guessed new POWs were coming in and called to them. That's how we learned that the men they saw were POWs and commandos, but then their guards scurried them away. Barry Rupert bribed one of the guards to find out their names, and we sent a coded message back to MI9 in London to inform them. For reasons we don't know, SBO Stainer was not allowed to visit them, which by the Geneva Convention he has the right to do. The 2 commando leaders, Captain Graham Black and Lieutenant Joseph Houghton, were transferred to the jail in town, probably to prevent organizing an escape. One of our chaps, Peter Story Pugh, was interned there for one of his many bouts with mischief. The cooler was already full. He managed to speak with the commandos through the walls." Pat interrupted himself and took a different tack. "Let me give you a little background." He lit a cigarette and continued. "You know about the raids that the commandos pulled off in Norway and France, the biggest one being at Saint-Nazaire and then one at Dieppe?" Lance nodded, and Pat went on. "All the raids angered Hitler, and he was furious about Saint-Nazaire, but he seemed to think he'd contain the damage that the commandos could do at Dieppe. According to German newspapers, he celebrated the British defeat there." "The one at Dieppe?" "Yes. Well, last month the commandos pulled off yet another raid in Norway, Operation Musketoon." "I heard something about it, but I don't know any particulars." "This one infuriated Hitler beyond belief. It was at a power plant in a place called Glomfjord. 2 officers and 8 men from No. 2 Commando and 2 from the exiled Norwegian armed forces planted explosives and blew up the place. The Norwegians operated under SOE. My, we do have a myriad of resources these days, don't we? I must say I'm quite pleased, but why would that raid cause Hitler any more angst than the other?" Pat shrugged. "I suppose part of it is that there's been so many of them, and Dieppe aside, they've been successful, and this one particularly so." "Really?" "Well, that plant supplied electricity for an aluminum production plant, and the raid was so successful that it'll take years to repair. Damaging it the way it did, the raid put a big crimp in German weapons production needing aluminum." Lance smirked. "I can see where that might annoy Herr Hitler." Pat agreed. "Half of the raiding party got away, but these 7 were captured. And here's the thing. Captain Black told Peter that they are to be executed, and this morning they were taken out." Lance's head popped up and his brows arched. "Why? They were wearing uniforms, weren't they? They weren't spying." Pat nodded. "The rumor is that Hitler has declared all commandos to be outlaws, and thus outside the protections of the Geneva Convention.
That's only rumor right now, but he's expected to put it in writing soon."
Pat and Lance stood in silence a few moments. Then a puzzled look crossed Lance's face. "I feel sorry for those poor blokes, although I'm glad their mission succeeded. What does any of that have to do with our escape? How does it change things? We're still on for tomorrow, right?" Smiling, Pat nodded, and then his face turned serious again.
"Your younger brother Jeremy is a commando. He participated in the raid at Saint-Nazaire."
Lance stared at him in astonishment. "My little brother did what? You're talking about little Jeremy, the baby of the family."
"I confirmed that tidbit with Lieutenant Commander Stevens. He was on that raid."
Lance shook his head in wonder. "I'd heard that Jeremy escaped a shipwreck and rescued a baby boy, but that's a far cry from going on a raid at a submarine base in German-occupied territory." He stopped short. "I guess when I get home I'd better make sure he doesn't go on any more such raids."
"Spoken like a true big brother," Pat said, laughing. "Yes, that Jeremy. He sounds to have grown up a bit since you went away. We received the information a short while ago. We'd sent a coded message to London about our plans. We needed them to provide various items, including forged identification and travel documents."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a carefully folded handkerchief.
"I didn't know your brother was a friend of Lieutenant Colonel Crockett, who runs MI9.
He chuckled.
"There must be something to this notion of your being a prominente, knowing people in high places."
Surprised again, Lance muttered, "I didn't know that either. I'm not acquainted with any Major Crockett." He recognized the handkerchief as an element in a clever MI9 method to send detailed messages to POWs without the need to code and without being scrutinized by censors. Essentially, senior POW officers received pairs of innocent-looking handkerchiefs as part of ostensible packages sent from home. One of the handkerchiefs would be trimmed with red and the other with green. On receipt, they were handed over to the POW officer in charge of cryptography. He would first plunge the handkerchief with the red border in a glass of water. When he then immersed the green-trimmed handkerchief in the same glass of water, the chemical reaction produced an easily read complete message on the cloth. Even the way the packages were obtained without being searched had amazed Lance. Among the French POWs was a master locksmith, Lieutenant Fredo Guige, a man of remarkable talent. Not all the prisoners knew of his skill, but of those who did, his reputation was that no lock existed that he could not pick. He had proved his skill by using razor blades to carve a key that unlocked a cruciform device the Germans had developed to preclude picking a lock. This particular one was on a secured room that held incoming packages requiring inspection prior to distribution. Once the key was made, sneaking into the room at night, taking out packages and replacing them with dummy ones was not difficult, and to date the subterfuge had not been detected. In this way, the POWs were able to get almost anything requested, including forged documents. Lance read the message and glanced up with bright eyes. "Is this a joke?"
"No joke."
Pat reached for the handkerchief, and Lance gave it to him with no objection.
"We have to burn this, and you have a choice to make. Our escape plans, cover stories, routes, everything is ready for you, me, Wardle, Stevens, and Littledale. If we get to Switzerland, we'll stay there for the duration of the war. That's a requirement in the Geneva Convention to prevent combatants from re-entering the war. But you're being offered a different plan. If you take it, you'll travel much of the way alone. We'll be in close proximity and we'll take steps so that you're not always observed by yourself, but your journey won't end in Switzerland."
He paused to be sure that he had Lance's full attention.
"If you take that second route, some of your paperwork will have to be redone by our forgers here, and in short order. Your risk goes up considerably."
Lance was listening, but a faraway look in his eyes belied his concentration. When Pat finished speaking, he jostled Lance's shoulders.
"Keep your mind in the game. You can dream of home when you're safely in southern France. Do you understand me?"
Lance gave several short, quick nods. Yeah, I understand. You know which choice I'll take.
Are you sure? Take an hour or two to think it through if you'd like.
Oh, I'm sure. Tell me what I have to do.
Pat laughed. I anticipated your answer. The forgers are at work already. We need to revamp your cover story, but we'll leave on schedule.
Lance stared at the silk escape map without seeing it. The notion that he would soon be free, and that a way had been established to take him home instead of being interned in Switzerland for an indeterminate time, seemed surreal. More than 2 years had passed since the debacle at Dunkirk. Pat interrupted his thoughts.
Bring your mind back to earth, Sergeant, he chided. Let's go over the plan once more before we put the map away.
They were seated at a table in one of the rooms occupied by flight officers, Pat being one of them. With them were Flight Lieutenant Hank Wardle, Major Ronnie Littledale, and Lieutenant Commander Billy Stevens. Also present was Dick Howe, who would assume the mantle of escape officer upon Pat's departure. "I heard you might know my brother," Lance said when Stevens entered.
"I did, and a good man, too," Stevens responded. "I don't know why I didn't put it together before Pat asked about him. Different context, I suppose. But now I can see that the family resemblance is striking." He slapped the table. "Let's hope this works and you get to see each other again soon."
The map Pat had referred to was one showing escape routes and the defenses along the German border with Switzerland. Both had arrived in Red Cross packages containing the popular American Monopoly games, produced by the British licensee John Waddington Limited. Cleverly hidden inside some of the games were a map, a compass, and a file. Careful review with recaptured escapees returned to the prison camp had revealed that being found with a map led to additional interrogation regarding how it was obtained. Hence, Pat had forbidden escapees from carrying any with them. Instead, he required them to memorize routes and pertinent map details. The particular area along the border was near Singen, on the German border with Switzerland. An earlier escaped POW from Colditz had gone that far. He was captured and returned to the castle, but not before he noticed a wide gap in German security in that area. When interviewed by the escape committee on his return, he gladly divulged his observation, remarking regretfully that he wished he had noticed it prior to his recapture.
"Now we've all agreed," Pat went on with a smirk, "that this escape plan has no chance of succeeding, and that's exactly what gives it its greatest chance of success. The Germans will never expect what we're getting ready to do. The main problem is that we've had no ability to check some of the key elements for getting out of the castle, so be prepared to improvise."
He turned to Stevens, the senior officer in the group.
"And from here, until we arrive at our destination, there's no more rank. So, Billy, you start out with the first step."
"Right, Pat. Excuse me, Billy. One more thing I want to say. Look at each other and the other men in the room. Think of the other POWs here. We're thin and gaunt from meager diets and vitamin deprivation. We need to think of that as we travel across Germany. One thin, undernourished man traveling alone might be noticed. 2 such men traveling together would probably be overlooked if all other things are in order. But 5 skeletal men traveling in a group will certainly draw the attention of train passengers as well as authorities, particularly when news breaks that 5 POWs escaped. The point is, stay in pairs, but the pairs should keep apart. With Allied bombing in Germany now and the pressures of supporting an army in North Africa and all parts of Europe, the populace is tightening its belt too, so that's less of a factor than it was back in January when Eri Neve made his home run, but it's still important to keep in mind."
He glanced at Lance.
"We've made special provisions for the sergeant."
When finished, Pat nodded at Billy to begin again.
"We go out through the kitchen window," Billy said, "climb down bed sheets tied into ropes onto the roofs of the low sheds on the side of the castle where the guards are housed. Then we drop into their courtyard at the west end, across from the commandant's headquarters."
"Right," Pat broke in. "I've sawed through the rivets that secure the bars in the kitchen window.
We made clay ones to hold them in place. The bars bend easily out of the way, enough for a man to get through." He turned to Wardle. "Ronnie, what's next?" When we're down, we tiptoe across the courtyard at a right angle to and behind a guard as he starts his trek across the courtyard. We go to an open pit that's in deep shadows. We'll wear socks over our shoes to muffle our footsteps. "Yes, and don't forget that the entire courtyard is in full view of every window looking out from the guards' quarters. How do we know when to go?" Wing Commander Bader's room overlooks the courtyard. For the past several nights, he's had musicians with their instruments rehearsing for a concert. When we're in place, he'll start the music, and when it's safe for us to go, he'll stop. Lance had to smile. Wing Commander Douglas Bader was a British legend. A daredevil as a young pilot, in his first year after commissioning, he had flown too low over some roofs in an aerobatic maneuver, resulting in a crash, costing him both legs. Retired medically against his will, when war broke out and the RAF was desperate for pilots, he had convinced the senior staff that, with his steel prosthetic legs, he could still be effective as a fighter pilot, and he had become an ace, credited with 22 kills before his capture. When he was shot down, his artificial legs had become entangled in the cockpit as he bailed out. His German captors were astonished to find a legless pilot sitting in a field waiting to be captured. So respectful were the Luftwaffe officers of his pluck that they arranged through Swiss emissaries for a British plane to be granted safe passage to fly a set of legs and drop them by parachute in the vicinity of the POW camp where Bader was then held. One German celebrated ace, Adolf Galland, had even made a point to visit the camp and befriend Bader. Despite his limitations, at previous camps, the British fighter pilot had attempted several escapes that failed. Thus he was brought to Colditz, but he was allowed his own room, and he helped others' escape plans enthusiastically. Pat continued. "Right. We stay put when the music plays, and we move when it stops. Next, Hank?"
"We break into the tall building where Dominic Bruce made his escape 2 months ago," Wardle said. "Too bad he was recaptured."
"Remember that his mistake was leaving his sheets in place, and a village housefrau saw it and alerted the officer on duty. He might have had a few more hours and made good his escape but for that. So, we've enough sheets for twice the length of rope we need. We loop it around a bar in the window and simply pull the sheets down when we're all on the ground. Lance, brief us on the rest of the way out of the castle."
Once we've descended, we still have 3 terraces to scale down. Each is about 6 feet wide, and the next level down is about 12 feet. Once we've navigated those, we'll be by the river, with 1 more wall to scale, after which we'll be outside of prison security.
"Good," Pat wrapped up. "We have 6 ghosts in place to cover our absences."
He checked his watch and looked up.
"It's time. Make your final preparations, and we'll meet in the kitchen in 15 minutes.
Chapter 54. October 14th, 1942. Auflag 4C POW Camp, Colditz Castle, Germany. The kitchen was dark when Lance entered. Pat was already there and had removed the clay rivets and bent the bars back. Dressed in civilian laborer's clothing, Pat would travel with Hank Wardle, both of them posing as Flemish workmen. They spoke German, but not well, and they hoped that those roles would explain away their poor use of the language. Their clothes were remarkable given the circumstances. Their work trousers had been dyed and altered from RAF uniforms. Pat had a cloth cap and a wind jacket. He also carried an overcoat that he had bought from a French officer who had purchased it from an orderly with access into the village. Wardle was similarly dressed, and they both wore black shoes. Stevens and Littledale arrived with another POW, Malcolm McComb, who would remove any trace of the escape through this window upon their departure. By the light thrown from an outside lamp, Pat checked each man one last time, inspecting their papers and clothing. Each carried a cardboard box fashioned to look like a leather suitcase. The bags were cumbersome and added to the difficulty of scaling down walls, but once they had cleared the castle and mixed with the public, the luggage would add an element of authenticity, causing them to look less like fugitives. "All right," Pat said as he checked out Lance. "Time to reverse roles." Lance grinned. He was dressed similarly to Pat, but in his cardboard suitcase he carried a business suit brought in by the same orderly who had obtained Pat's overcoat. It had been tailored to him by a Polish POW on an improvised sewing machine and came with a thick winter overcoat and appropriate shoes, shirt, and tie. His paperwork showed him to be a French functionary from an arms factory in occupied France, and his role was to escort 2 Flemish workers with specialized skills in furnace construction through Germany back to the plant. He expected his fluency in German to compensate for Pat's and Wardle's deficiency in that regard. Lance pulled himself to full height. His face straightened into stone. He leaned forward so that his nose almost touched Pat's. "You swine," he muttered fiercely. "When I tell you to move, you move." He pulled an authentic-looking plaster of Paris Mouser from his pocket. "If you give me any more trouble, you will learn what this will do." He jammed it into Pat's waist. Pat lifted his hand shoulder high and chuckled. "All right, you've convinced me." He listened. "The music's playing. Next time it stops, we go." They made it down onto the roof of the sheds and to the ground without incident. There they waited, but something was not right. Pat peered around the front corner of the shed. The guard stood there, but he was not alone. His supervisor was with him, and they both looked up at Bader's window. Something about the irregular starts and stops must have gained the attention of the 2 Germans. Or maybe because Bader's group had played for the last several nights, the Germans had grown tired of it. Regardless, the escape group was frozen in place, able neither to go forward nor retreat. Minutes passed, and then loud voices resounded from Bader's room. The German non-com had apparently entered and ordered the music to cease. The escapees sat against a back wall in the shadows. A few moments later, Pat returned to the front corner and peeked around. The sentry was near the far end of his walk and would soon turn around. Pat hurried back to where the others waited. He pointed to Littledale and Stevens. "Get behind me," he whispered. "When I tell you, run to the pit." Holding their suitcases close to prevent sound, they crept behind Pat to the front corner. He watched the guard coming their way, and when the man reversed direction not more than 30 feet away, Pat signaled to Littledale and Stevens. They scurried across the courtyard. Lance and Wardle went next. No alarm had been raised, so Pat assumed that the first 2 had reached the pit safely. This time, as he sent Lance and Wardle over, he waited and watched. They disappeared into the pit just before the guard turned. Pat's heart beat rapidly, and he sat against the wall, regulating his breathing, while he listened to the sentry's boots clomp on the hard courtyard surface. The sound of the boots halted and scraped the ground as they turned and clomped away. Peering around the corner one last time, Pat grasped his suitcase and raced across the courtyard. He reached it and climbed in, ducking his head. The others were there, peering anxiously into the night. Still no sound of alarm. "I'm going to the tall building now," Pat told the others. The door he would need to unlock was 15 yards away. "I won't be able to see the guard. Nudge me when he's looking away." Moments later, Lance prodded his arm. "Go!" Pat reached the door and started work on the lock. It would not give. He kept working on it with no luck, and then he heard voices of soldiers returning from the town. Pat recognized one of them. It belonged to Lieutenant Priam, the camp security officer. He scurried back to the pit and waited with the others. When the voices had waned to silence, he returned to the lock to try again. 60 nerve-wracking minutes later, he returned to the pit. "It's no good," he whispered. "We'll have to try something else." "That dark shadow over there is the mouth of a tunnel," Lance whispered, pointing. "We couldn't see it from the windows, but I went down it a bit while you worked on the lock. It leads to a tunnel, but I don't know where it goes." Pat shrugged. "Let's find out." The tunnel led into darkness, and they felt their way along, reasonably sure now that they would not be heard if they tripped. The group came out under a veranda, and there they found an unlocked door into a cellar. At the far end was a chute of some sort, at the top of which was a barred window. Lance wondered if the others felt the same despair that came over him. In the dark, he could not tell, but then Pat started stripping off his clothes. When he was done, he climbed up the chute to the window. Moments passed, and then he called out, "One of the bars was loose. I pulled it out. If we each strip down naked, I think we can wriggle through." 2 hours later, the 5 erstwhile POWs lay sprawled on their backs in the grass at the base of the castle. The first 12-foot drop-off to the next terrace was only feet away. Weary, but with no time to waste, they dressed, pulled the sheets from their suitcases, made ropes, and started descending. Going down the 3 levels took an additional hour, and an hour after that they had scaled and descended over the outer wall just before the first rays of dawn stretched across the sky. Now their journey's most dangerous legs could begin in earnest, traveling across Germany amid a hostile population, while a search would include dogs and orders to shoot to kill. In early morning light, Lance, Pat, and Wardle bade Littledale and Stevens best wishes and went their separate ways. October 19th, 1942. Zurich, Switzerland. Unkempt from days of travel on short rations, Lance sat alone on a bench inside the train station. His instructions had been to be here at this appointed hour, where he was to receive additional direction, although by what means he did not know. The note on the handkerchief that he had read back at Colditz Castle said only that his brother Jeremy would be there to collect him. No date was specified, presumably because exactly when Lance would arrive in Zurich was unknown, so Lance had to believe that someone must be watching this spot daily. Saying goodbye to his 2 traveling companions had not been easy. The transit had not taken long, 4 days with only minor troubles along the way. Their papers had held up through multiple checkpoints, and on 2 instances when an extra degree of arrogance and authority seemed called for, Lance rose to the occasion. But Pat and Lance had become close chums in their months together at Colditz, Pat as escape officer and Lance as his assistant. They had shared childhood stories, anecdotes about their families, and ambitions for when the war ended. Crossing the Swiss border had been easier than either of them had expected. The German checkpoints were exactly as shown on the memorized map, and the lay of the land as described by the failed escapee. Between 2 of them lay a wide gap, created by a ridge near enough to one guardhouse to block sight of a shallow ravine from the other one. The recaptured escapee had realized as he was being taken away that if he had entered and stayed low in the ravine, the guard in neither checkpoint would have seen him, although they could see each other. The imperative was to approach the ravine in darkness, which was what Pat, Lance, and Wardle had done. Once inside the Swiss border, however, Lance had split from the other 2. They would surrender to Swiss authorities to be interned at Davos. Lance would evade and continue on to meet Jeremy. He stood and paced. Despite no longer being in enemy territory, he was operating outside of local law, and uneasiness mounted. Besides, as Pat had pointed out during their last briefing, he was gaunt, and now he was alone, exactly the situation the escapees had hoped to avoid. Given the ravages Lance had encountered during battle north of Dunkirk, his trek across France until he was captured, and the stoic demeanors of Germans as he traversed their country on this escape, the relaxed atmosphere of the Swiss people moving about in well-fed comfort in beautiful and well-kept surroundings astonished him, generating a sense of having entered another dimension. Thinking that pacing might draw unwanted attention, Lance sat back down. He glanced at the enormous arches and the engineering masterpieces that adorn the interior of the station, admiring them and wishing that more talent was applied that way and less to the business of war. He sighed. Evil will never leave us. A stirring among passengers off to his right caught his attention. A man strode briskly toward him in military attire, a black leather coat over black trousers and leather boots, and he wore a high-peaked black service cap with silver braiding along the brim and a silver eagle at the top, the unmistakable uniform of a Gestapo officer. He wore dark wire-rimmed glasses, and he was surrounded by nervous-looking Swiss cantonal police officers who apparently felt helpless to intervene. Almost before Lance could assess what was taking place, the Gestapo man advanced on him. Without speaking, he thrust a piece of paper next to Lance's face and whirled to the lead Swiss policeman. "Look," he snarled in German. "It's this one." Lance looked up in shock. The Gestapo man pointed to a photo on the paper which had Lance's likeness and those of his fellow escapees. "He entered your country and did not surrender himself as he is required to do by the precious Geneva Convention. Therefore he has surrendered his rights. And then there's this." He shoved another photo against Lance's chest. "He's wanted for murder in France." He stepped close to the policeman and thrust his nose close to the man's face. "Now, either you escort me and my prisoner to the train, or you can cause a diplomatic issue with the Third Reich. Which is it going to be?" Lance sat in stunned silence, surrounded by policemen, barely aware of the crowd of passers-by who paused to gawk and then moved nervously away. What murder is the man talking about? The Gestapo officer grabbed him roughly by the shoulder and jerked him to his feet. "Let's go." Without waiting for an answer from the police, he shoved Lance ahead of him toward a platform where a train waited for departure to Geneva. The Swiss policeman hurried nervously behind them, uncertain about what to do. Within minutes, Lance sat next to the Gestapo officer in a private car on the train with no other passengers. He stared out the window, his heart sinking lower as he watched passengers go by. A porter stopped by. He looked inside the car, but sensing the cold stare behind the Gestapo officer's dark glasses, he closed the door and hurried about his business. The train's whistles squealed. Steam hissed from released brakes. The train jerked and began to roll. It trundled beyond the station, between low green hills, traveling west and slightly north, before gently curving in a southwesterly direction. Chapter 55. October 20th, 1942. HMS Seraph, off the coast of Gibraltar. "Glad to have you with us," General Clark said as Paul reached the bottom of the steel ladder in the submarine and turned to greet the general. "It's good to see you again, sir," Paul replied, "and that you remember me, though I'm not quite sure why I'm here." Clark chuckled. "That was Ike's doing. You're uniquely qualified as a British intelligence officer who's moved about the world, rubbed shoulders with Yanks, and is fluent in French. The idea is that you'll lie low and watch for anything that seems amiss. Are you read in on what we're doing?" "I am, sir, and I hope it works." "Me too. Go on forward to the officers' mess and try not to bump your head. Things are tight in here. Have you ever been on a submarine before?" Paul shook his head. "First time." "Well, they're crowded, stinky, and wet, but if we avoid getting sunk, they'll get us from here to there." He chuckled. "When you get to the mess, you'll find another little field waiting there. Who'd have thunk I'd get two in such a small group? Maybe your cousins or something. The other one's my new special aide for this mission, and he's just joined us. You can fill him in." Startled, Paul did as instructed and made his way through the cramped boat. He found the mess and was astounded to see his cousin, Josh Littlefield, sitting at a small table and drinking a cup of coffee. Josh looked up, and his eyes widened in astonishment. "How in hell did the two of us end up on the same submarine in the Mediterranean?" he exclaimed. Paul clapped an arm around his shoulders. "The notion defies the odds a bit, doesn't it? What a surprise. I was assigned to liaise between General Eisenhower and Prime Minister Churchill. This mission seems to stray from that, and I never expected to find you here." Josh laughed. And to think the last time we saw each other, you passed yourself off as a British passport control officer. As I recall, I was somewhat patronizing. Sorry about that. I should have known better."
Paul shook off the comment. "We all have secrets to keep." He found a cup, poured himself some coffee, and sat down across from Josh. "What are you doing here? I thought you were off in the Pacific."
"I was, and then I got transferred to Eisenhower's planning staff with almost no notice. I just got to London a few days ago, and General Clark grabbed me for this mission."
"What's your function, if I'm allowed to ask?"
"That's a strange one," Josh replied. "I'm supposed to be on hand to talk about amphibious operations if the occasion arises, but I don't even know much about what's going on in this theater. I haven't been here long enough. The general told me that a British liaison officer would fill me in. I guess that's you."
"Yes, that's me, and now it's my turn to patronize," Paul said, chuckling. "You'll do fine, and I'm happy to fill you in. In addition to Clark and his entourage, we have 3 British commandos on board, but none of them speak French. My job is to lie low in the background and watch for indications that things are not what they seem." He paused to gather his thoughts. "Let's see, where to start. I suppose you should know who's going along if you don't already. You can stop me if I'm going over beaten ground, so to speak. There's B.G. Lyman Lemnitzer, head of Allied Force Plans, Colonel Hamblin, a shipping and supply expert, Captain Gerald Wright, a Navy liaison officer."
Josh interrupted. "Why couldn't he handle my job?"
"I suppose because he's occupied with larger picture concerns, or he hasn't been around amphibious operations. Anyway, there's one more senior officer on this trip, Colonel Julius Holmes, who heads the Civil Affairs branch for Operation Torch. I'll tell you what's a little puzzling to me is that Clark is on this mission at all. He's Eisenhower's deputy and head of planning for Operation Torch, so he knows more about it than anyone. If he's captured, the results could be catastrophic. It's some small relief that he gets to wear the insignia of a lieutenant colonel when we go ashore. The general must be carrying his own cyanide pill." Josh blew out a rush of air.
"Risky."
He shook his head.
"I just got put on the planning staff for Torch, and I haven't been here long enough to know much about it. I was brought over because of what we did at Guadalcanal, but I'm a fighter pilot, an air operations officer. I arrived on the island after amphibious operations were complete, and I was a liaison officer at the time. At best, I observed the amphibious operations from afar and from behind."
"Well, as you Americans say, you go with what you got. I'm sure you'll be looked to for expertise in only those areas where you're competent. We were told that the officer being sent came with Admiral Halsey's high recommendation. He wouldn't have given it or sent you if he lacked confidence in you."
Josh shot him a skeptical glance. "I was shot down at Midway, and Halsey liked the guy who replaced me while I recovered. I was the easiest of the 2 to let go. I understand we're going to invade North Africa?"
"That's the plan. This will be the first very large-scale combined arms operation. That's a concept that Lord Mountbatten developed that's proven itself in several raids. Operation Torch anticipates 3 landings. The Eastern Assault Force, commanded by Major General Doc Ryder, will land at Algiers with approximately 20,000 troops. It'll capture the port of Bougie and then advance toward Tunisia. The Central Assault Force, under Major General Lloyd Friedenhall, will land at Oran with 18,000 troops. Its objective is to capture the city and the airfields at Tafaroui and La Sinia. The third group, the Western Assault Force, commanded by Major General George Patton, will land at Casablanca, Morocco, with 24,000 troops. It'll counter any German or Spanish action and drive east."
Josh whistled. "That's a lot of troops under fire. I hope our guys are ready. I've never heard of any of those generals, have you?"
Paul shook his head. "It's a tricky operation with a lot of political overtones. The main objective of this mission we're on now in this submarine is to remove a lot of enemy combatants without firing a shot."
"Well, I'm all for that," Josh said, lifting his brows. "How do we pull it off? I've seen enough bloodshed to last several lifetimes."
Paul took a deep breath. It's complicated. I'll try to simplify. You know that Germany took over much of northern France and her Atlantic coast.
Josh nodded. And the French run what's left of the country out of a town called Vichy, so they call it Vichy France.
Correct. And by the Armistice Agreement, Vichy kept all the French colonies, including those in North Africa. This is where it gets dicey. Churchill and Roosevelt agreed to defeat German forces in North Africa as a necessary prelude to invading Europe. There are pros and cons to doing that rather than invading Europe first. I'll go over those with you at another time if you like, but the decision's been made. Torch is going forward, and as you know, the planning is in progress. The Vichy army controls a lot of the western and northern coasts in North Africa, from Morocco to Algeria and beyond. We'd like to avoid fighting them if we can.
How do we do that?
The problem is a lot of bitterness flying about. Some Vichy military members support the bombing the British did to the French Navy because they saw the need to keep those warships out of Hitler's hands. Others want nothing to do with us, and they'll happily turn their guns on us. The French forces in North Africa still belong to Vichy, and General Pétain, as head of state, has collaborated with the Nazis. As things are, if Brits go ashore, the Vichy forces will fight unless ordered not to. Pétain will not give such an order. On the contrary, he's likely to order those troops into open combat against us. General Charles de Gaulle would no doubt like to be in on the invasion, but he's neither invited nor kept informed on its progress. I'm not even sure he knows about it. President Roosevelt has a particular dislike for him and his free French, which results in deep distrust.
Why?
De Gaulle was highly critical of Roosevelt when the president recognized the Vichy government after Germany invaded France.
I recall that. I wondered about it at the time.
Paul thought back quickly over the meetings he had attended with Churchill, Roosevelt, Little Bill Stevenson, and Wild Bill Donovan. If he had learned nothing else, it was not to second-guess their good intentions and actions. I don't know any of the particulars surrounding that, but most Vichy North African forces don't trust de Gaulle either. They resent that he went to Britain, the country that bombed their navy, to set up his Free French resistance. So that rules out having his group join the operation. And of course, too many Vichys would be more than happy to shoot at us, Brits, so that rules us out for the landing force. We'll take a support role instead, with our big Navy guns and aerial bombardment.
So that puts our American boys at the front all by themselves.
Yes, it does, Paul said solemnly. I'm sorry about that. All that said, Vichy forces at the ground level have no love for Germany and are repulsed by being under the Nazi thumb. But they still like Americans, so maybe General Clark can work out a deal that'll save face and save lives. In any case, threading this needle won't be easy. Josh listened without comment while sipping his coffee. Anyway, Paul continued, while General Clark was in D.C. 2 weeks ago, your American expert on North Africa, Robert Murphy, who's also your counselor to Vichy, reported that Major General Charles Mast, Chief of Staff of the French 19th Corps, was willing to entertain talks with military representatives about cooperating with the Allies. Murphy had previously been in touch with General Alphonse Juin, the commander of French forces in North Africa, known to be sympathetic to the Allies. Murphy had also communicated with General Henri Giraud. You might have heard of Giraud. He recently made a spectacular escape from a German castle, the Königstein Fortress. He was already a hero from the last war, and this latest escape burnished his reputation. The Allies, particularly Roosevelt, think he could rally Vichy forces to fight with the Allies. Giraud named Mast to represent him. So this mission is to meet with Mast to explore the idea of transporting Giraud to Algiers to wrest control of the colonial government from Vichy, take command of the Vichy army in North Africa, and order it to stand down while the Allies invade. Hopefully they'll even join us. Thousands of soldiers' lives would be saved. October 22nd, 1942. Off the coast of Algeria. Paul and Josh sat near the rear of a dinghy bringing them to shore.
The boat scrunched against the beach, and they scrambled over its side with the rest of General Clark's entourage. A tall man, whose high forehead gleamed in the ambient light, met them and led them quietly through the sand. The Seraph had arrived early that morning offshore from an isolated white house with a red-tiled roof along the beach 90 miles west of Algiers. But when the submarine rose to periscope depth, the captain spotted a fishing boat within 200 feet and ordered a slow descent to the sea floor. When they checked again 2 hours later, the area was clear, but already a glimmer of daylight cast silver highlights across the uninterrupted skyline and sea to the east. Not wanting to risk discovery, Clark's contingent waited until the next nightfall to go ashore. When they were finally safely inside the house, Clark introduced his group. The tall man turned out to be Robert Murphy. He was broad-shouldered, with dark, thinning hair and the soft demeanor and serious face of a diplomat. Courteous to a fault, he introduced General Mast, a trim, dignified man with a stern look and direct manner. "I want to know," Mast said when they were seated, his aide sitting behind him taking notes. "Can you expand your proposed invasion to go into southern France?" Clark quelled the urge to take a deep breath. "I would be lying to you if I said yes, General. At the moment, not only is that logistically impossible, but our troops are not ready yet. I'm sure you'd agree that storming France is going to be much more difficult than storming North Africa, and our soldiers had better be ready for a fight much tougher than the one here. They need to gain experience." "Can you tell me the general plan?" Watching Clark, Paul was sure that he had seen a fleeting, wary expression in the American general's eyes. He anticipated the question, but he can't reveal the plan. Clark leaned toward Mast and looked directly in his eyes. "General, we're bringing in 500,000 troops with up to 2,000 planes and plenty of the U.S. Navy." Paul was glad for his training on maintaining a neutral expression. He stifled his shock. Clark was bluffing. No more than 112,000 troops were planned for the invasion force. Mast eyed Clark with barely disguised skepticism. "What you're intending, if I read between the lines correctly, is an amphibious assault. The Allies' history in that regard is dismal. Mr. Churchill's incursion at Gallipoli in the last war was a disaster, and the operation at Dieppe 2 months ago wasn't any better." Clark took his time to respond. "And your point about both operations is well taken. I'd like to believe that we learned valuable lessons from both. But the British are our valued allies, and if you know about those 2 operations, you must also know about their successful raids in Norway and at Saint-Nazaire. Regardless of how you might feel about what they did at Mers el-Kabir, the fact is that when we go into France to take it back, the British will be there with us. We won't succeed without them. Now, regarding our knowledge of amphibious operations, I've brought with me a naval lieutenant commander who just arrived from the war in the Pacific, specifically at Guadalcanal. Have you heard of our progress there?" Mast nodded. "I read the stories coming from your own captive press corps." Startled at the response, Clark sat quietly a moment. Then he nodded. "Well, healthy skepticism is good." He turned to Josh. "Commander Littlefield, tell us about your experiences in the Solomons." Josh stood, but before he could speak, Clark added, "Commander Littlefield is a fighter pilot who also fought at Midway and was shot down, but not before he made a bombing run on the Hiryu. His next action was in the Solomons, and he was there for the defense of Henderson Field." He turned back to Josh. "Go ahead, Commander." Josh glanced around at the faces peering at him. "As the General told you," he said, addressing his remarks to Mast, who returned a stolid stare, "I was there for the operations in the Solomons. Initially, we went into Tulagi and Guadalcanal. The fighting at Tulagi was fierce, and we took 3 days to consolidate that objective. Initially, our operations were much easier on Guadalcanal, but the Japanese counterattacked." As he continued to relate what had taken place in defense of Henderson Field, vivid images of the horror he had lived through seemed to materialize in front of him. The Japanese soldier diving through the air to be impaled on Josh's bayonet appeared so real that he could almost reach out and touch the dying soldier. He continued speaking, but his voice and eyes took on haunted overtones, and when he had finished, the room remained silent for a spell. At last, Mast said, "But you held." The images vanished as Josh brought himself back to the present. "We did, sir." "If I may ask, what did you learn during those assaults?" Josh's eyes narrowed, and he cocked his head while he gathered his thoughts. "We learned, sir, to prepare carefully, to use every asset to soften the enemy with aerial bombing and naval big guns, and to keep those assets in support during and for the duration of the assault until the objective is taken. And we learned to go in with overwhelming force, to continue the drive until we've overrun and secured the target area, and to rely on the training, skill, and tenacity of our individual fighters." Mast continued to observe Josh a few moments longer, and then turned to Clark. "This man has seen we're up close. He is a soldier." Clark shot Josh an appreciative glance, and then replied to Mast. "Yes, sir. And as we speak, our Marines are assaulting the beaches all over the Solomons. The final battle of Guadalcanal has not yet been fought. The Japanese want it back. But the fact is that the battle is one we must win, or the twin threats of German Nazism and Japanese imperialism will destroy civilization as we know it." Mast nodded and leaned back in thought. More discussion ensued, and then Clark said, "Our resolve is set in stone, General Mast. As you must know, we delivered 300 new M4 Sherman tanks and 100 105mm self-propelled guns to the Brits at El Alamein last month. The next battle there is likely to be very different from the one back in July. There won't be another stalemate. My point is that we're coming in, and we'd rather not fight your French soldiers. Assuming we reach an agreement, what can you do to help us? I'll tell you now that President Roosevelt has authorized me to assure you officially that if you join with us, we will restore France to her pre-war borders. Further, your officers will lead your countrymen in this war, and the Allies will view France as an equal partner." Mast's reaction was immediate and emotional, even as he maintained dignity. He wiped moisture from his eyes and sniffed, and when he responded, he seemed barely able to restrain enthusiasm. "If you deliver to us 2,000 rifles with ammunition and grenades, we'll take control of communication centers and troop barracks, we'll arrest pro-Vichy commanders, and we'll seize public buildings. That's what we can do. We'll also do our best to prevent our navy from firing on your invasion forces, but that will take more finesse." "That's crucial." "It is, and we want this to succeed as much as you do. So, when I tell you that we will do our best to bring that about, you can believe it. But the French Navy is not under our authority." "We'll need to work on that." Mast leaned back again and contemplated before responding. Then he sat forward. "I need to be sure that you understand the extreme risk we are taking in meeting with you. If anyone who works with me in this plan is found out, we will be executed for treason. Of that there is no doubt." "You mean like the risk this party took to come here?" Mast furrowed his brows. "Touché, General. But if our forces refuse to fight yours, Germany will occupy the rest of France, and they will seize our fleet at Toulon." Clark nodded solemnly. "I see the difficulty. Can you get word to the commanding admiral in Toulon? Would he be amenable?" Mast shrugged. "I don't know, but I assure you that we will work on it." Clark chose his next words carefully and spoke in a low tone. "If the French Navy fires on us, you know what we'll have to do." Mast nodded without speaking. Silence descended. After a few moments, Clark said, "My last order of business regards who will command French forces. If you're agreeable, our president will designate General Giraud as the commander of French forces in North Africa." Mast's eyes brightened, and a broad smile crossed his face. "Of course, that will certainly be agreeable to General Giraud. Can you bring him to Algeria?" "We'll be happy to." Clark took in a deep breath and let it out. Now, General, if you don't mind, I'd like to go for a walk on the beach while my staff works out details with your aid. I've been cooped up in that submarine for a few days, and I've got more to go on the return trip."
Mast chuckled and made a slight hand gesture. "I wouldn't recommend you go out in that uniform. I'll loan you a French one."
After Clark's return from his walk, Mast met him at the door.
"We will have the opportunity to see if your prediction concerning El Alamein is correct. The second battle there has begun."
Back aboard the submarine, Clark congratulated Josh on his delivery and then took Paul aside. "Did you notice anything of concern?" "Not in the way the engagement took place or in Mast's conduct. In that respect, things went remarkably well."
Clark peered at him.
"But?" Recognizing Paul's reluctance to speak, he said, "Tell me what's on your mind." Some things became clearer during the meeting. For instance, General Mast is a chief of staff, not a commander, and despite the risks he took, we don't know that anyone will sign up to his plans to arrest pro-Vichy officers. Since his own commander was not present, I'm assuming that his boss might be one of the detainees. Good point. Go on." "There's the issue of the fleet at Toulon. Who's going to give the order to scuttle or surrender it to the Allies? That's going to be a tricky issue, and a crucial one, and the fly in the ointment might be Pétain's own deputy, Admiral Jean Darlan." "Explain." "I know who Darlan is. His reputation as a high-level collaborator with the Germans is worldwide, but I've never dealt with him. Murphy's been secretly in touch with him, and Darlan told him that when we have 3,000 tanks, 6,000 planes, and 500,000 men to bring to Marseille, to let him know. Then he'd welcome us. Give me the rundown." "He's Pétain's bulldog," Paul began. "As Minister of the Interior, he heads his intelligence apparatus, and he's also Minister of Defense and Commander-in-Chief of the French Navy. Essentially, he runs his own Gestapo, and he's tried, unsuccessfully to date, to convert the gendarmeries into something like the SS. He's rounded up Jews and shipped them off at the behest of Berlin, and he's arrested resistance members aggressively. Pétain gives him free rein on any and all matters that catch Darlan's interest. He is known to believe that the Nazis will win the war, and he sees a future in which France is an important vassal state to Germany. His way to satisfy personal ambitions is to join them. He even offered Germany raw materials from within French colonies. Base rights, too. Recall that in February of last year, he was named as Pétain's successor, and last October he ordered his navy to fire on an Allied ship at Dakar. If he's not under control before we invade, he could cause us problems, including ensuring that the fleet at Toulon is used against us." Clark listened intently. "Interesting. Glad I asked." He frowned. "We can't trust Darlan, but maybe we could use him. Murphy thinks we could turn him. The man is obviously driven by how to impress whoever has the biggest and most guns. We'll have to convince him that's us."
Chapter 56. November 5th, 1942. Marseille, France.
"I don't mind going, but I don't understand the mission," Jeremy said, not hiding his impatience. "The man has already shown extraordinary aggrandizement beyond reality, and I don't see why we're catering to him at all. Escaping from a POW camp is one thing, commanding troops in the field is another. You yourself diverted attention away from General Giraud rather than let the Allies know his true response."
Fourcade smiled gently in agreement.
"Yes, I did that. But the powers that be decided to bring him on board. Our job is to get him to the submarine to take him to the meeting."
"But he doesn't even like us. Is it a British submarine?"
"I expect that it is. You know that I'm only given the amount of information I need to complete a mission. You've made the mental leap to the conclusion that the Allies intend to install him in some sort of leadership position. But all we really know is that we've been tasked to get him to the sub. You're taking him because he already knows you from when you attended his meeting with Duke McMahon. I gather he's nervous about the trip, and wants to deal only with people he already knows. Your bona fides were established when the Duke introduced you. Not that he's enthusiastic, but he finds you acceptable."
Lucky me. Fourcade laughed in her musical way.
"Jeremy, this isn't like you. You'll usually take any assignment without complaint."
Jeremy chuckled and hung his head. "I apologize." He looked up with pleading eyes. "I haven't seen Amelie in months, and I'm always worried about her. Chantal is safe here with Maurice, but you won't even tell me where Amelie is."
"And that's for her own safety as well as yours. She's on an extended mission. How's your brother Lance?"
Jeremy scowled. "You know how he is. And where's Horton? Is Chantal still besotted with him?"
"Well, you've asked me 2 questions. To answer the first, Horton is still doing his job up in Loire."
"At least someone has some stability in his life," Jeremy growled.
My, you are a handful today. And yes, Chantal is still dreamy-eyed about him, although she's still mad that he wouldn't kiss her."
Seeing Jeremy's puzzled look, she added,
"Remind me to tell you that story sometime."
Jeremy laughed. "Sorry for being difficult. All right, I'll take the General. When?"
"Tonight.
Fourcade leaned toward him and touched his hand.
And when you get back, I might have a surprise for you."
Jeremy's eyes brightened.
"Amelie, is she coming here?"
Fourcade grimaced over a smile.
"I shouldn't have said anything. You keep your mind on your job tonight. It's easy enough, but you don't want to do something inadvertently to mess things up, like I might just have done. You'll meet the General. You already know where. Guide him to the boat, go out with him to meet the sub, and then return here. Your role tonight is basically a hand-holding one."
Jeremy grinned. "Are you sure this is the same General who escaped from Königstein Fortress?"
"Just remember to speak to him only in French. As you stated, he doesn't like you Brits, and it's one of your subs that's coming to get him. But he thinks it's American. Even the officers and crew will be dressed in American uniforms."
She pursed her lips.
"And that's the sum total of what I know."
Fourcade need not have worried that Jeremy would be distracted on his mission. Giraud became so fussy that Jeremy feared at one point that the General's greatest physical threat might come from Jeremy himself, as he fought an urge to throttle the man. They met in a barn a few hundred yards from the embarkation point, and at first the General was fully courteous, although Jeremy doubted that Giraud could ever dispense with his sense of pomp and self. Basking in the historic moment that would be his, the General strutted, becoming impatient when the submarine was delayed. The resistance group that was to ferry him into the dark waters in the very early morning hours knew not to ask questions, but some shot him furtive glances, seeming to have recognized him. The light in the barn was dim, but the General's uniform was distinct, and his portrait had adorned walls and newspapers across the country. Before the appointed time, Giraud kept checking his watch and asking if the scheduled time was correct. When the sub was late, he paced and muttered, such that the security team worried that he might arouse unwanted attention. The first time Jeremy had rendezvoused with a submarine had been well over 2 years ago. Back then, he was to be a passenger on the vessel with no choice but to rely on the resistance members to bring him to the correct coordinates on the dark, tossing sea at the appointed time. The same was true this time, but he noticed a level of confidence that had been absent before. He had no way of knowing if any of the resistance men were the same as those of 2 years ago, but these moved about with awareness and ease, men who knew their jobs and their teammates, and communicated with each other silently through gestures or in very low voices. At last they signaled readiness. The submarine was in position. Jeremy escorted the General to the beach and climbed into the boat with him. The resistance crew rowed through the dark waves, and when they were away from shore a few hundred yards, they stopped and waited. Moments later, with a barely audible whoosh, the sub surfaced, invisible but for the barely gleaming reflection of ambient light. Using dim lights as a guide, The dinghy closed the distance, and Jeremy helped the general across to the deck. Then he settled back on his seat and folded his arms. His excitement grew as he focused all his thoughts on Amelie. On reaching shore, he thanked the crew and the security team in the dark, hardly having seen their faces. Then he set off again to the villa in Marseille, trying not to forget security measures as he went. He arrived shortly before dawn, and on seeing the gates facing onto the street in front of the main house and gardens, a smile formed on his face and broadened the nearer he came. Once inside the gate, he could no longer restrain his eagerness. He broke into a dead run and threw the front door open. The foyer was empty. The house bore an unusual coldness about it. Jeremy hurried to the terrace. Fourcade sat there alone. She held her forehead in her hands, and when she heard Jeremy, she looked up. Dark rings circled her eyes. "Where's Amelie?" he asked. Fourcade took a deep breath.
She's not here.
Chapter 57. November 7th, 1942. Sark Island, Guernsey Bailiwick, English Channel Isles. Marion and Stephen sat close together on the stack of suitcases in the storage room at the back of the house. It was cold and damp for the lack of heat and time of year, and they squeezed next to each other to share the headphones to listen to the BBC. The announcer was introducing President Roosevelt in an address to the French people. When the president commenced his speech, Marion pulled back and looked at Stephen in astonishment. "Good heavens, he's speaking in French."
"And his accent isn't bad either. Let's listen."
"My friends, who suffered day and night," Roosevelt said, "under the crushing yoke of the Nazis, I speak to you as one who was with your army and navy in France in 1918. I have held all my life the deepest friendship for the French people, for the entire French people. I retain and cherish the friendship of hundreds of French people, in France and outside of France. I know your farms, your villages, and your cities. I know your soldiers, professors, and workmen. I know what a precious heritage of the French people are your homes, your culture, and the principles of democracy in France. I salute again and reiterate my faith in liberty, equality, and fraternity. No two nations exist which are more united by historic and mutually friendly ties than the people of France and the United States. Americans, with the assistance of the United Nations, are striving for their own safe future as well as the restoration of the ideals, the liberties, and the democracy of all those who have lived under the tricolor. We come among you to repulse the cruel invaders who would remove forever your rights of self-government, your rights to religious freedom, and your rights to live your own lives in peace and security. We come among you solely to defeat and rout your enemies. Have faith in our words. We do not want to cause you any harm. We assure you that once the menace of Germany and Italy is removed from you, we shall quit your territory at once. I am appealing to your realism, to your self-interest, and national ideals. Do not obstruct, I beg of you, this great purpose. Help us where you are able, my friends, and we shall see again the glorious day when liberty and peace shall reign again on earth. Vive la France éternelle!
When Roosevelt had finished speaking, Marion stared into Stephen's eyes with an odd mixture of hope and horror.
"Oh, my God, Stephen! The United States is getting ready to do something. It sounds like they might invade somewhere. Do you think it's France?"
"That's as good a guess as any, though why they would announce such an intention before they do it is beyond me. That doesn't sound like good military practice."
Marion curled her hand in front of her mouth, ignoring how bony it had become under the sparse rationing of the Nazis.
"I'm sure you're right. Although his speech was a warning to the French people to seek cover and stay out of the way of military operations. That's the way I saw it."
She suddenly flung herself on the shrunken form of her normally tall husband.
"Oh, Stephen, do you think there's hope for us? Do you think the Allies can defeat these Nazis and drive them out of our lives?"
She sobbed into his chest.
"Do you think we'll ever see our children alive again?"
She took her seat again on the suitcases and clasped her hands together.
"I so much want this invasion, if that's what it is. But I'm so afraid that one of our sons might wash up on a beach in his own blood."
She dropped her head in her hands.
"I'm scared."
Stephen stood and leaned over to console her.
"There, there," he said,
gently rubbing the tears away from her eyes.
"Stiff upper lip."
Marian laughed, a spontaneous guffaw.
"And all that other British rubbish."
She stood.
"Let's put this away and go have some of that awful ersatz tea."
Chapter 58. November 9th, 1942. Over the Mediterranean Sea. Paul leaned back in his seat on a transport plane and closed his eyes, wondering at the events of the past 4 days. Juxtaposed against each other, they could not seem more surreal. Today was Sunday. As the torch landings began, President Roosevelt released a press statement, which Paul held in his hand. He opened his eyes, glanced down, and reread it. In order to forestall an invasion of Africa by Germany and Italy, which, if successful, would constitute a direct threat to America across the comparatively narrow sea from Western Africa, a powerful American force equipped with adequate weapons of modern warfare and under American command is today landing on the Mediterranean and Atlantic coasts of the French colonies in Africa. The landing of this American army is being assisted by the British Navy and Air Forces, and it will, in the immediate future, be reinforced by a considerable number of divisions of the British Army. This combined Allied force, under American command, in conjunction with the British campaign in Egypt, is designed to prevent an occupation by the Axis armies of any part of northern or western Africa, and to deny to the aggressor nations a starting point from which to launch an attack against the Atlantic coast of the Americas. In addition, it provides an effective second front assistance to our heroic allies in Russia. The French government and the French people have been informed of the purpose of this expedition and have been assured that the Allies seek no territory and have no intention of interfering with friendly French authorities in Africa. The government of France and the people of France and the French possessions have been requested to cooperate with and assist the American expedition in its effort to repel the German and Italian international criminals, and by so doing to liberate France and the French Empire from the Axis yoke. This expedition will develop into a major effort by the Allied nations, and there is every expectation that it will be successful in repelling the planned German and Italian invasion of Africa and prove the first historic step to the liberation and restoration of France. Paul took a deep breath and let it out slowly. The torch landings were underway and going well, and he was on his way to Algiers with General Clark to meet Admiral Darlan. Further, the general had just delivered some news personal to Paul that had come out of the blue. On the previous Wednesday, attracted by the sudden ringing of many church bells clearly heard through windows of Whitehall, he had raised his head to listen, double-checking his calendar to be sure that the day was, in fact, not Sunday. Around him, others exclaimed in surprise, and then someone called, "It must be the news coming out of El Alamein. Tune in the wireless." Moments later, the familiar voice of BBC war correspondent Bruce Belfridge had rang across the room, his tone tinged with enthusiasm. "Here's some excellent news which has come during the past hour. The Axis forces in the Western Desert, after 12 days and nights of ceaseless attacks by our land and air forces, are now in full retreat. It's known that the enemy's losses, in killed and wounded, have been exceptionally high." Cheers broke out across the room. "This is sensational," a young officer had called out. "This is our first victory against Germany's field army in the entire war so far, and we're beating them badly.
We knew the Desert Fox would get his comeuppance once Monty was on the job."
Paul had smiled. Lieutenant General Bernard Montgomery, popularly known to the public as Monty, had been the general whom Churchill had put in command of British forces in Africa in place of General Auchinleck at the beginning of August during the trip to Cairo. The change had yielded the desired result. Then again, Monty had the new American Sherman tanks. Then on Thursday the 5th, Paul had flown with Eisenhower's headquarters group to establish the Command and Operations Center for Operation Torch at Gibraltar. His escort had toured him over the strategically located peninsula at the mouth of the Mediterranean, where it spilled into the Atlantic only 24 miles across the strait from Morocco, clearly visible across the blue water. From the top of the iconic rock, he had gazed down on the flat ground far below that jutted into the sea. On this wide piece of land, an airfield had been constructed, and on its edge was a massive naval base. "What's happened with the civilian population?" Paul had asked.
"Some were evacuated to Britain and French Morocco before the French surrender, and I suppose they're still there. Others went to Madeira or Jamaica to wait out the war."
As their Land Rover started down the mammoth slab of granite protruding into the sky on their way to St. Michael's Cave, Paul jerked his head around and stared back along the road at a scampering animal.
"Did I just see a monkey?"
"You did, sir. A macaque from the Atlas Mountains. They were brought over centuries ago and have thrived here ever since. Gibraltarians kept them fed, but this war interrupted that. The military does its best to look out for them. The rock has been attacked several times, first by the French Air Force 2 years ago in retaliation for our bombing their navy at Mers al-Kabir. They didn't do much damage, but the macaque suffered. The Italians bombed us several times this year, and of course that's done the monkeys no good either. The Italians also sent in frogmen to sink our ships. They were successful in September last year when 3 mini-subs sank 30,000 tons of goods on merchant ships at anchor here. And of course they keep trying."
They came to a checkpoint where credentials were checked, and then entered the eerie artificial half-light of a vast natural cavern inside the rock. It rose many stories high and disappeared into darkness, and Paul gazed in wonder at the odd shapes and colors of gigantic icicle-shaped stalactites still dripping their mineral deposits onto the mirror-image stalagmites below, all of them glowing when struck by light.
"This cave has an extensive tunnel system," the escort said. "Much of your headquarters staff is set up in here. I should tell you that we have an elaborate defensive plan in case we're ever overrun. Of course, if the Germans or Italians ever do that, the Mediterranean would be closed to the Allies. Most of us would evacuate, but we'd leave behind a unit of specially trained soldiers hidden behind false walls around the rock with food, water, arms and ammunition, and radios to subsist for an indefinite time. Their jobs would be to spy on the occupiers and report back to headquarters."
"Are you serious?"
The escort had merely nodded. Then, late in the afternoon on the night before last, just hours before the torch landings were to commence, Paul had been summoned to General Eisenhower's office with instructions to wear an American uniform. Paul knew his role under those circumstances: speak French only, and watch for subtle undertones that might indicate the ulterior motives of someone else in the meeting. On entering, he was astonished to be introduced to General Henri Giraud. The general also did a double-take on seeing Paul, exclaiming, "I swear I just left your brother, or someone who looks enough like you to be your brother. He escorted me out of the submarine." Paul laughed off the coincidence.
"I don't know who that could be, but of course I know of you from the news reports of your famous escape."
Then, while the general basked in the glow of his achievement, Paul wondered about Jeremy's whereabouts. 3 hours of discussion ensued regarding the timing of Giraud's return to North Africa. Then the French general dropped a figurative landmine. "I will not go," he informed Eisenhower, "until I have been named as Supreme Commander of all Allied forces for all military operations in North Africa and France." Paul locked his attention on Eisenhower, whose eyes had opened wide. Paul then shifted his attention to Clark, whose face had turned red with fury. We would like the Honorable General to know that the time of his usefulness to the Americans for the restoration of the glory that was once France is now nearing an end," Clark had said, his voice rising. "We do not need you after tonight." Flustered but undeterred, Giraud had frowned angrily and persisted, "What about the prestige of Giraud? What would the French people think of me?" "We are at war, General," Clark barked, his voice rising further. "Our concern is winning it and sparing as many lives of our soldiers and your people as possible." As if not hearing Clark, Giraud repeated, "What about Giraud's prestige? The French people would think poorly of me, and what about my family?" As Paul watched in stoic amazement, the argument continued. At one point, Giraud requested a break to use the restroom. While he was absent, Eisenhower turned to Paul. "You watched. What do you think?" "He's stalling, sir. He knows the torch is about to execute. If the landings go well, he'll want in. If they go poorly, he'll want out." "You nailed it," Clark growled, bordering on sullenness. He turned to Eisenhower. "Sir, he might not be our man." Eisenhower agreed. "When he comes back, say your worst." "With pleasure." Giraud re-entered the room. He looked across the faces of the other three men and started across to his seat. "Before you sit down, General Giraud," Clark told him, "if you don't go along with us, you're going to be out in the snow on your ass." Startled at Clark's brusqueness with Eisenhower's evident approval, Giraud had left the room and returned to his guest quarters. Excusing himself, Paul went to the operations room to bring himself abreast of the current situation. Taking a seat before a huge map of the Mediterranean spanning its north and south coasts from west of Morocco to east of Algiers, he watched as the clock ticked down toward 0 hour. Warships had arrived on station from Great Britain and the U.S., assembled in 2 places north of Algeria. Recalling the conversations in Florida between Churchill and Stevenson, Paul noted with interest that Brazilian ships, both cargo and troop carriers, were part of the invasion force. And yet more ships streamed across the Atlantic from other South American ports to deliver vital supplies. Troop transports arrived from United States eastern ports and held steady off the west coast of Morocco and south of British and American aircraft carriers and gunships inside the Mediterranean. Then, as the hands on a clock over the map moved past the appointed time, map plotters pushed small markers across it, first representing masses of fighters, bombers, and naval guns delivering deadly ordnance along the North African coast, and then thousands of U.S. soldiers storming the beaches at Casablanca, Oran, and Algiers. Paul wondered how many already lay maimed or dead in the sand. As Paul slept on a cot behind the operations room, a young captain rushed in and shook him awake. "Sir, the commanding general wants to see you ASAP." Paul sat up abruptly, stretched, and wiped the sleep from his eyes. "How long have I been out?" "Not long, sir. Maybe an hour. But you needed the rest. You've been up all last night and today." "How's the invasion going?" "Very well, sir. We've taken Algiers." "Already?" He looked at his watch. It showed 1930 hours. "Yes, sir. It just happened." General Clark was with Eisenhower in the latter's office when Paul arrived. "President Roosevelt's already heard from Marshal Pétain," Eisenhower said, holding up a message. "The Marshal condemned the invasion. He told the President that he would defend against any attack." The general's forehead furrowed. "Our response? We severed formal relations with France." "And now that Giraud sees the invasion as a success," Clark chortled, "he wants to play ball." "There's more," Eisenhower said, glancing at Clark. "Tell him." "You predicted trouble with Darlan," Clark said. "It might have arrived." In his animated style, Clark explained that Darlan had, coincidental with the start of Torch, arrived in Algiers to see his son, who was dying there of polio. "He learned of the invasion from his agents an hour before execution, and he wants to meet with us again. He outranks Giraud and Mast, and the Vichy troops respect him. I'm casting no aspersions about his love for his son, but he's a blatant opportunist who's made overtures to us. Still, he could blow the whole works, irrespective of Giraud. Eisenhower grasped Clark's shoulder. Mark, you know my thinking. Get to Algiers and fix this thing. Torch is going smoothly. The question now is how many Americans and Frenchmen will die unnecessarily. You'll have to fly, since we don't have time for a submarine. He glanced at Paul with a crooked grin. Take Littlefield with you. He'll be your interpreter, and, besides, he's had a cogent thought or two. As the transport plane winged over the Mediterranean under fighter escort, Paul contemplated the journey he had traveled in the past 2 years, but seemingly over a lifetime. He recalled that back then he had bemoaned to Claire over lunch that his contribution to the war as a junior intelligence analyst paled by comparison to those that she made at Bletchley and that Jeremy and Lance had made at Dunkirk. And since then, the places, events, and people I've seen are beyond comprehension. Meetings with Churchill and Roosevelt, flying to survey the battlefields in Greece and Albania, traveling to Moscow with the Prime Minister, Camp X, the shipyards in California, the tank factory in Michigan. If I ever write this up, people will think it's a novel. He felt Clark watching him. You got any ideas? I'll tell you honestly, I'm fresh out of them. How do you deal with a man who'll sell out his country to the highest bidder? Sir, I wish I had some insights. I'm still grappling with the notion that I'm on this plane headed to Algiers. Clark grunted and reached into his jacket pocket. By the way, the boss called over to your PM before we got on the plane. I'd told Ike about your analysis of Darlan. Since you're coming along as my primary aide on this junket, he thought you might need some added pull. He drew out a folded sheaf of papers and handed them to Paul. Congratulations. You've just made Lieutenant Colonel. I brought along the shoulder boards, too. He pulled them from another pocket and handed them over. Paul took them in shock. Sir, 2 years ago I was a lieutenant. And now you're a lieutenant colonel. You came up fast. Learn to live with it. Anyway, when the war is over, your hires will probably take most of it away. Keep in mind, this isn't a reward. Our military gives medals for that. Yours does, too. He chuckled. You can't buy much with them, but they look pretty hanging on a wall. Anyway, we need you to carry a certain level of authority. You'll live up to it. When he and Clark met Darlan at the St. George Hotel in Algiers, after ducking German Junkers 88 bombers overflying the city as they landed, Paul was surprised by the Admiral's diminutive height. An assassination attempt had been made on his life shortly before the invasion started, so he was angry, nonplussed, and required to look up physically at the tall American general towering over him. Nonetheless, he carried himself well with classical good looks, a firm jaw, straight nose, graying hair, and blue eyes. He quickly asserted his perceived French authority in the opening discussions. "I'll bring in my own interpreter soon," Darlan told Paul when the fact became apparent that neither Darlan nor Clark spoke each other's language. In the meantime, Paul translated for them. "Tell the general that I received his terms of armistice and forwarded them to Vichy, but I am here in private capacity to visit my son. I did not come with any portfolio to negotiate, and anything we agree on here must be passed in front of General Pétain before being formally accepted." "I understand," Clark replied. "I hope you understand that time is short, and I need to get straight to the point. America has broken formal relations with France. I need to know if you're ready to sign our terms of armistice." Darlan let out a breath. "We will have no decision on that until after the Council of Ministers meets in Vichy this afternoon." Clark stood impatiently. "I'm a ground commander. I don't have time to go back and forth for authorities. Our troops east of here must pass through your army's positions in Tunisia to meet our common enemy in Libya. I don't want them fighting each other. If you can't act, I'll have to find another French commander who can." Darlan's face grew taut with controlled anger, and he drew back.
You must do what you must do. I've ordered the French troops in Algiers not to resist, and they've obeyed. Your soldiers have our guarantee of security here. But as I told you, I sent your terms of armistice forward and must await a response before I can issue such an order for the rest of North Africa.
That doesn't work. You've got 30 minutes.
Darlan's eyes opened wide in astonishment.
I'll need to tell my government what is taking place.
Clark jutted out his chin in unbridled obstinacy. That'll take too much time, in which case I'll have to detain you under protective custody. Why can't you issue the same order for the rest of North Africa as you did for Algiers? What answer would you expect from Pétain, keeping in mind that we broke off formal ties?
I sent my recommendation,
Darlan stated in clipped terms as the color in his cheeks rose with increased anger.
I explained that you came here with overwhelming force, that we cannot expect to defeat you, and that continuing fighting would be stupid.
Clark rose to full height and placed his curled fists on his hips. Then issue the order to your troops for a ceasefire so they don't shoot at our soldiers. If you don't, I'll get General Giraud to do it.
Darlan scoffed. He has no authority here, and our armies know it. I'm not sure they will obey his order. We'll lose time. The fighting will continue, and we'll see more loss of blood.
He reached to the collar of his tunic to loosen it. Then you issue the order. Darlan took a deep breath and kept his seat, but he stared at Clark with piercing eyes, and the rims of his eyelids had begun to turn pink.
General Clark, if I do that, the Wehrmacht will immediately occupy the rest of France.
Clark folded his arms. General Darlan, we both know the danger to southern France, but that occupation is going to occur regardless of what we do here. If the Third Reich wins this war, southern France will cease to exist, as will the nation of France. For you personally, it boils down to this. Are you going to stay with Vichy or cooperate with us? Moments passed in silence, the French admiral and the American general contemplating each other.
I made an oath to obey the orders of Marshal Pétain,
Darlan said in a low voice, and Paul thought his demeanor showed diminishing resolve.
I can't take responsibility to issue the order you want.
There is no time to obey those orders, Clark growled. You took your oath at the point of a loaded gun, and your country is under foreign domination. Pétain is considered by many of your countrymen to be a traitor. You have the opportunity to rally Frenchmen to win this war. This is your last chance. Darlan heaved a sigh.
I could send an urgent message to Pétain recommending a ceasefire for Algeria and Morocco.
You've already done that.
Not in specific terms.
I don't have time, Clark yelled in exasperation. Your soldiers and ours outside of Algiers are shooting at each other. Frenchmen and Americans share the same interests at heart, and we're wasting time fighting among ourselves. Once more the room descended into silence. Then Darlan sighed again.
May I confer with my staff?
You have 5 minutes, but neither you nor any of them will be allowed to leave or communicate with anyone outside of this suite. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
What do you think? Clark asked Paul, while Darlan conferred with his subordinates in another room. He's between a rock and a hard place, sir, and he knows it. I think fear is beginning to overtake his arrogance. He must know how much he's despised in France, but he's right that the Vichy troops in North Africa support him. Given that they might have to fight the Americans if he does not come to an agreement, it's anyone's guess how long they would continue that support if he does not cooperate with us. You've essentially told him that Vichy France no longer exists as a political entity, and the German occupation of the rest of France is inevitable. He's been speaking to us, so he can't go back to France. The Gestapo would arrest and interrogate him immediately. He might not like it, but in the end, he'll do as we ask. I don't see that he has any other choice. Clark peered at Paul with a discerning expression. Remind me never to play poker with you. Paul chuckled.
General, you dealt the cards, and from a stacked deck. I was just looking over your shoulder." When Darlan re-entered the room, his attitude had softened to become more conciliatory. He handed Clark a sheet of paper.
"Here is my message to Pétain."
Clark took and read it. "This just tells Pétain that I won't accept your refusal to declare an immediate armistice, that further battle will be fruitless, and that blood will flow. You're telling him that fighting us will result in the loss of your African colonies, and to forestall that you want to cease hostilities and declare neutrality." He shook his head. "This doesn't cover the waterfront, and we don't have time for it. I want an order from you to your troops for a ceasefire. Now." Darlan stared around the room, cornered, with no escape. At last he nodded reluctantly.
"I'll send one out to Generals Juin, Nogue, Barre, our Air Force, and our Navy."
Clark nodded. "I'll instruct our major commanders to decide the local terms of armistice. They'll negotiate with their counterpart French commanders. General Patton will meet with General Nogue. When your troops cease firing, the terms will go into effect for the entire area."
"I assume there will be no hostilities in Tunisia?"
"That's right."
"What about Giraud? I sent out an order to have him arrested. He's been in hiding from me. And now we're supposed to fight side by side?"
Clark took a deep breath. "General Darlan, Giraud wants the same thing you do, a free and sovereign France. There's room for everyone. At the moment, I just want to stop the fighting between us. Let's get that order written and sent out." To Paul's great relief, Darlan acquiesced. The two generals hunkered next to each other over a coffee table with pens and paper. 15 minutes later, Clark straightened and read the draft out loud. "Effective immediately, all land, sea, and air forces under French command are ordered to cease firing on all American troops and their allies. You are ordered to return all forces under your command to your bases and observe strict neutrality." It was addressed to the major French commanders in North Africa over Admiral Darlan's signature. "So, General, is it over now?" Paul asked Clark when they were alone. "The French are neutralized in Africa?" Clark cocked his head to one side. "I'd like to think so, but the situation is fluid. Ego is as much in play now as anything. Look at that arrogant Giraud wanting to be named Supreme Allied Commander. And what was his chief concern? What Frenchmen might think of him if he were not awarded the title. Meanwhile, he's commanded nothing of significance lately. And you are right about Darlan. His main priority is saving his own skin, and soon his only avenue to accomplish that is to deal with us. Mark my words, we'll have more unpleasant dealings with him, and we still have that fleet in Toulon to worry about. But at least for the moment, 112,000 French soldiers across North Africa won't be shooting at our guys. I'd call it success." Paul stood and stretched. "Agreed, sir. Not bad for a day's work." Chapter 59. November 10th, 1942. Marseille, France. "No word yet?" Fourcade shook her head.
"I'm sorry, Jeremy, no."
"Can't you at least tell me where Amélie was? I could go look for her."
"You know you can't do that. She was deep in occupied France. To tell you the truth, against my better judgment, I let her come back to see you. She needed a break."
She sighed.
"For what it's worth, if we find out where she is, we must rescue her. She knows too much about a specific operation. We can't let it be tortured out of her."
Jeremy grimaced at Fourcade's last comment as she went on.
"We know she can't be far away because she had checked in as she traveled. Maurice has people out now tracing her movements."
The door on the veranda opened, and Maurice emerged. Usually his big, grizzled face carried a warm smile that masked his clandestine purpose as he made his rounds as a vendor of vegetables to major hotels and restaurants where influential people gathered and talked. On this evening, however,
His wide eyes and tight lips foretold high anxiety. Even before exchanging greetings, he blurted,
"You must leave, at once, everyone. Take only what you must and burn everything else."
What? What are you talking about?
Fourcade exclaimed in shock. Maurice was not a man given to panic, which was one of the reasons he seconded as her security officer and ran the local resistance organization in Marseille.
Why?
The Allies invaded North Africa. French forces refused to fight them. Hitler is furious and announced he will occupy the rest of France. Our friends in the north sent word that German units are already assembling to invade the south. By this time tomorrow, they will likely be here.
Jeremy listened, aghast.
What about Amelie? We can't forget about her. No, we can't, for personal and strategic reasons. Maurice, anything?
Still struggling to catch his breath, Maurice nodded.
She was picked up by pro-Vichy gendarmes in Valence. I don't know why. I suspect they'll hold her until the SS and Gestapo make their way south and let them deal with her.
Jeremy stood, his face a mask of fury. I'll get her out. Maurice raised his palms in a placating gesture.
We have resistance fighters on the way there to rescue her.
I'll join them. I'm trained for this. Fourcade smiled gently.
And you, Horton, and Kenyon, God rest his soul, trained our resistance fighters well. We have to trust them.
Too late anyway,
Maurice broke in.
Jeremy, Valence is thick with resistance activity. The fighters there know what they're doing, and they're on their way. You wouldn't have time from here.
He turned to Fourcade.
We got a message from MI9. They want you to escape to England. They're sending a Lysander to pick you up tonight.
He returned his attention to Jeremy.
You have to be on the plane as well. Horton was ordered back too. He'll get on a Lysander flight in the Loire Valley.
Pausing as a thought struck him, he asked,
Didn't you just see him recently?
Jeremy stared distantly, but nodded.
A couple of weeks ago. I stopped in there on my way back from Switzerland.
That's right. You went to rescue your brother.
Jeremy ignored the comment. Meanwhile, Fourcade put her hand to her head.
I can't just leave here,
she interjected.
What about the alliance?
I won't go without Amelie, Jeremy said firmly. I'm staying until she's safe.
Madame,
Maurice replied to Fourcade.
If they capture you, the alliance is finished. You're the brains and heart of it. You built it. The leaders in the network trust you.
He heaved a sigh.
You can come back when things settle down.
He turned back to Jeremy.
You need to think with your head, not your emotions. When we rescue Amelie, she will say that she won't leave without Chantal. We're having to move quite a few people out of France. We'll get Amelie and hide her. We can't let her be interrogated. But Jeremy, if you're still here when the Nazis roll into Marseille, you'll be detained even if for no other reason that you're of military age. At best, chances are you'd be sent to Germany for forced labor. The country is draining its young male population for enlistment in the Wehrmacht. At worst, you'll be interrogated, and strong men have broken in great numbers.
He shook his head sadly.
We expected the Nazis to occupy southern France at some point, and our local resistance was ready to give them a rough time. But we didn't expect this. The Nazis are angry, unopposed, coming in force, and they'll be suspicious of anything that moves. It's best if you get out of the country, let things settle, and then come back. I'll keep Amelie and Chantal safe. You have my solemn promise.
Unmollified, Jeremy only stared with a sullen expression.
Jeremy,
Maurice said,
I'm your friend. There's more to the message, and it comes directly from Lieutenant Colonel Crockett.
He pulled a note from his jacket and read,
Reminder, you are a soldier, we are at war. You are ordered home.
Maurice put his big arm around Jeremy's neck.
At the end of the war, you don't want to be hunted as a deserter. What good will you be to Amelie then?
Chapter 60. November 10th, 1942. Valence, France. Amelie stared at the bars in the window on the opposite wall of her cell. Dusk was settling in. She still did not know why she had been detained. Something to do with her papers, but they had served her well going and coming from Paris through myriad checkpoints. A local functionary at the train station had almost let her through. Then something on her travel document caught his eye, and suddenly she was surrounded by gendarmes with barking dogs, placed in handcuffs, and led away to this jail. She worried about how she would hold up during interrogation. Her training at MI6's spy school outside of London had been rigorous in techniques on resisting giving up information, with the admonition that the longest time for holding out that should be expected of anyone undergoing Gestapo torture practices was 48 hours. But that would give allies sufficient time to control any damage resulting from information that might be divulged. Then what? She blocked the thought. Her job in Paris had been to liaise clandestinely with Jeannie Rousseau, a Frenchwoman from Dinard in the north of France who had worked at the Wehrmacht headquarters that had been responsible for planning the aborted invasion of Great Britain. The Gestapo there had suspected Jeannie of spying and had arrested her, but so great was the respect for her by her German army bosses that they refused to believe the charges and forced her release on condition that she leave France's Atlantic coastal regions where Germany had built up huge military facilities. Amelie had facilitated Jeannie's link-up with the resistance in Dinard and her passage south upon release from the Gestapo, and when Jeannie subsequently decided to ingratiate herself into the German High Command in Paris for intelligence collection, Amelie had volunteered to be her courier. Jeannie was an unusually gifted woman, beautiful, graceful, intelligent, highly educated, and fluent in 5 tongues, including German. Her language ability had been her entree into German higher headquarters, being called upon to interpret during meetings between German commanders and French civil authorities, and to translate documents. She had cultured an ability to be coquettish, and she used a combination of charm and intelligence to lure information from unwitting senior German officers. Complementing her many talents was her most formidable weapon, a photographic memory. At Dinard, while moving about conference rooms where classified documents were left lying about and discussions centered on secret matters, Jeannie listened and saw what she could, but took no notes. In her apartment, what key information needed to be passed along, she reproduced it in detailed reports. On arriving in Paris a year ago, Jeannie had cultivated acquaintances carefully, slowly making her way into German military circles until landing a job with an arms contractor. Then she had gradually accepted greater work and responsibility, always pleasant, lighting up rooms with her smile, and was soon invited to cocktail parties where German generals gathered. They took notice of her. Amelie, for her part, had moved to Paris shortly after Jeannie had begun work for the arms contractor. Careful not to be seen around each other frequently, they had worked out their methods of communication, and Amelie had carried documents spirited to her to their final destination. Although Amelie was careful not to learn too much about what she was carrying, in order to have as little knowledge as possible that could be coerced from her, she could not help becoming aware of bits and pieces now and then. One tidbit she had overheard when delivering her most recent documents had terrified her. The knowledge of its release beyond the confines of the German High Command would send shockwaves through the Third Reich, resulting in a purge from the headquarters in Paris, probably cost Jeannie her life, and rip into the Alliance resistance network. The information was described in 3 small words: drones, rockets, bombs. Those were the only 3 words that Amelie had overheard, but she understood the terrifying implications, and she suspected the target: London. Now, sitting in the jail cell, Amelie knew the implications of the Gestapo learning of that particular secret being out. She could not let it happen. She fingered along the seam of her sweater. There, sewn in, was a pill provided to her at the end of her London training. You can hold it in your mouth and it won't melt, her trainer had said. To activate it, you must bite down. She had wondered then if she would have the courage to use it. That worry thundered in her head, and her heartbeat pounded in her ears now as she contemplated that the time might have come. Thoughts of her deceased mother and father came to mind, and she smiled slightly, thinking that soon she might see them. Images of Chantal came next. The younger sister had been so scared as a 14-year-old girl when the Germans had first invaded their hometown of Dunkirk. She had since grown up fast into a cunning and adept fighter. Amelie's tears had already started to fall when she thought of Jeremy, and she fought back sobs. Then she took a deep breath, and a stubborn expression crossed her face.
They won't see me cry.
With trembling hands, she began to pick at the seam of her sweater. A sound at the window, and then another, arrested her attention. As she stared at the small glass letting through the last glimmers of daylight, a small piece of gravel struck it, making the same sound and falling away. Hurrying over, Amelie tried to reach the bars to look out, but the window was a little higher than her arms. She jumped, and on the third try managed to get her hands around the bars and pull herself up far enough to see over the sill. Below, hidden from view in the opposite direction by a row of bushes, a small man squatted. He made eye contact, smiled as if to encourage her, and pointed into the interior. Almost immediately she heard the rapid footsteps of more than one person hurrying through the hall. Seconds later, 2 men appeared at her cell door. One was a gendarme officer, his eyes wide with fear, a kerchief pressed tightly against his mouth and tied tightly at the rear. Another man stood immediately behind him with a pistol pushed against the soft place where the gendarme's skull met his neck. Keys jangled in a shaking hand, the lock clanged, and the door opened. The man with the gun shoved the gendarme inside the cell and motioned for Amelie to exit.
Allez, allez,
he hissed.
vite.
In the hall, another man waited. He grabbed Amelie by the hand and ran with her through the corridor. As she reached the end, a gurgling sound caught her ear. She glanced back. The man with the pistol had not yet left the cell. Her guide tugged her hand, and she ran with him through the remaining passages to the front of the building. Along the way, other armed men stood in doorways, and once she and her escort had passed, they fell in behind and protected her from the rear. Moments later, she was in a truck and disappeared into Valence night traffic. Chapter 61. November 11th, 1942. London, England. Dawn was just breaking as the Lysander carrying Jeremy and Fourcade floated down to the runway at RAF Tangmere. When it stopped in front of the terminal, Jeremy clambered down the attached steel ladder and helped Fourcade to the ground. A car waited for them, and as soon as they had freshened up and were prepared for the next leg of their journey to London, they set out. Neither had spoken much during the flight, Jeremy because he did not care to, and Fourcade because she respected his wishes. "Go straight to MI9 at the old Metropole Hotel building," he told the driver. "I'm supposed to take you to Whitehall, to MI6. "I work for MI9, Jeremy retorted irritably, "and I'm in no mood to argue."
Do as he says,
Fourcade told the driver, and the soft, commanding edge in her voice convinced him to follow their instruction. Jeremy's mind remained numb during the 2-hour drive to London, but he noticed that more traffic appeared on the roads since he had flown out of this same airfield during the Battle of Britain. That seemed so long ago, and so many mates were lost in the interim. And now what will become of Amelie? He blocked the thought and tried to admire the passing countryside, but most of the leaves had fallen from the trees, the fields were bare, and the sky overcast. Watching him, Fourcade reached across and squeezed his hand.
She'll be all right,
she tried to comfort.
Maurice will see to it.
When Jeremy did not respond, she said,
Look, Jeremy, Maurice put a plan into place before we even knew what had happened to Amelie. We've built a competent organization. Our people know what to do. They don't know Amelie's mission, but they know it's a critical one. They'll rescue her, protect her, and get word back to us. Remember, she's also an MI9 asset.
Jeremy turned his face toward her and squeezed her hand. "Thanks, madam."
Oh, stop with the madam, would you? In times like these, we're friends. More like family. Call me by my first name, Madeline.
"It's the not knowing," Jeremy rasped. "I can face just about anything else, but the idea of Amelie in Gestapo hands—" His voice trailed off, and he turned back to stare out the window. "And I left her there."
I know, Jeremy. I know how you feel.
Jeremy turned back to her. "You're thinking of Major Fay?" he asked softly. She nodded and fought back emotion.
I don't know where he is either.
"I'm so sorry. I knew the two of you liked each other. I hadn't realized the affection had gone that far." Fourcade laughed and wiped her eyes. "We're not as young as you. We don't wear our feelings on our sleeves, but we're serious about each other." Jeremy sat back in his seat. "This war is so evil. It interrupts every part of life. No one can be normal. Amelie didn't grow up intending to be a spy behind enemy lines in her own country. Chantal—" Fourcade shook her head.
It's not the war that's evil. It's the people who conspire to rule the rest of us. All we want is to live our lives without interference. Evil people do anything to gain power, including letting loose the worst of what war brings. We're left with no alternative but to fight back."
They rode the rest of the way in silence, and when reaching the Metropole building and checking through security, Jeremy led Fourcade through the maze to Crockett's office. Vivian greeted them, thrilled to see Jeremy safe at home again, and was pleased to meet Fourcade.
"You're an icon," she said. "You've built the most effective resistance organization in Europe." "You flatter me,"
Fourcade said.
"We do what we can."
Crockett was also pleased to see them.
Come in, come in. Others will be happy you made it safely."
Jeremy interrupted him with an edge in his voice. "Sir, why was I ordered home?" Crockett studied him.
"The Germans executed Operation Attila, Jeremy, to take over the rest of France. Things are in flux there, worse than ever. We needed to get key people out until we have a better grasp of the situation. We intend to go back in."
"I'm hardly key," Jeremy retorted. "Meanwhile, Amelie—"
"I have some news, Captain," Crockett said, a touch sternly. "Come into my office, sit down, and I'll tell you about it. That's not a request."
He turned to Fourcade.
"Please join us. You might want to hear this too."
To Vivian he said,
"Would you bring some tea?"
When they were seated, Crockett started.
"I won't bandy about. Amelie is safe. The resistance in Valence got her out. She's on her way to Maurice's farm now."
Seeing Jeremy's sigh of relief, he smiled slightly.
"There was a price to pay. The Wehrmacht moved in an hour after her rescue, and the Gestapo with them. The resistance left their calling card at the gendarmerie."
Jeremy's eyes narrowed. Fourcade sucked in her breath.
"They left the on-duty guard in the cell with his throat slit and with a sign hanging around his neck written in his own blood. You can guess what it said." "Collaborateur," Jeremy breathed.
"Were there reprisals?"
Fourcade asked softly.
"I'm afraid so," Crockett replied, frowning grimly. "As I mentioned, the Nazis arrived an hour after Amelie's rescue. The Gestapo rounded up 20 people on the street and shot them against a wall."
Jeremy's head sagged backward.
"She'll know that, and she'll blame herself."
He stood and pointed a finger at Crockett.
"Get her out, or send me back."
The lieutenant colonel took to his feet, controlling his anger.
"You forget yourself, Captain. This is not a private war, and you're still a soldier talking to a superior officer. We've all had terrible circumstances to deal with. If you'll recall, the reason that you're still in this world and emotionally wrapped up with Amelie and her family is that she and her father went out into a storm to save you. Should you be blamed for that, or for the horrible events at Dunkirk? One notion you've convinced me of is that you're in no emotional or mental state to go back to France now, and there'll be a delay before we start up those flights again, which is the reason why we cannot pull Amelie out now."
Jeremy listened, at first furious, but deflated by degrees as Crockett spoke, and when he had finished, Jeremy was shamefaced. "I'm sorry, sir. I was out of line." Crockett waved off the apology.
"Everybody's under stress."
He paused, and a slow smile crossed his face.
"I have some good news. That is, aside from Amelie's rescue. I wanted to get the bad news over with before I mentioned it. You have people waiting to see you in the conference room. Horton made it back just before you—"
"Horton's here?" Jeremy blurted excitedly.
"Yes, and—"
Before Crockett could continue, Jeremy bolted out of the office, flew down the hall, and entered the conference room. Crockett chuckled with amusement and continued conversing with Fourcade.
"It's such a pleasure to finally meet you," he said as Vivian brought in a tea tray.
Stony Stratford, England. Claire was about to put Timmy to bed when she heard pebbles scrunching in the driveway from a car driving over them. Her stomach sank. She thought of stopping at the cabinet for a stiff drink before answering the door, but instead she held Timmy tightly and went to look out through the window. The sedan looked as if it could be the same two-door that Paul had driven up on occasion, but in the last light of dusk she could not be sure. 2 people emerged from the front, a man and a woman, and they both turned back to let 2 more passengers out of the rear. Claire's heart sank further. Then, as the 4 began walking up the garden path, she held her hand to her mouth and let out an excited squeal as she recognized the broad shoulders and the gait of the man in front.
"Jeremy?"
She rushed to the door, and by the time she flung it open, Jeremy stood there grinning. He embraced his sister while she wept happy tears into his shoulder. Then he stepped aside and introduced Madeleine Fourcade. "I've invited her to stay for a few days, if you don't mind."
"Of course,"
Claire said enthusiastically, and stopped herself from saying that she knew much about Fourcade and Alliance from reports she had read at Bletchley.
"I've heard so much about you,"
Fourcade said.
"Jeremy thinks the world of you."
"He thinks the world of my place to stay when he comes home," Claire said, laughing.
"I just can't believe you're both here."
"Horton, too," Jeremy said, and stepped aside to let the sergeant through.
"Derek Horton, savior of my middle brother. I haven't seen you since you went back to France right after Dunkirk. This is a surprise, and a welcome one."
Claire handed Timmy to Jeremy to hold while she embraced the sergeant. The tyke stared at Jeremy and then wrapped his arms around Jeremy's neck while Jeremy squeezed him. After Claire let Horton go, Jeremy looked at her with an indefinable expression. "I have one more surprise." She moved aside to reveal the 4th person, a thin man who had stood in the shadows. As he stepped into the light, Claire saw that his face was very thin and his eyes sunken, but she recognized the impish expression behind them and the mischievous grin.
"Lance!"
she gasped, as brother and sister gripped each other in a tearful embrace. Epilogue.
"I was so afraid I'd never see you again."
Claire sobbed softly as she walked with her arm around him into the living room, joined by the others. "What happened to 'things'll get better, you'll see'?" Lance teased while squeezing her. Claire didn't reply. Instead, she continued holding on to Lance, trembling as they sat together on the sofa. She relaxed and wiped her eyes while the others took their seats.
"I'm so happy to see you,"
she told Lance while staving off more emotion. She suddenly pulled back and stared at him.
"How did you get here? Did you escape?"
Lance grinned. "Guilty," he said, "but I didn't do it alone." He pointed at Jeremy. I had some help from my little brother, the Gestapo officer. Claire's eyes shifted back and forth between her two younger brothers. Explain. Jeremy, still holding and playing with Timmy, rocked back and forth. I didn't do much, just usurped a little authority is all. Yeah, that's all, Lance quipped. He turned back to Claire. I got out of Colditz with 4 other POWs. We got word to Crockett about when we would be coming out through those nonsensical messages I'd sent you. He was able to get some forged documents to get us into Switzerland. He shifted his gaze once again to Jeremy. Little brother here had already done a scouting trip into Switzerland and learned that the country had a treaty with the Third Reich. The agreement allows free passage of German trains through Switzerland to the occupied zones in France. The same is true with official German passengers on Swiss trains. Again, through the good graces of MI9, Jeremy had excellent papers forged, showing him as a Gestapo officer, and went to Zurich to wait. Crockett got a message to me to go to the Zurich station. Local resistance members kept an eye on the station. When they spotted me, they let Jeremy know, and he escorted me out of the country. Lance grinned. The surveillance team recognized me easily by the family resemblance, despite my emaciated state. Simple as that. He laughed. I'll tell you, Jeremy gave me quite a start. When I first saw him, I thought I was headed for Gestapo torture. It took a moment to recognize him, and then I could hardly hold down my excitement. It wasn't all that simple, Mum, Horton broke in. Jeremy was a bit worried that once in France he might trip up in the Gestapo disguise, so he switched to another one. But he thought the resemblance between him and Lance might raise curiosity. So instead of going on to Marseille, a resistance group brought Lance to me in the Loire Valley, while Jeremy continued south. He shot a crooked grin at Lance. If you think this former POW looks skinny now, you should have seen him then. We fattened him up a bit. But he wouldn't leave. Horton opened his eyes wide in mock exasperation. Lance was supposed to get right onto a Lysander flight, but he got interested in our operations and wanted to stay, until Crockett ordered us both back to London. Claire listened in amazement, and when Horton finished, she shook her head.
What an unbelievable story. I'm just glad you're home.
Madeline had a hand in it, too, Jeremy said, gesturing toward Fourcade. She cajoled Crockett to get my documents done, and her networks provided safe passage. He set Timmy down and walked over to put an arm around Fourcade's shoulder. We couldn't have done any of it without her. He felt a tug on his trousers and, glancing down, found Timmy gazing up at him with big, rounded eyes.
Jeremy,
the little boy said,
will you play with me and my trucks?
While Jeremy sat on the floor with Timmy and his toys, Fourcade and Horton sat in facing overstuffed chairs. Lance, still sitting next to Claire on the sofa, turned to her. How are Mum and Dad? Any recent news? Claire shook her head sadly.
Nothing beyond what we've known. They're alive. Rations are short. Life for them is miserable. They haven't said so about the rations and the misery, but that's the inescapable conclusion.
Lance closed his eyes as the images of his parents and Sark under German occupation floated through his mind. And Paul? Claire sighed.
I haven't the faintest notion of what he does or where he is. It seems that every time I have one of you home, another brother disappears. You know Paul's serious about a girl he's met, Ryan Northbridge, and I know she'd like to hear from him, too.
Paul is serious about a girl? Lance said, chuckling, his face showing his skepticism. He's always had his head too buried in books to take notice.
They met while working on something together, but neither can say what it was. She's beautiful and very nice, but she's as elusive as he is, ferrying fighters and bombers all over England.
A note of stridency entered her voice.
I dream of the day when I'll have you all together again in one place, with Mum and Dad.
She stood and crossed to the cabinet.
Drinks, anyone?
Then she whirled around and fixed her eyes on Jeremy.
Little brother, I heard about Germany's occupation of the rest of France. How are Amélie and Chantal?
A dark expression crossed Jeremy's face. "I'd rather not talk about it," he replied without looking up. Fourcade left her seat and joined Claire at the cabinet.
I'll fill you in.
Marseille, France. Amélie had stopped shaking by the time she arrived at Maurice's farm in the early morning hours of the day after her escape in Valence. Her rescuers had brought her to Maurice in a small back-road warehouse at Chabures, a village 8 miles south of Valence. Still in shock from her horrific ordeal, she had clung to him as they drove through the night on a circuitous route through Serres, Sisteron, and La Brulaine.
"Where's Jeremy?"
she had asked several times when waking up from fitful dozes. Each time, Maurice assured her that he was safe.
"Will I see him?"
He patted her head back into his chest.
"I'll explain when we get to my farm."
On their arrival, Chantal rushed out to the little car, embraced her sister, and helped her into the house. Maurice's wife made hot coffee, and they gathered around the table in the kitchen. Maurice explained about Jeremy.
"I'm glad he's safe,"
Amélie whispered. A tear ran down her cheek, and Maurice was taken by how small and vulnerable she suddenly seemed. He glanced at Chantal and had the same perception.
"They're young girls. They shouldn't be in this war."
Then he thought of his own children asleep upstairs.
"And neither should they." "We need to get you both to Pau," he told the sisters. "Philippe Boutron still runs the diplomatic pouch through there from the Vichy embassy in Madrid, and he's still one of our staunchest members in the resistance. We'll get word to him to meet you there and give you safe passage out of the country."
Amélie nodded.
"I'll be glad to see him again. And then we can come back."
She raised her chin and gazed into Maurice's eyes.
"We're not giving up this fight."
He smiled.
"And neither is Fourcade, Jeremy, me, or the Alliance, I promise you. We'll reconstitute and carry on."
He chuckled.
"Nothing will keep Jeremy away. I thought I was going to have to beat him over the head to keep him from going to look for you. He couldn't have done anything. By the time he found out you'd been arrested, it was too late. And it still took a direct order from Crockett with a threat of court-martial to get him on the plane back to London."
Amélie smiled shyly and averted her eyes. Chantal broke in.
"And what about you and your family, Maurice?"
He smiled.
"We'll be fine. I've lived here all my life. I'm a simple country farmer who runs a vegetable vending business. Half of Marseille's upper class would starve without me to bring their vegetables, and I'm sure that when the Germans arrive, they'll find that they need my produce."
He grinned slyly.
"And I'll be happy to sell to them and take away whatever information I can."
St. George Hotel, Algiers, Algeria. Hearing a knock on his hotel door, Paul opened it and was startled to find Josh standing there, looking tired, but with a sadness about him not explained by combat operations. Although he had not expected to see his cousin there, he was not surprised that Josh was in Algiers. Darlan's orders had taken hold. Vichy resistance to the invasion had stopped, and U.S. forces were now firmly in control of Algiers and consolidating. "Come in," Paul said. "I hadn't expected to see you."
"I came in with the headquarters group to coordinate air cover."
Josh's face quivered. "I'm sorry. I won't stay long, but I wanted to see family." Paul saw that Josh fought back intense emotion. "What is it? What's happened?" Josh took a deep breath and gasped, "My mother died last night." "No," Paul exclaimed in shock. "And Della, are you sure?" Josh nodded.
"I got the word a few minutes ago."
"Do you know the cause?"
"Old age, I expect."
Josh shook his head sadly.
"And loneliness."
Paul eyed him compassionately. "You must go home." Josh shook his head.
"In the middle of a combat operation? I won't even ask. She wouldn't want me to. With 112,000 of our men now in combat, I won't be the only one dealing with bad news."
He breathed a forlorn sigh. "My brother and sister, Zach and Sherry, will be there for the funeral, I'm sure." Thoughts of his own parents flashed through Paul's mind. How were they faring under Nazi occupation and the awful privations of war? Despite the strength of their characters, Stephen and Marion were advanced in years and must be struggling terribly just to survive. He drove their skeletal images from his mind. "I should get back," Josh said. "Thanks for listening." "Of course. We must see each other as often as possible for the duration. As you say, we're family." November 10th, 1942. London, England. Lance entered the old Metropole Hotel and stopped at the security desk. After a brief call to the MI9 office in room 442, the security attendant instructed him to take a seat. Moments later, Vivian appeared to escort him to Crockett's office.
"I can't tell you how relieved we are to have you back home and out of that dreadful POW camp,"
she said, as they maneuvered through the corridors.
"From the first time Jeremy came to see us, he was intent on getting you out of there. Your family must be thrilled."
"They are. I've enjoyed visiting with Jeremy and Claire the last couple of days. I wish Paul could have been with us."
"All in good time. I'm sure he's doing important work."
They reached the MI9 office, and Vivian showed Lance in to see Crockett.
"This is a surprise,"
Crockett said by way of greeting. "Please sit down. What can I do for you?" "Please, sir," Lance said without taking a seat. "I could use your advice and guidance." Taken aback, Crockett hesitated.
"All right. What is it?"
"Sir, I can't sit on the sidelines. I need to be back in this war. I know you're not the right person to ask, but I thought you could possibly point me in the right direction." Crockett stroked his chin and furrowed his brow.
"And which direction would that be?"
"Sir, I want to join the commandos." Author's Note. Hopefully you will recall the episode in the 7th chapter with Corporal George Peel and the raid at Vågsøy, Norway. One segment that I could not put in the story but should be told is that years later, George, that was his real name, visited the village to return the silver box to its rightful owner. He met a lady at the house where he and his companions had taken refuge and eaten Christmas treats. George had taken the tiny silver box with the scripture verses. The meeting was tearful. She told him that she had been 3 years of age at the time of the raid, and it was probably she who had made the muffled, fearful cry that George had heard. He tried to return the box, telling her, "I did a terrible thing." She refused, saying, "It's all right. That was my grandmother's. You needed it. Please keep it." My throat gets tight telling that story and recalling the heartwarming video of their meeting. The lady's name was not mentioned. The other element of this book that should be discussed is the inclusion in the story of Ian Fleming, author of the James Bond series of books and movies. Fleming was a British intelligence officer during the war. While researching, I ran across the incident recounted herein, in which Fleming deals with an enemy agent who has broken the U.S. codes and was preparing to deliver them to the Japanese. Per my studies, the operation occurred as I described it, with the exception of Paul's participation. My practice is, when I know the name of a person who performed a heroic deed, which I include in my books, I use the actual name. It is my way of honoring the true heroes. In this case, Fleming's action, if occurring as written, contributed immensely to success in the Pacific Theater. Reportedly, there was another participant who carried out assistance actions as I described. Obviously, that was not Paul, but I could not find the individual's name, so I inserted Paul. Included in my inquiries was a mention that the above-described scenario was depicted in a scene in one of Fleming's books, and a movie based on it, Casino Royale. After the giant Awakens had gone to proofreading, I received a note from one of my beta readers. who had run across opposing research stating that the operation had not been carried out as described, and that instead the movie scene had transmuted to urban legend, and the actions retrospectively attributed to Fleming. Since both sources are credible, and I have no way of knowing which is correct, I've included this explanation. However, in support of the story as described, I offer the following two quotations. James Bond is a highly romanticized version of a true spy. The real thing is William Stevenson. Ian Fleming. As long as Americans value courage and freedom, there will be a special place in our hearts, our minds, and our history books for the man called Intrepid. Ronald Reagan. Draw your own conclusions. Riding the Tempest, Book 5 in the After Dunkirk series. As the chaos of World War II spreads from Europe to Northern Africa and the Pacific, one family fights for their freedom against impossible odds. Led by the U.S. and supported by Britain, the Allies invade North Africa. Promoted within the British intelligence service, Paul is sent to Algiers during a ceasefire announced by French General Darlan. But when a deadly new assignment pushes his skills to the limit, will he step up to the challenge of his new role? At Bletchley Park, Claire and her team of analysts discern from decoded messages that the Germans have employed a new type of radar that is decimating RAF bombers. And the messages she decodes grow more troubling by the hour as the war heats up in northern Africa. Lance is sent to Colditz, a special prison for recaptured escapees. He will risk everything to make his escape to join the commandos back in England, where his brother Jeremy is enlisted in a daring raid. Cousin Josh Littlefield, a U.S. Navy fighter pilot, finds himself at the heart of vital initiatives, first in the Pacific Theater and then in Europe. But will his training hold up under enemy fire? With fighting ongoing at Guadalcanal and in North Africa, the Allies gain strategic ground in both the European and Pacific theaters. But determined enemies on both fronts strike back with furious counterattacks. And the Führer in Berlin is already preparing an assault on Stalingrad. Get your copy today at SevernRiverBooks.com. This has been The Giant Awakens, the After Dunkirk series, Book 4. Written by Lee Jackson. Narrated by Steve Rausch. Copyright 2022 by Lee Jackson. Production copyright 2022 by Severn River Publishing.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.